Being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, report stage of Bill C-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, mischief relating to war memorials, in the name of Mr. Tilson.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Tilson, seconded by Mr. Chizu, moves that Bill C-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, mischief relating to war memorials, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it
the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed? 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 When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now? Mr. Tilson, seconded by Mr. Chizu, moves that Bill C-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, mischief relating to war memorials, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this morning on behalf of the residents of Dufferin-Caledon to speak to Private Members Bill C-217, which is my bill to protect and defend our nation's war memorials and cenotaphs. As members will know, C-217 seeks to add significant penalties to the mischief section of the Criminal Code for those convicted of mischief against our war memorials, cenotaphs, and similar structures that honor those who have died as a result of war. A first offence would carry a fine of not less than $1,000. A second offence would carry a jail term of 14 days, and third and subsequent offences would carry 30-day jail term. All members of this House are familiar with veterans in their communities and likely with serving Canadian Force members as well. We hold them in the highest regard for the sacrifice their service represents. Our war memorials and cenotaphs are places we set aside in our communities to honour them, and especially to honour those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. We owe them a debt that can never be repaid. Since we last debated this bill on February 2nd, 2012, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to appear before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights as they began their examination of C-217 on March 27th. I had the honour of being accompanied by Mr. John Eggenberger of Nepean, Ontario, a retired Air Force Colonel and Vice President of the Canadian Peacekeeping Veterans Association. I was also accompanied by Mr. Earl Page, a Korean War Navy veteran from Woodstock, Ontario. These two gentlemen underscored the need for more stringent sanctions against those who would desecrate or vandalize our cherished cenotaphs and war memorials. Mr. Page, in particular, made an impassioned presentation during which he recounted the events of a shocking act of vandalism that took place in Woodstock on November 10, 2009, the night before the Remembrance Day ceremonies. Residents of Woodstock arose to discover that vandals had spray-painted swastikas and offensive messages on the town's cenotaph. With no time to remove the offensive graffiti, the ceremony proceeded with this heinous damage in full view. Mr. Page commented on the disgust felt by everyone, especially the veterans attending the ceremony in Woodstock on that Remembrance Day. I quote from Mr. Page's ceremony at committee on March 27th. I wanted to express my deep disgust on behalf of all the people of Woodstock, all the veterans of Woodstock, as well as the many children there. Children were mentioned. We always have a great many children out to that cenotaph on Remembrance Day, and they all came and shook our hands. They were happy to see us. Since the desecration of our monument, the city has gone to the trouble of refacing all the names on that monument, and it cost the city a great deal of money. I know the feelings of the veterans. If we had got hold of that guy, I don't think he would be walking around today. But he was not a child or even a teenager. He was an adult, and he got away with it. We spent 6 or 7 days going to court to see what was going to happen to him, and he got off with a slap on the wrist and a couple of days' community service. Terrible. I won't say more because I'm liable to say things I shouldn't. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during the previous hours of debate in this bill, I have recounted many similar examples of such profound disrespect to our fallen soldiers, our veterans and our men and women serving in the Canadian Forces today. As the mischief section of the Criminal Code is currently written, Mr. Speaker, war memorials and cenotaphs fall into the same category as a mailbox or parking meter when it comes to penalties. They certainly deserve better protection than that. During the examination of C-217 at committee, colleagues from the opposite side of the House made numerous references to mandatory minimum sentences, restorative justice, judicial leeway and discretion, and so forth. In particular, the member from St. John's East and the member from Mount Royal, who were both very experienced and knowledgeable members, expressed opposition to the mandatory minimum sentencing provisions of C-217. Both of these members and other members of the opposition were pushing for restorative justice and judicial flexibility to be written into the bill. Indeed, several hours of the committee's time was taken up with debate on their amendments in this regard. It is my contention, Mr. Speaker, that they missed the point. Nothing in C-217 precludes a judge from ordering some form of restorative justice, restitution, or apology, or other alternate sentencing. A judge could order a guilty individual to spend time at the local Legion to perform community service, or even scrub the monument with a toothbrush, for example. The judge would be free to do as he or she sees fit on a case-by-case basis, after the guilty individual is ordered to pay a $1,000 fine for the first offence. Staying with the committee for a moment, Mr. Speaker, I should note that amendment was put forward by the government was adopted. It would move the maximum imprisonment under indictment from 5 to 10 years. This is a technical amendment that was brought to my attention by officials with the Ministry of Justice, so I thank the Department for its guidance in this regard. I might point out that the opposition parties voted against the government's amendment, and they also voted against the bill itself in a recorded division at the conclusion of clause by clause. I think that this action speaks for itself as to how seriously they view this issue. I return my observation that under the current regime of the mischief check section of the Criminal Code, a war memorial or cenotaph is not recorded the pride of place that we accord them in our communities. These honored places we know so well represent shared military heritage as its key role in defining who we are as a country. We can all recall the major milestones and some of the lesser ones in our military history. Yip, Vimy, the Somme, Dieppe, Ortona, the liberation of the Netherlands, the Korean War, the Suez Crisis, Cyprus, the Golan Heights, peacekeeping throughout the Cold War and the First Gulf War, Yugoslavia, Bosnia, Afghanistan, and more recently Libya, to name but a few. These names evoke strong emotions among Canadians, and rightly so. They and so many others are part of what defines us as a country. We are a country that defines freedom and liberty to the point that we have sent and continue to send our sons and daughters to the dangerous places in the world in defense of that freedom and liberty. We understand collectively as a country what this has cost us in lives sacrifice. To properly honor that sacrifice, we have erected war memorials and cenotaphs across the land where communities gather to pay tribute to those who have fallen and those who have served. Mr. Speaker, we would repay that sacrifice and service poorly indeed if we did not do all we can to deter the senseless desecration of these honored structures and places. My goal with C-217 was to lift cenotaphs, war memorials, and other similar structures above the mundane and properly recognize them in the Criminal Code as having special value, value deserving of significant sanction in the criminal law of this country if someone chooses to violate them. I have related this story before in the House, but I think it bears repeating as to what prompted me to introduce this bill. In early 2008, in my community of Orangeville, Ontario, the town arranged for our local cenotaph to be sent for restoration. In late October, it was reinstalled with appropriately solemn rededication ceremonies. Then, a few days later, just days before the Remembrance Day, vandals hit it with eggs. It cost the town of Orangeville more than $2,000 to repair the damage. This was the original impetus behind the bill. As I did research on this, I found that this incident was sadly not isolated. Without having to dig very deeply, I found dozens of incidents over only the past few years from coast to coast of vandalism and desecration of these important monuments. In many cases, perpetrators got off either with a slap on their wrist or even scot-free. It was sad during the testimony of the Justice Committee that it would take into account youthful indiscretion or the lack of education as to the significance of our military history when considering cases of vandalism of this kind. I could not more vehemently disagree, Mr. Speaker. Think of the tens of thousands of Canadian youth who lay in war graves in Europe, North Africa, and Pacific and elsewhere. There's no youthful indiscretion there. Part of educating those who remain ignorant of the value of our war memorials and cenotaphs includes making it clear in our criminal law what the consequences are for dishonoring them. The severity of the penalty gives Canadians an indication as to how seriously we are as a society and we as parliamentarians view this associated crime. To suggest that vandalism against a war memorial or cenotaph is done on a lark or a whim and should be treated less harshly is frankly offensive to the memories of those we honor with our monuments. Mr. Speaker, members will know that we have just celebrated the 95th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Many consider this to be Canada's coming of age, as all four components of the Canadian Expeditionary Force fought together as a single unit for the first time. Great odds were overcome at a great cost of life, far out of proportion as our size as a nation. It is a key defining moment in our history as a nation. The Governor-General recently led a delegation of thousands of Canadian students to the monument in Vimy to commemorate this important milestone. As well as during 2012, we are celebrating the bicentennial of the War of 1812. Canadians can be justifiably proud of our role in that conflict, another pivotal moment in our history. Throughout this year, many will be paying tribute at our local cenotaphs and war memorials. In 2 years' time, we commemorate 100 years since the outbreak of World War I, which cost this country immeasurably. Mr. Speaker, all this is to say that Canada has a proud military history. Never have we sought a war, but we have always come to the defense of democracy and freedom when called upon to do so. And we have always recognized the bravery and sacrifice of the best among us through our memorials and cenotaphs and the ceremonies we hold there. I think most members know someone who has fought or served at some point in this great country, a father, a brother, a grandfather, an uncle, an aunt, a sister, or a mother, or a friend. We appreciate these men and women for their dedication and courage and the sacrifice they have shown for Canada. Their willingness to fight abroad for our freedom here at home is an inspiration. The memorials in our communities are dedicated to these people, and none of us wants to see them damaged or defiled. The increased penalties called for in C-217 will make potential vandals think twice before acting against a memorial which holds such significant meaning for this community. Mr. Speaker, Canadian Forces members continue to serve in Afghanistan, engaged in training the Afghan security forces. Just last summer, combat operations ceased and the bulk of our combat troops returned home to a grateful nation. Over the course of 10 years of combat operation, Canada's longest ever combat mission, we lost 157 brave men and women. As a result, I believe our cenotaphs and war memorials have taken on new significance and value, especially in those communities which lost one of their own. Protecting them from vandalism is more important now than ever. As members of Parliament, we serve our democracy in a very direct way. It was to protect that democracy and the freedoms that go with it that so many brave Canadians signed up and continue to enlist in the Canadian Forces. Too many of those Canadians did not make it home, and so we have places of honour and great respect in our communities to recognize their sacrifice. We would repay them poorly if we did not do absolutely all we can to discourage people from dishonouring those hallowed places. Those of us who enjoy the hard-won freedoms that are part of modern Canada owe it to those who have paid in blood and life to keep these honored spaces free from harm or dishonor. As citizens and residents of this great country, we have a duty to protect and preserve our memorials and cenotaphs in memory of those who have fallen. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all the members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for their work on C-217. They gave it thoughtful consideration, and while I did not agree with everything that was said, I nevertheless want to acknowledge their work. In particular, I want to thank both the Chairman, the Member of Oxford, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, the Member for Delta Richmond East, for their stewardship of C-217 through the committee process. Mr. Speaker, Canada's long and proud tradition of standing up for freedom and democracy and defending our values is one of the things that make us the greatest in the world. I believe the passage of C-217 is necessary to ensure that those who would damage our honored places think twice before they act. I would therefore urge all honourable members to support Bill C-217. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon because I understand why he's introduced the bill. This wasn't his first attempt to do so. I think that everyone in the House is outraged when we hear about cases like the one that occurred in Ottawa recently, the one in his riding. But one of the problems that was raised at the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that dealt with in the minimum sentence for mischief in other areas, but this will implement a minimum sentence for mischief for a monument. And I'd like the Honourable Member to say a few words about that distinction, if he could.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whatever we're doing now, which is the mischief section in the criminal code, isn't working. The crimes continue, the vandalism continues. And so I understand the position of the opposition, the official opposition and the Liberal opposition. I understand it. Their position has been quite clear. They do not like maximum minimum sentences, and that's it in a nutshell. And I simply say, and they want restorative justice and other things, and as I said in my comments, the C-217 does not preclude a judge making a decision that after they have been fined $1,000, they can have other things. They can have restorative justice. I just simply say that surely to goodness this offence is greater than minor mischief charges. These are very serious things.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize, as all Canadians do, the importance of war memorials and the monuments that have been erected. Great majority of Canadians every year take the time to show their love and appreciation of our forces, both of today and yesterday, and very much assign a great deal of value to these monuments. The concern, at least in part, that we would have is in regards to the whole issue of things such as restorative justice. I've had the opportunity to work with young people on the issue of restorative justice, and quite often the victim, him or herself, would prefer to see some sort of restorative justice than just a simple fine. A restorative justice can ultimately lead to a more positive outcome for the community. And I'm wondering if the member maybe could just reflect on the benefits and just if he would acknowledge that there is benefit in some cases to work towards restorative justice, because what it does is it does bring the community together in working with, ideally, the individual that has caused the damage, and there tends to be a great deal more remorse and respect from the individual that might have caused the vandalism in the first place. And why it is that we would want to rule out restorative justice, and at least that's what's implied within the current legislation that's being proposed. Could the member just reflect positively on the potential of restorative justice?
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, I'm pretty well going to repeat what I gave to my honourable friend from the official opposition. You know, this sort of vandalism, I'm told by veterans today, doesn't occur that much in Europe. And I don't know why that is. It may be that, you know, it could be any number of reasons. Lack of education. This bill, the purpose of this bill is to draw to the attention to the young people, to the people of all ages. You do not desecrate these sacred places. And that's what they are. They're sacred places to honor our veterans. And I can only say my friend who I respect, we are on the same committee together in other matters. I respect his position on things, but I have never suggested, nor has the bill ever suggested, that I do not believe in restorative justice, in apologies, in working with the legions. A court can rule that, but they're going to do it after the accused person, the person that's been charged and convicted, pays $1,000. And in other words, I'm raising the level. I'm taking this out of the usual offenses for mischief.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for allowing me to speak on this bill in this House on such an important issue. However, what I want to say from the start, Mr. Speaker, is that C-217 seems like many other bills that come from this government through the back door, that is, through a private member's bill, and it seems to be tied to the front page, something we see on the front page of the media. This kind of bill, when we talk about something that affects the criminal code, and when you're a good manager of the state and good lawyers and legislators, we don't talk for nothing. And when we modify things piecemeal, as we see being done with this by this conservative government, the danger is that we create, through the criminal code, a monster that will be quite difficult to manage because those who deal with criminal cases every day will have difficulty with them. When we did study in the Justice Committee, the critics at the time, my colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador, said it well. We don't have any problem with the substance. We all see the importance of war monuments. There is no problem with this. The difficulty is and was, because the amendments back then were not passed, but in 430 of the Criminal Code, we're talking about mischief, and it is going to go, C-17 is going to be part of the Criminal Code at Section 430, and it talks about everyone who commits mischief in relation to a property that is a building or structure, and that primarily serves as a monument to honor persons who were killed or died as a consequence of war, including a war memorial, cenotaph, and object associated with honoring or remembering persons that is located in or on the grounds of a building or structure. The cemetery is guilty of an indictable offense. Or an offense that is prosecuted by indictment to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years. An offense is punishable in summary conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 18 months. So we want to have the same maximum because there was something illogical about the maximum. And the government recognized this. And of course, starting from the fact that the bill as a whole, that is, it's a substance, which was the introduction of mandatory minimums. The official opposition cannot support that kind of amendment, given the fact that in the same section this doesn't exist for other things. So
during the hearings in committee from the various witnesses, we've never been able to hear in an intelligent and coherent manner why war monuments are more important than religious buildings or cultural spaces. So we have to ensure that we're consistent, because when cases go before the courts, we're not just writing these things to make people happy and go back to our regions and ask the Royal Canadian Legion, listen, you're going to be proud of me. I voted in favor of 2C17. I agreed to make it more serious. And there has to be consequences. As legislators, we are responsible. If the government doesn't understand its role as a legislator, well, then at some point, all of Canadian society will pay the price. Yes, there is a problem, but we have to be realistic. It's not something that happens every day, but there is a problem. Once is one time too many. And I would have been uncomfortable had I not received a letter from the president of the Royal Canadian Legion, who writes the following, Mr. Speaker, during our meetings in committee, and who says, on behalf of the Royal Canadian Legion, if there are people who are proud of their history, who are proud of what's being done on behalf of Canada throughout the world, be it our land forces, our air forces, our Navy. And I know how proud these people are because I've taken part in activities and young people are learning more and more about what has been done, what is happening. Our young people these days don't necessarily know. And in response to what my colleague was saying earlier, that is the member who introduced Bill C-217, why here and not in Europe? And in Europe, they're very proud. And I went to Europe. I went to Normandy, Mr. Speaker. It was one of the best trips of my life, and one of the most emotional trips I've ever taken part in, to see all of these stones, headstones of our soldiers. And people go there every day to visit these cemeteries. And we, of course, are proud and we go back. But is the response to this ignorance of history to wrap them on the knuckles with a $1,000 fine, or as the president of the Royal Canadian Legion says, that the sentence should be proportional to the crime? And this cannot be tolerated. The bill should contain provisions ensuring restorative justice, particularly a mandatory meeting between the delinquents and a group of veterans. The bill should encourage the offenders to assume their responsibility for their actions and to repair the damages they have caused by asking for forgiveness from veterans, or by having to fulfill some mandatory voluntary hours. They have to better understand the consequences of their actions. This is the vision of the Royal Canadian Legion, and I share that vision, Mr. Speaker. It's not for nothing that in the section on mischief there is no mandatory minimum, including for mischief against spaces that have an association with a religion or as a religious object. War monuments are part of this section on mischief, even if we have no objections to more specifically mentioning war monuments, but let us be consistent with the rest of the section, because the danger is, and the question was asked to the member of Dufferin-Caledon during his testimony before committee, is there not the fear, Mr. Speaker, of seeing the following happen? Because those who have done some law and who have gone before the courts, we know what is going to happen, and that is, in order to avoid the minimum, let's take the following example. A stupid person, because you have to be stupid to do these kinds of things, but somebody, of course, all of us have done stupid things in our youth. Getting wrapped on the knuckles ensures that the people understand that there's a proper framework, understand the seriousness of what they have done. Do we have to impose a mandatory minimum fine of $1,000? The best proof is that it's very difficult to find cases of recidivism by the same individuals. So we have to look at what has happened previously. We see that there has been some success. they have to learn about our history. The first time I took part in this debate, I had told a story, and I'd like to tell that story again for those who didn't hear it. In my former life, I was a radio host, and one of my best radio shows was the one where I fought with my programming director about following my trip to Europe. I came back and I said, on November 11th, I'm sorry, I'm having a special show on the radio. We're going to start with a full minute of silence, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you know, but a minute of silence on the radio costs a lot of money. And my director said, are you out of your mind? And I said, no, I think it's worth the time to remember what has happened in the past and to be able to give this history lesson to our listeners. And I can tell you that it was my best show, and it was a call-in show, and people called in to talk about what happened. And that's what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, not introduce something that will complicate Section 430 of the Criminal Code and create confusion for people, because they'll no longer know what is what in order to avoid the minimum fine of $1,000. It's a good initiative. It comes from a good intention. But once again, with this Conservative government, the conclusion is not right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on Bill C-217 and the issue of mischief in relation to war memorials and cenotaphs. As I have stated previously in this regard, there is a responsibility to take action against those who would dishonor our heritage, our history, our memorials. The devoir de mémoire, the duty of memory. And as I've said before, vandalism and desecration of monuments and memorials is intolerable. Such desecration dishonors us all. Indeed, like every member of this place, I am as shocked as I am pained to read accounts of vandalism and desecration of war memorials. Indeed, in my own riding of Mount Royal, we are home to such memorials, including the cenotaph in the municipality of Côte Saint-Luc, erected in memory of those who gave their lives in the First World War, the Second World War, and the Korean War, as well as the Mount Royal cenotaph in Peace Park, which honors the brave soldiers from the town of Mount Royal who made the ultimate sacrifice during the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, one shudders to think of these community treasures and memorials being vandalized. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we have been witness to troubling accounts of vandalism and desecration of war memorials and monuments across the country, as has been set forth before this House in discussion and debate. Indeed, in response to an incident on Canada Day in 2006, when an individual urinated on the National War Memorial here in Ottawa, Liberals, and in particular my colleague for Ottawa South, called upon the government to take action in this regard. As it happens, Mr. Speaker, we have before us today legislation that does seek to address the specific issue of mischief related to war memorials. But, Mr. Speaker, this is flawed legislation. Accordingly, I will now enumerate for my colleagues why. Though I am supportive of the bill in principle, I nonetheless feel it will not achieve that which must be accomplished. First, Mr. Speaker, the measure is duplicative of what is already in the criminal code, what is already in our criminal law. It is not as if without this legislation the mischief to war memorials is not criminalized. Indeed, such behaviour can be prosecuted now under the criminal code, as it has been in the past under the general principle of mischief. Moreover, can it also be punished under the subsection of mischief specific to the damage to cultural property provision. That's why we need to denounce and indeed prevent damage to war memorials, cenotaphs and the like. It is unclear that this legislation is adequate in terms of scope. For example, in the town of Hampstead in my own riding, in front of the Irving Aladesky Community Centre, there's both a cenotaph and a Holocaust memorial. Under the present legislation, only vandalism of the cenotaph would be punished, whereas vandalism of the Holocaust memorial would be addressed under the existing mischief provisions. While both could be punished under the provision for quote-unquote damage to cultural property, it is unclear why a war memorial and cenotaph, to the exclusion of another memorial, such as a Holocaust memorial, should receive the unique protection that is offered by Bill C-217. Rather than dwell on this particular point any longer, may I suggest to the government that may wish to revisit this area of the law to ensure consistency in the preservation and protection of these important reminders of our heritage and our history. Second, C-217 makes use of a mandatory minimum penalty. While I've enumerated various critiques of mandatory minimum penalties in this House on grounds of law and principle, policy, economics, prejudicial followed and the like, I don't wish to repeat myself at length on this point. Rather, I want to focus my concern in this regard on the use of a specific punitive mandatory minimum in this legislation, where such punishment may not be the appropriate and precise remedy necessitated by the vandalism that it seeks to counteract. As was discussed extensively in committee, much of the vandalism of war memorials is committed by youths, sometimes not even aware of the significance of the site. In that regard, and we've seen judges determine this in the past in relation to such mischief, it would be more appropriate to regard such youth vandalism, to require of them to complete community service projects with veterans groups, or to mandate that they volunteer with veterans. Simply put, rather than collecting a fine and leaving it at that, we should require individuals to learn about the sacrifices veterans have made for this country, to engage with the veterans, to hear their stories, to appreciate the sacrifice that was made. Regrettably, we discourage the use of such sentencing techniques by requiring a punitive mandatory minimum where judges may be less inclined to propose such acts in addition to a fine or prison term, and it may even be that a prosecutor would charge a lesser offence to avoid the mandatory minimum, as we've seen in the past as well, such that this, in the end, will undermine this law's attempt even at specific denunciation of this behaviour, let alone its prevention to begin with. Mr. Speaker, I find myself again in the position where I need to draw to the attention of my colleagues opposite that crime and justice cannot and do not only operate in the realms of punishment and incarceration. Indeed, in relation to alternative sentencing, we have the concept of restorative justice, of which we hear very little, if anything, from the governments, which would provide for remedies like the one suggested, read community service, and promote the idea that a person convicted for such an offence should make it right not simply with the state, but with those who were harmed and hurt by his or her conduct. As witnesses from veterans groups noted at committee, a heartfelt and sincere apology can go a long way. Another thing we ignore with the focus on punishment is indeed prevention, which brings me to my third and final point, that this bill does nothing with regard to prevention, and it will not serve as an effective deterrent. Mr. Speaker, the government could have introduced a fund for security at such sites. It could have announced a new initiative to fund events and ceremonies at such sites to encourage broader community awareness and understanding of their importance and place. Indeed, just as the government is now involved in promoting and publicizing the War of 1812, it could focus at this point on encouraging interaction and engagement with veterans, particularly as the surviving veteran population from World War II diminishes with each passing year. Mr. Speaker, I do not fault the member for Dufferin-Caledon in any way. Indeed, I appreciate his bringing forth this legislation. But I must take issue with the government's myopic focus simply on punishment and incarceration, ignoring that prevention and restorative justice must equally be considered, and in some cases would dictate the adoption of measures other than mandatory minimum penalties of fine, imprisonment, or both. In closing, while I do believe the bill has flaws, I am supportive in the principle given its foundational importance, that we remember those who sacrificed so much for us and our cherished way of life, and that we honour their memory appropriately. But we can have more effective legislation, Mr. Speaker. We could make it better. We can best honour their sacrifice. We can best honour the memory by so doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my great pleasure to stand today to speak in support of Bill C-217, an act to amend the criminal code relating to mischief relating to war memorials. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think this is important because many people, frankly, today don't recognize what's taking place across this country and don't recognize what our men and women in uniform have done as far as sacrifices in the past and how they should be respected currently. When the bill's sponsor, the member for Dufferin-Caledon, appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice, which was, of course, tasked to study the bill, he observed that the Criminal Code currently treats the desecration of war memorials in the same fashion as someone actually causing damage or desecrating mailboxes, for instance. He said that the national importance of war memorials warrants that they be governed by a separate offence in the Code, and he called them sacred spaces. I would agree with that analogy, Mr. Speaker. I think they are sacred spaces. They're our way of recognizing and remembering those men and women that have gone on before us and paid such an ultimate sacrifice to keep us safe and secure and to give us today what we have and enjoy as far as freedoms. We do have the greatest country in the world, Mr. Speaker, not only economically, of course, as has been identified by many people around the world, including having the best banking sector, but we also, I believe, have the best enforcement of the rule of law, the best individual freedoms of any person on the planet. And it's no small part as a result of what the men and women have done before us in World War I, World War II, and of course battles like Vimy Ridge, which has established us as a country and gave us pride in our armed forces. The member also went on to say that that under the Criminal Code, a person commits mischief who does certain things. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go through that specifically, but it's in relation to destroying or damaging property, somebody that renders the property dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did have an opportunity to listen to the previous speakers, and I have had an opportunity to litigate for some years. And I think that clearly, Mr. Speaker, one thing that is not recognized by some parties is the amount of people that actually do crimes and continuously do crimes of property damage and mischief, people that don't care, and frankly, those people that do this are very seldom caught. In some cases, there have been studies that indicate only 8% of crimes are ever solved, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest that this type of crime would be much less of a scenario of being able to solve because it's done anonymously and usually late at night and usually in a place that there is no clear witness or nobody that could actually identify these people. And often people consider it to be a victimless crime, so one that doesn't need to be studied. But to be clear, Bill C-217 not only proposes that Parliament recognize the special significance of war memorials by amending the Criminal Code to create a new offence to deal specifically with mischief directed at such property, but, Mr. Speaker, it has already identified for cultural property and property primarily reused for religious worship, such as churches and mosques and synagogues or temples. It also proposes this new offence be subject to mandatory minimum penalties. And I know some members of the Liberal Party and the NDP don't agree with that, Mr. Speaker, but I do think it's very important. I think it's important because many judges across this country do not impose consistent sentences, and I think we need to first of all, have a clear message to criminals that this will not be tolerated, but secondly, I think that judges across this country, whether it be in Prince Edward Island or Fort McMurray or Vancouver, they should impose the same sentences for each individual that does not only these types of offences but other offences such as drug dealing, such as violent crimes, Mr. Speaker. You will find that clearly people that understand the law, such as lawyers that spoke earlier, they will see that if you go to Vancouver, for instance, the courts there are much easier on drug dealers than they are, for instance, in Alberta. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, you can see that. It's no surprise. Lawyers know this, and that's why lawyers do shop around in different jurisdictions. But, Mr. Speaker, I think mandatory minimum sentences are very important. It's important for the judges to understand that legislators such as us are sending a clear message and to send that clear message on to those people that would commit crimes of this nature. I can understand why Canadians who would readily support the creation of such a specific offence, because who of us here today, Mr. Speaker, which Canadians have not been touched by somebody that served in Afghanistan or in World War II or World War I or Korean War? Mr. Speaker, which of us have not been touched by somebody, some relative who has not either lost their life or lost something of themselves in one of these conflicts? I think all of us would, and that's why I think, Mr. Speaker, Canadians clearly support a mandatory minimum sentence and a mandatory minimum sentence in this particular case. Now, we heard from the other member that he is supporting it, Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker, and he says it's not a perfect law. And I would agree, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect law, but certainly we need to move forward as legislators to find that balance between what could be perfect and what is necessary to have these people held to account. Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, if we were to leave the current law as it is, nothing would change. But clearly it's not working, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we need to do something, because it's failed to discourage people from committing these offences, and it's failed to convince people that they need to take attention of it in their own communities. And once you do that, Mr. Speaker, I think these monuments lose their importance to Canadians if they see that people can get away with things like that have taken place. And I want to bring about to the House today some of the examples of what's happened in the past that was brought forward in committee by Mr. John Egenberger, Vice President Research of the Canadian Peacekeepers Veterans Association. He brought some of these examples to light, and I want to bring them to the House today because I think they clearly indicate what is not acceptable and why we should be taking this step in preserving and making sure we send that message. In September 2006, the monument in Vimy Ridge Memorial Park in Winnipeg was tagged with silver spray paint. Now, I had a chance to go to France, Mr. Speaker, and to represent our country and to see the Vimy Ridge Memorial and to read the names of those young men and women that were there that served for Canada, and the amount of young people that died, Mr. Speaker. The average age, I can't even imagine if it was 21, but the people that died to establish our country and to protect our country and to protect many of the countries and people of Europe, we should honor those people. And spray painting of a memorial where people died representing and protecting our freedoms, I don't think is acceptable. In 2008, the Korean War Veterans Memorial in Ottawa was found smeared with human feces, Mr. Speaker. Now, how disgusting is that? The National Capital Commission, to its credit, cleaned it up in an hour, Mr. Speaker, but clearly that is not acceptable. And that person or persons that did that should be totally ashamed of themselves. It's disgusting. Also in 2008, a 14-year-old boy was caught spray painting the War Memorial on Vancouver Island. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any purpose in that of a constructive nature, and maybe that 14-year-old boy should receive some sort of punishment and some recognition of being a youth, but certainly he should be seen to make a change, a dramatic change in his lifestyle. To do something like that, it just shows absolute lack of respect. In June of 2008, a local Montreal Legion members were outraged to discover FLQ slogans painted on a nearby cenotaph in the southwest suburb of the city. Now again, Mr. Speaker, why would they do that to a monument where people are being recognized for their great sacrifice? Likely many of those people that served during those conflicts were indeed related to the individual that did this in some fashion, or at least he knew of them. In April 2009, a large X was painted over the names of the World War II veterans inscribed on the War Memorial next to the Town Hall in Lennoxville, Quebec, and a beer bottle was also smashed on the monument. Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of that? What do we solve by doing that as Canadians? I mean, clearly there is a lack of respect there, and that needs to change. In 2009, 4 teens were charged after the War Memorial in Welland, Ontario was vandalized with spray paint. In 2010, in Trail, British Columbia, a group of youths were caught on video defecating, Mr. Speaker, again defecating on the town's recently restored cenotaph. Now, what happened to those individuals, Mr. Speaker? Well, some of those offenders were identified. They faced no monetary sanctions for what they did, for their acts. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a cost to this, and it's not just a cost to Canadians, but it's a cost to the people that actually sacrifice their time to go over and to protect our rights, to protect the rule of law that we stand by and receive here in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, many people take that for granted. And I think clearly this is one way to establish that they need to take it seriously. And that's why the mandatory minimum sentence, Mr. Speaker, a $1,000 fine for a first offence, is absolutely necessary. And I think it's a small price to pay for what those people did for us, Mr. Speaker. It's a small price to pay for recognizing their great sacrifice. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, if they get to a second offence and a third offence, I would suggest that the book should be thrown at them, and more than 14 days and more than 30 days, which is proposed by the bill, should be sent to these individuals, because clearly they are not recognizing the great respect that we have to show the men and women in uniform today and the men and women in uniform that fought for us and gave us our freedoms. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great interest in rising and speaking in this debate on Bill C-217. Before getting into the details of it, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind people a bit of the history of our country, which unfortunately includes some very dark moments when our soldiers participated in armed conflicts. Our Canadian soldiers fought for our freedom and our democratic values. And so we have to recognize that these men and women fought for a cause that was so important to them. We need to transmit to future generations what this history represents and the sacrifices that these soldiers made to defend a noble cause. Most of those soldiers did return, but unfortunately others stayed on the battlefields. Those who were lucky enough to come back still included many who were marked for the rest of their lives by the atrocities that they experienced. The pain and sadness continues to affect many family members to this day. So for those who died on the battlefields, the only thing we can do to respect them is to pay homage to them and obviously to remember them. No eulogy, no medal would equal the service that they gave and the sacrifices they made. Despite the laudable efforts to keep them in our minds, human beings sometimes do have, unfortunately, a very short memory. So we need to ensure that through negligence, we don't create a generation of skeptical people who are unaware of the history of our country and of the sacrifices made by human beings. So therefore, it is our duty to preserve the memory of these soldiers and the values for which they fought, values of keeping the peace, of justice, and of freedom. We therefore must remember them and remember the devotion of those soldiers and of their families as well. War memorials, therefore, show us very clearly that we must honor the sacrifices of these people fallen on in combat. This is not militaristic propaganda, but indeed the idea of remembering the thousands of soldiers who died. War monuments and memorials also remind us that it's sometimes difficult for us to learn from our mistakes. The member for Dufferin-Caledon tabled this bill, C-217, amending the criminal code, mischief relating to war memorials. This bill, therefore, seems to come from the fact that over the last few years there have been 7 acts of vandalism involving several war memorials, and so the government wants to react to these awful events. We don't believe, however, that sending young people to prison would be good for our society or for the respect of our veterans. The bill should, in my opinion, have concentrated its efforts on education and awareness, which I believe would prevent these kinds of acts of violence and vandalism better against our war memorials. The whole concept of restorative justice also has completely been ignored, and I believe that that is another mistake. What should be important is to take action that will allow us to work on the awareness of these youths in terms of respecting our veterans. Veterans Canada says only 35% of the population has already participated in remembrance ceremonies. Therefore, we have to take the necessary effort and ensure that the Canadians recognize this. The NDP believes that efforts have to be made to ensure that we don't forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice, but also to make sure the population is aware of the respect that we must have for these war memorials. They should also recognize the efforts made by volunteers and community members to ensure that the service and sacrifice of all Canadians be honored and preserved for the benefit of future generations. So Bill C-217 is intended to amend Section 430 of the Criminal Code, which deals with mischief and involves mandatory first fine of $1,000 for a second offense to imprisonment of no less than 14 days, and for each subsequent offense to imprisonment not less than 30 days if it's relating to any war memorial or similar structure. The Conservatives have lately added all kinds of minimum sentences, and this will have an impact on the budget of correctional services, and it will considerably increase the cost of imprisonment, and I repeat that this will have no deterrent effect, even though the government often would have us believe that. So The spirit of the law is very good, and we don't object to having a subsection, rather, on mischief affecting war memorials. However, there are two problems posed by this bill. First, Section 430 of the Criminal Code already deals with mischief, such as destruction and degradation of other people's goods in general, and there is enough latitude within it to deal adequately with a sentence. Second, we are against mandatory minimums, such as I have said earlier, and the judge needs the necessary latitude in order to determine an adequate sentence. This is completely ignored with mandatory minimums. This is not the right approach. Mandatory minimum sentences, contrarily to what the Conservatives think, is not the magic solution, the magic bullet for all the problems of our society. And so I repeat, there is no deterrent effect to this for someone who is on the verge of committing such a crime. So I want to put the emphasis on this. I'm convinced that prevention and awareness will prevent these kinds of events from happening again. We'll take the example of someone who was accused of having urinated on a monument some years ago. The offender's sentence was to apologize, to meet with members of the Canadian Legion, and do community service in order to increase awareness of the importance of these memorials. So it's important to mention that the Canadian Legion was the one to suggest this sentence. And therefore, I think that the principle of restorative justice was put into effect there. It was beneficial and worked very well.
You know, it's also important to point out that the Canadian Legion is the one that proposed the sentence. The government should therefore then implement what the Legion has requested, that this bill should include restorative justice, such as meetings, awareness with veterans and the delinquents. The Legion has also stated that the sentence should reflect the crime and that the judge must have discretion in handing down a sentence. Some individual police officers have said as well that restorative justice should be used in the event of vandalism of a monument. Members of the Justice Committee attempted to move amendments to eliminate the sections dealing with minimum sentences. They also included a clause that would give discretion to the judge to allow the judge to hand down the sentence he or she deems appropriate. And the NDP members of the committee also proposed an amendment which would introduce a clause on restorative justice, but the Conservatives simply ruled them out. Now, the Conservatives have recently cut services to veterans, a lot of jobs at research centers for services in mental health, like the section which focuses on epidemiology, which was in charge of analyzing mental health issues such as depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and suicide. Veterans Affairs budget will be reduced by $36 million by 2014-15. So how can the Minister of Defense say that the health of troops is a priority while at the same time cutting services for mental health? Is that the way the Conservatives think that they're going to be protecting the memory of our veterans? We need to pay tribute to those who have fought by providing the support and assistance they need. We need to remember those people who fell on the battlefield through monuments that are built across Canada. A lot remains to be done by the Conservative government. They have proven they need to prove, in fact, that the health and memory of our veterans is important to them. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with an excerpt from the poem by John McCrae in Flanders Fields, and I would like to quote a part of it for you. We are the dead. Short days ago, We lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep though poppies grow in Flanders fields. It's up to us to preserve their memory, what they've done to guarantee our freedom for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période prévue.
The time now set aside for private members' business has expired, and the bill is moved to the bottom of the order of precedence. Orders of the day. Government orders. Motion 12.
Bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Continuation and Resumption of Rail Service Operations.
Ms. Raitt for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Labour entitled An Act to Provide for the Continuation and Resumption of Rail Service Operations shall be disposed of as follows. A. The said bill may be read twice or thrice in one sitting. B. Not more than 2 hours shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill following the adoption of this order. C. When the bill has been read a second time, it shall be referred to the Committee of the Whole. D. Any division requested in the committee shall be deferred until the end of the committee's consideration of the bill. E. Not more than 1 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the Committee of the Whole stage of the said bill. F. Not more than 1/2 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, provided that no member shall speak for more than 10 minutes at a time during the said stage, and that no period for questions and comments be permitted following each member's speech. G. At the expiry of the times provided for in this order, any proceedings before the House or the Committee of the Whole shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage, then under consideration, of the said bill shall be put and disposed of forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and no division shall be deferred. H. When the Speaker has, for the purposes of this order, interrupted any proceedings for the purpose of putting forthwith the question of any business then before the House, the bells to call in the members shall ring for not more than 30 minutes. I. Commencing when the said bill is read a first time and concluding when the said bill is read a third time, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion proposed by a Minister of the Crown. J. No motion to adjourn the debate at any stage of said bill may be proposed except by a Minister of the Crown. And K. During the consideration of the said bill in the Committee of the Whole, no motion that the committee rise or that the committee report progress may be proposed except by a Minister of the Crown. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity today to explain to the House why we should expedite the passage of an act to provide for the continuation and resumption of rail service operations. As each of us are well aware now, work stoppages in any key industry, including rail transportation, can have serious consequences for the economy. And for some time now, we have been navigating through challenging times. But our government has taken swift action to protect Canadians from the worst effects of the economic downturn. And it's clear as well that this House has an important role to play when we're faced with a situation that could negatively impact our recovering economy and indeed the well-being of our citizens. Canadians have given our government a strong mandate to protect our national interest in a period of global economic uncertainty. And we're fortunate in this country to have some of the best working conditions in the world. To a very high degree, our federal workplaces are safe, our employment practices are fair, and employees' rights are protected by the Canada Labour Code. And among other rights, the Code does ensure that workers have the right to collectively bargain. It gives the parties many opportunities to reach a settlement with or without the support of the federal government. And the Canada Labour Code also recognizes the right of employees to strike or employers to lock out if their negotiations fail. But now, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a situation where traffic controllers and running trades employees at CP Rail are on strike. And even while we sit here today discussing legislation, it is our sincere hope that the parties will find a way to settle their differences and come to a collective agreement, because this is the best solution to any labor dispute. And it's particularly important given CP Rail's role in our economic security. We're proposing legislation today to protect our recovering economy and resume rail services. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that all honourable members realize just what CP Rail means to Canada's economy. According to Transport Canada, CP Rail moves almost $50 billion worth of freight each and every year. But before we get into talking about the economic impact, I would like to sum up the dispute that's before us today. Now, this is going to be a broad overview because the parties have been hard at work negotiating for many months. But I want to reassure the House that the Labour program and myself as Minister have been involved throughout this process. The parties to this dispute are the Canadian Pacific Railway and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, or TCRC. The Teamsters independently represent 4,200 running trades employees and about 220 rail traffic controllers. Now, running trades employees includes the employees such as locomotive engineers, conductors, baggagemen, brakemen, car retarder operators, yardmen, switch tenders, yardmasters, assistant yardmasters, and locomotive firemen. And the men and women who fill these roles keep one of our country's most important rail systems working, and they do a good job. The railway is 22,000 kilometers in a network that links this country together. And not only does it extend, it links us with other major industrial centers like Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York City in the United States, and further into Mexico. The railway is truly the backbone of our economy as a trading nation and of our country. CP Rail transports the grain, coal, potash, and consumer and automotive products that keep our country functioning. Now, the negotiations between CP Rail and the TCRC, or the Teamsters, began in October and November of 2011. And on February 17, 2012, I received notices of dispute from the employer regarding both units. 2 weeks later, in accordance with the Canada Labour Code, on March 2nd, the Labour program appointed 2 conciliation officers to help the parties work through the collective bargaining process. As per the Labour Code as well, the parties were released from conciliation on May 1, 2012, and as such received the right to strike or to lockout on May 23, 2012. And as of 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday, May 23rd, the work stoppage began. Now, our hope is that the groups will still be able to resolve their differences as they did in their 2006 round of collective bargaining with the help and assistance of a mediation officer. As you know, CP Rail is a privately owned company, and the responsibility to bargain and reach new agreements ultimately rests with the parties. But unfortunately, so far the parties have been unable to resolve their differences, even with the help from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. Mr. Speaker, I continue to encourage the parties to end this work stoppage. I encourage them to negotiate deals on their own and restore the public confidence, and as well restore the confidence for the Canadian workers and businesses who rely upon commercial rail services. As for my part, on May 16th, I met with representatives from CP Rail and the Teamsters to offer them an extended mediation process to help them reach agreements, or at least move forward on some of the remaining issues from the bargaining table that included pensions and wages, benefits, and working conditions. Regrettably, this additional assistance was not accepted by the union. But again, on May 22nd, I met with the parties late into the evening prior to the work stoppage to encourage them and to assist them to move forward in their negotiations. In fact, it was during these meetings on the 22nd that the two parties finally agreed to maintain commuter rail services in the Greater Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal regions. This concession was extremely important, Mr. Speaker, and something that I pushed for from the parties from May 16th in order to lessen the effects of a work stoppage on commuters who use the CP rail line to get to and from work on a daily basis, and that, Mr. Speaker, is approximately 65,000 commuters each day. So I was very pleased that the parties agreed to maintain this commuting service during the period of the strike. But despite this one agreement, the parties were unable to reach an overall collective agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, let me turn and say a few words about how the work stoppage at Canadian Pacific is affecting and will continue to affect the economy. An October 2009 report by the University of Toronto's Rotman School of Management estimated that 4 Canadian key bulk shipping industries, oilseed and grain farming, coal, wood products manufacturing, and pulp and paper, contributed over $81 billion per year to the Canadian GDP and accounted for nearly 1 million jobs. 1 million jobs. Let's think about how many jobs that is for a minute, Mr. Speaker. The highly skilled people who are employed by Canadian bulk shipping industries, these million people, depend upon CP to help move their product. Without trained and certified conductors, without engineers, and without rail traffic controllers, CP rail services have completely shut down. And that's resulted both in temporary work losses within the Canadian bulk shipping industry, as well as within CP rail. Now, Mr. Speaker, it has been pointed out that there are other rail carriers that have the ability to pick up the slack. And indeed, CN, which is the only other Canadian Class 1 freight railway, Canadian National, has been attempting to help, but it's too much. Via Rail, on the other hand, is a passenger railway that doesn't have the ability to transport commercial freight. Now, some of Via Rail trains do run over tracks that are owned at CP Rail, and as such, without rail traffic controllers, no trains are able to run on these tracks. So we are seeing delays with respect to Via service right now. But in terms of the freight, what does this cost the Canadian economy? Well, according to Transport Canada, in 2010, CP Rail handled the shipping of 74% of this country's potash. It handled 57% of this country's wheat, 53% of coal, and 39% of containers within Canada. And to put that in monetary terms, Mr. Speaker, that's $5 billion worth of potash, $11.1 billion worth of grain, and $5.25 billion worth of coal annually. Looking at those 4 bulk sectors alone, Mr. Speaker, a complete shutdown of this railway over a prolonged period of time affecting these industries could have an impact on the economy of $545 million per week. That's $500 million. If this work stoppage is prolonged as well, the loss of productivity and the loss of revenue could translate into permanent job losses. And with no trains running, the implications of this work stoppage are widespread. Not only do we have to consider the bulk carrier aspect of rail, in addition to halting the movement of potash, wheat, and coal, the work stoppage is also impacting the auto industry. Because auto parts are the 3rd largest container import good that enters Canada through the Port of Metro Vancouver. And this work stoppage is preventing these parts from being shipped to manufacturers in Ontario. And without the parts that they need, assembly lines will slow down or they will stop. And that will result in lost production and, depending upon the duration of the stoppage, possible layoffs. And in terms of exports, Mr. Speaker, CP Rail is a vital link in moving freight to and from Canada's West Coast ports. And we know that Canada's West Coast ports are integral to the Asia-Pacific gateway. The work stoppage is preventing our ability to keep products moving in and out of Canada, and that undermines Canada's reputation as a reliable place to do business. And it, quite frankly, is a setback from which it could take years to recover lost business and lost investments. It is very clear that the Government of Canada must act now to resume rail services at CP Rail, as the prospect of ratified agreements in the short term seems highly unlikely. And although our economy is recovering, it is still fragile, and we have to ask ourselves the question of whether or not, for the nation's good, can we afford this work stoppage at CP Rail to continue. Hundreds of businesses are affected, and these are businesses that already took a hit during the recession. We also need to think about all the people who depend on the railway for their livelihoods, And let's just start with CP Rail's tens of thousands of employees across this country. How about the impact of this work stoppage on our international reputation as an efficient and a reliable business partner? We're only one link in a long supply chain. What happens here affects inbound and outbound traffic, as well as our ability to grow other North American businesses. And we all know what they say about chains, Mr. Speaker. They're only as strong as their weakest link. And we cannot afford to be that weak link. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that without this network, the economy suffers. We need it to keep businesses, both large and small, operating. Our customers around the world will not make allowances for our difficulties. And indeed, our competitors in the international marketplace, they won't graciously refrain from competing while we solve a labor problem. Mr. Speaker, the issue causes a ripple far beyond the bargaining table, and they need to be addressed in a larger forum. They need to be addressed by Parliament. So the time for us to act is now. Every step set out in the Canada Labour Code was taken. Every resource and support was offered to the parties to help them reach an acceptable compromise. And simply put, Mr. Speaker, the strike can't go on. We do need to get the trains running again. Canadians want responsible leadership from their parliamentary representatives. So the sooner this bill is passed, the sooner Canadians, businesses, and investors will be reassured. So I'm going to call upon my fellow members today to support this bill, to support its expedited passage, and allow our economy to recover and to keep Canadians working. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Je me lève.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the chamber to ask a very important question of the Minister of Labour on this extremely important issue. It affects not only 5,000 workers, including 5,000 families in this country, but it also sends out a signal to all workers in the Canadian Federation. And it's not the first time that the Conservative government has entered on a file and brought pressure to bear. That's deplorable. I'd like the Minister to explain to us why her government, why the Conservative government is once again attacking the fundamental rights of workers in this country. Why is the government preventing them from bringing pressure to bear as they are entitled to? Why is the government interfering in these areas when everyone says allow the negotiations to unfold, to come up with a solution? Why is the government systematically attacking workers in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the government does indeed support free collective bargaining. A negotiated settlement is always better for the parties because they can be masters of their own domain. They can determine what their destiny is going to be. And indeed, in the federal service, in the federal legislation area, 94% of collective bargaining does indeed conclude with a collective agreement as negotiated by the parties. But when the parties become entrenched and you give extraordinary means of help at the table and it still doesn't allow the parties to find themselves to a negotiated settlement, it doesn't mean that the government will necessarily intervene. Indeed, the government intervenes in a very clear case. It intervenes when the work stoppage affects the national economy or has a greater Canadian public interest. And as I've outlined today in the opening remarks, we have clearly shown that there's no question that a prolonged work stoppage at CP Rail has a great and significant effect on our economy and therefore on the Canadian public interest. And that's why we, as a government, must intervene to protect the interests of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I say to Madam Minister that actions speak far louder than words. This government, in particular this minister, this Prime Minister, might say that they believe in the free collective bargaining system, but their actions are quite the opposite. Whether it was shafting of Canada Post workers, whether it was the shafting of Air Canada workers, and today we are seeing the shafting of the CP workers, Mr. Speaker. And I say shame on the government for not believing in the importance of free collective bargaining. The union and the management group are very much aware of this government's and this minister's mentality when it comes to the whole issue of free bargaining process, Mr. Speaker, and that is just hold off, because they know that this government will bring it in as soon and as early as possible. And my question to the Minister of Labour, even though she does not represent Labour, I walked with union workers over the last weekend at the CP Rail, and I can tell you that this minister is no representative, and she is perceived as being biased towards corporations, not workers. Take away the fact that she's a minister representing Labour. My question to the minister is, why does she and her government not believe in the important role that free collective bargaining really is supposed to be all about?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member would be well advised to perhaps study history. And if he were to take the time to actually understand what he was talking about today, instead of making accusations about who I may or may not work for. I work for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's the important part, and that's why we're acting on behalf of all Canadians. But shame on the member for not remembering that it was the party that he represents, who was in government in 1995, that brought in back-to-work legislation 3 times, 2 times in the case of the West Coast ports, and indeed 1 time in the case of Canadian Pacific Rail. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if he had that chat with the workers on the line as well, too, and whether or not he understood specifically that in doing so, his government at the time was extremely clear and extremely on the same page as we are, that it's very important to protect the national economy and act in the Canadian public interest instead of using their pro-union ideals and standing up only for a very limited portion of the country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
The Energy and Resources Minister of Saskatchewan, now Minister of the Economy, had some grave concerns about the fact that 3 potash companies in Saskatchewan need to move their potash. They're in a peak season and are concerned about that. And also the grain and oilseed business, they require the movement of those to provide cash flow for the prairie farmers. And he's quite concerned about the impact that this might have on the economy. Could the minister perhaps comment on the impact any prolonged work stoppage may mean to those particular industries and others as well?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it's very easy to see the affected industries with respect to CP Rail, and as such, our government, through myself and through other ministers, reached out to suppliers and shippers early on in the process when we realized that at the table negotiations weren't going well, and we asked what the economic effect would be and what we should watch for, whether or not there would be difficulties associated with a prolonged strike, and we asked them to keep us posted. So we have very current and very accurate information with respect to potash, and what I can tell the honourable member is that it's absolutely devastating on the industry itself to not be able to ship its product to the coast where it's shipped out from there to their export customers around the world, that it's a highly competitive industry, and they want to keep their customers, and their customers are not going to wait for a rail strike to go on for many, many days when there's no prospect at the table for negotiated settlement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Canadian industry is important. So where was this minister when the jobs were going away from Mabe? Where was this minister when the jobs were going away from electromotive diesel? She speaks that the government will intervene whenever there's an effect to the economy in Canadian industry, and yet we see on one hand she acts when it comes to stopping a strike, stopping workers, protecting their rights, but she doesn't stop a company from moving all the jobs offshore elsewhere. Her government doesn't intervene. So why the difference between protecting CP in this instance by imposing back-to-work legislation, but not protecting the jobs of people at electromotive diesel, at Mabe, at other places, at Avios, for instance, the overhaul workers that are all of a sudden out of his job? Why the flip-flop of position?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I gave in the opening comments, The purpose of bringing forward this kind of legislation is to get the railway working again. And in large part, it's not just because of what's happening at one isolated company like CP Rail, but rather the spin-off, the ripple effect that goes out, and it's companies, like the member points out, that could be affected by such a rail shortage. So I guess my response would be, Mr. Speaker, that what he's indicating is exactly what we are doing. We're acting now to prevent other third-party innocent companies from experiencing layoffs, from experiencing business interruptions to such a devastating point that they're going to be forced with decisions with respect to productivity, with respect to shifts, with respect to layoffs. And indeed, what we're doing is we're acting proactively. We're making sure that we're dealing with the matter now and that we're going to be protecting all those other companies on the outside of this one very narrow negotiating table.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, short question, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're currently here debating the procedural motion which allows the quickest possible passage of Restoring Rail Services Act. And clearly there are some members in the House today that would argue that we should allow the strike to drag on longer and allow for further bargaining between the two parties. But could the Minister of Labour please explain the necessity to expedite the passage of this bill for the benefit of all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Labour, short answer, please.
Very shortly, Mr. Speaker, in 1995, CP Rail, CN and VIA as well, were in the midst of a strike and a work stoppage that lasted 7 to 9 days. And at the time, most economists agreed that during that strike of 7 to 9 days, serious damage to the economy could be had, and indeed it was in the billion-dollar range. And that's why we know, Mr. Speaker, from past precedent, we know that this is the effect of a rail strike on the Canadian economy, and that's why we're acting now.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise in this House to defend the rights of Canadian and Quebec families, the fundamental rights of workers, and we have a repeat offender government in its attacks against the rights of association, the right to collective bargaining, and this affects 5,000 people, 5,000 workers and their families who are being attacked by this government, which is unable to prevent itself from pushing its way into things it should not do. It's in the wrong place at the wrong time, and this has consequences on the lives of individuals, working conditions, living conditions, and the workers of this country, Mr. Speaker, and this is unacceptable to the NDP as the official opposition. I simply want to talk about a paradox that would be funny had it not so many serious consequences for these workers, but also for the future of labour in this country. And this paradox is the ideology of the Conservative government, which believes that the market decides everything, that the state should not intervene, that the government should be minimal, that we should not redistribute wealth, we shouldn't have social programs. So it's economic laissez-aller attitude. The less we do, the better society will be. But, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the rights of workers, this ideology no longer holds water. They intervene immediately, too quickly, in fact, and it's strange because they're always like the Tower of Pisa. They're always leaning to the wrong side. They lean on the side of the shareholders, never on the side of the workers and their families and their interests. And I think I'd like to demonstrate this. But the Minister of Labour has started the exercise today by demonstrating her real colours, her true colours, the colours of a Conservative government that doesn't care about the working conditions of individuals, their right to association, their right to use pressure to negotiate a collective agreement without the federal government, Big Brother, which comes in to say, no, you're going to go back into line, you're going to go back to work, and you can no longer express your opinion. You don't have the right to collectively bargain. And we'll come back to this, Mr. Speaker. This bill that we have not yet seen, and we have questions as to what exactly will be, and it is of grave concern for more than one reason. It's of concern because repeatedly this government has repeatedly attacked the right to association of workers. It's not the first time, and this comes to break up the framework of negotiations that had been existed in Canada for a long time, and the power struggle between the parties, because negotiation, you have an employer and a labor association where each one is able to exert pressure over the other. The employer has the right to lock out. The workers have the right to association, a collective agreement, and the right to exercise pressure tactics, including the right to strike. But it is our impression that with this government, the right to strike is being eliminated, because as soon as it bothers somebody, they stop it, get back into line, be quiet, and you don't have any choice in this. The right to negotiation is the right to exercise pressure tactics. And here the government, what it has done, among other things it did last week when the Minister of Labour came out in the media and in public to say, well, friends, it hasn't been 24 hours that you've been on strike, but let me tell you right away that if there is no agreement, there will be a special back-to-work legislation. And by so doing, what did the minister do? The minister came and indicated to the company, this private company, the employer, that he had no more reason to negotiate in good faith because the threat, the legal and constitutional threat being exercised by the workers has disappeared. They no longer have any power. The employer has no more incentive to find a negotiated solution that would be reasonable for both parties. So what this government is doing is not only attacking these 5,000 families, it's also attacking the right to strike, the right to exercise pressure tactics, and breaks the historic balance that exists between the employer and the employees, the union, in labor relations. It's not the first time they've done this, but it's funny. It's not to save jobs. Not so long ago, the responses given by the Minister of Transport with regard to 2,400 jobs at Avios. What was the answer from the Conservative government? Well, we can't get involved. It's a private company. CP is a private company too, is it not? How is it that the Conservative government is unable to take action when it comes to saving jobs, 1,800 jobs in the Montreal region alone, but it does so immediately when we're talking a very profitable company that wants to attack retirement and pension plans and working conditions? Then they rush in, they impose on the parties their will. Because what happened last Wednesday is that the minister said to the employer, to the company, you don't need to negotiate anymore, because in any case, I'm going to shut this up and everybody's going to have to go back to work. And the minister has done this before. We saw it with Canada Post. We saw it with Air Canada, twice, in fact, with Air Canada. And here today, we're attacking the rights of the workers at Canadian Pacific. So in little more than a year, Mr. Speaker, on 4 different occasions, the Conservative government came and got involved in collective bargaining, gave the advantage to the employer, attacked the rights of workers on imposing on them what should be done, shoving it down their throats, making them accept concessions on their working conditions and therefore on their lives. To us, this is unacceptable. We're very concerned. In the NDP, we're concerned, and the workers and their families in this country are also concerned, because who's going to be next? The postwomen paid the price. They had a battle in the House to defend their rights, and people remember, I think the Canada Post workers are still congratulating us for the position we took as the official opposition, but the rights of the workers were undermined. The pilots at Air Canada, as well as other Air Canada workers, such as the machinists, And now we're talking about the 5,000 Canadian Pacific employees who will pay the price in the NDP. We find this is unacceptable, and we wonder who will be next. Which group of workers will suffer once again from the unnecessary, irresponsible, unjustified intervention by this government that cannot prevent itself each time it has an opportunity to do so, pushing workers back and hurting the economy. And I'd like to come back to that point too. There's not a lot of figures in this case, but there are some that are very important. 570. 570 is the number of millions of dollars in profits that Canadian Pacific had in 2011. It's not a company that's experiencing difficulties, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you I am from the labor movement, and I had the opportunity to represent the workers in Quebec for years. And when a company has real difficulties, the unions and workers' associations are able to sit down and find solutions. Negotiated concessions are a possibility. I've seen it happen when there's difficulties. We're careful. We tighten our belts. We can do things. Workers are living on the same planet we are. They're not crazy either. But Canadian Pacific, $570 million in profits in a year. And we have a government. What's it done? It has given the advantage to shareholders to take out of the pockets of the workers in order to pay the shareholders. This is shameful and unacceptable. And it's unfair for this government to interfere and to attack the rights of workers as it's doing today, and it will do again. So $570 million, it's not a company that's suffering. They're able, if we had let the parties negotiate freely, they would have been able to find a solution. We were optimistic initially, but as soon as the government stuck its big toe into these negotiations and started to send the message to the employer that it no longer needed to do anything, just sit back and wait for the special legislation. And this is really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Another figure, $142 million. This is the last quarter. $142 million in profits in the last quarter for CP, Canadian Pacific. This is a company that's doing well. It's extremely profitable. The shareholders in the last 4 quarters, the shareholders have gotten the highest dividends in the history of Canadian Pacific. It's historical. In the last 30 years, they have never had dividends as high as in the last 4 quarters. This gives a signal. This sends a signal. And you know, Mr. Speaker, even if a company is doing well, you're entitled to attack the rights of the workers, and the government not only will let you do it, it will encourage you to do it. And that's what it's doing today. So this gives you a bit of context as to what the real situation is for this company, this big company called Canadian Pacific. We're told the pension plan is in difficulty. All pension plans are in difficulty. I'll come back to that. But this was negotiated by the Teamsters with Canadian Pacific last year and was capitalized at 95%. It's extremely high.
So things are going perfectly well there. Yes, the company has made good benefits, or their workers expect that CP is going to put 2 times as much into the pension plan as what happens on CN. So at the end, yes, they have benefits from that, but that's all for the better. A pension is a deferred salary. What else could it be? People put their money into the plan to ensure that they have something to live on in their golden days. So CP has asked for huge concessions, Mr. Speaker. And a union was ready to compromise. There was an openness on their part. We discussed and met with them. They knew that they were facing a challenge, but this is a challenge that they had with a company that is extremely profitable. We mustn't forget that. The Minister of Labour has one single argument, saying, "Oh, it has an impact on the economy." That's their only argument. I have heard nothing else come from the mouth of the minister, that it has an impact on the economy. So the first thing I'll say about that is that if you bring pressure to bear and there's no impact, that isn't particularly useful. When she said that the special legislation was in the pipes, it wasn't 24 hours after the start of the strike. So that is really pulling the rug out from under the feet of the workers and abusing of their rights once again. Because if it has an impact on the economy, it's because there's some kind of rapport between what the strengths are on either side. That's what it means. When there's a lockout, that also has an impact on workers. And when workers bring pressure to bear, of course, that's going to have an impact. If it didn't have an impact on anyone, that wouldn't be called a pressure tactic. So that is how our system is built. So I'll take the argument that the minister has made that it's going to have an impact on the economy, but decreasing the pension plans of CP workers by up to 40%, that has an impact on the economy. That has an impact. It has the impact of driving down their wages, and it puts a downward pressure on their pension plans. That's dangerous because we need people, our seniors of the future, who are going to have good pension plans so they can continue to spend in their communities. If they have no income, if they only have the OAS, which they can only get at 67, what will the impact of that be on our towns and villages and communities? People will be poorer than they were in the past, not able to spend as much at corner stores and restaurants, be tourists and travel. You know, a business that makes 570 million in profits in a year, and at the same time is asking their workers to accept a 40% decrease in wage, is absurd. You can understand that those workers are saying, no, I paid into this plan. You're not going to decrease the benefits you're paying out of it. And on top of all of this, the 2,000 non-unionized workers are paying into that same pension plan, but they get more benefits out of it, more so than the unionized workers. So that means one thing. We are truly attacking the capacity, the ability of people to be able to spend and have an adequate retirement. This is a really important issue, not just for workers of Canadian Pacific, but for the entire population. And in passing, I want to congratulate the FTQ and the Canadian Congress of Canada. They have encouraged the Government of Canada to invest in pension plans because that is the best place where the government can put some money to have our seniors who can live a decent life. So the solution is simple, but not too expensive, is to invest into the GIS and also invest in the public pension plan. That means in the Quebec pension plan or the Canada pension plan. These are tools that exist, but the Conservative government is not paying any attention to that, and they prefer to let companies do whatever they wish to do, which is to really cut back severely on the benefits that Canadian Pacific workers might have. For us, it's unacceptable. It's going to have an impact on the economy, on the lives of Canadian families, of our retirees. When we have a pension plan that people have put a lot of money into, they should be able to draw benefits from it. And so the legislation is encouraging the employers to not take that direction. It's not good for families or for communities. I'll give you a few examples. I've prepared some notes. Here are some examples of the effects that CP is demanding would have on Canadian families. Because attacks on unionized workers is basically an attack on the middle class of this country. Because before people got together to defend their positions collectively, we had exploitative companies that were worse than even what we're seeing today. So we feel that this is an attack on unions and on the middle class. So, but once again, the Conservative government is pursuing this ideology. Once again, an example. A 50-year-old employee, 35 years of service, would lose $9,000 annually per year, every year until the end of his life. Almost $10,000, in fact, that this person would lose with the proposed changes. Those proposed by the employer and encouraged by the Conservative government. A locomotive engineer with 35 years of service, or 30 years, who has 5 years left, we see his pension reduced by over $9,000 if they're successful in this Quest CP. So people preparing for retirement have no alternative to replace this lost money, that the money that CP is proposing to take away from him. They're paying higher dues or amounts into their pension plans than any other rail company in Canada. So CP is requiring already a lot of their employees. This is shameful. This is no way to treat people. It's taking money out of their pockets and out of their families' pockets to ensure that a company that is already profitable will be even more profitable. They're not happy with $570 million per year. They want more. They want $600. They want to cut into the pensions of these people. This has an impact on the real economic life of this country as well, but they're blind to that, the Conservatives. Another example. An employee, 40 years old, with 20 years of service with CP, would pay more than lose more than $2,700 annually. That's terrible. A locomotive engineer, or conductor rather, would see his pension go down by more than $10,000 per year. So this worker will have invested all of his life. He doesn't have any other retirement plan. He's counted on that. He spent his career there. But this worker, you'll recall, paid higher dues or amounts into the pension plan rather. And once again, they're going to have this very significant loss. All these same men and women who have worked so hard on this service, we in the NDP think that they deserve a better retirement and more respect than that. I'll take another little sip if I may. An employee, 30 years old, another example, who has 10 years of service for CP, well, it'll be more than $30,000 a year that person will see lost when he retires. Again, a conductor, 30 years old, 6 years of service, has many years left to work, will lose $30,000 per year. He will have invested his entire career into this fund with no alternatives, no options, and now the Conservative government was going to make that young worker pay the price, who will see his standard of living affected by the special bill that the Minister of Labour is going to table here shortly in the House. And it's too bad. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to ask her the question earlier to see if she would have had the courage to table it today so that we can see exactly what the details are. Or if she feels that it's better to wait another day, because in any case, the motion is clear. It's only going to allow us to have 3.5 hours of debate on it in this House. 3.5 hours to talk about a special bill that is so important and significant, and it has consequences that are major for the lives of 5,000 people in this country. Pension plans are really an issue. What they are basically is a redistribution of wealth in this society. But unfortunately, we have a government in this country that does nothing to improve pension plans or protect them. I'll give you or tell you another story. It's personal, not personal to me, but to my family. My grandfather, I believe I'm allowed to give his name, Eugène, worked for 44 years in a big company at Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. He worked in the foundry, and when he retired, the company left, and they took the entire pension fund with him. So he found himself left with nothing. There were years of court challenges, and he finally died. And when the workers finally won, he was already dead. He never was able to put a hand on any of that money. So why is the government doing the same thing and attacking pension funds of people in this country? Why won't they help them? When a company goes bankrupt, why are the workers not the head of the line of creditors? Why is it always the shareholders and the banks? and there's either nothing left or there's a few crumbs for the workers. We have a government that's headed in the wrong direction. They always are on the side of the same people when people are in need and the middle class has trouble making ends meet, because the middle class is something that exists less and less in this government. They're shriveling in size. This government is always attacking them. In 2009, the purchasing power of the middle class has been frozen since then. So the 20 richest percent of people in Canada are 38% richer. The 20% who are the poorest in this country have seen their income decrease by 11.5%. So the poor have less today than they were in 1980. You were better off to be poor then. You had better purchasing power than you would now. The middle class has really been in stagnation. There's been no increase. Their revenues have not gone up. But, Mr. Speaker, with income that doesn't go up, how do you manage when the price of meat and milk and gas and the grocery basket and rents increase? What does that mean? It means that we have people who are poorer today. The middle class is poorer today than it was 30 years ago, and it's not with special legislation that we're getting stuffed down our throats that the situation will improve or that anything will improve. This government is always handing out tax credits to the big oil and gas companies, but that won't help the poor people in Quebec. When they say that we give tax credits to poor families, that's all sounds well and good, but you have to make some money if you're going to be able to take advantage of that. I'll come back, if I will, to the issue of CP negotiations, because this is what we're talking about here today, and this horrendous bill that the Minister of Labour is about to present here in this House once again. There is the management of exhaustion. CP workers are constantly on call. They have to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by phone. And there's a problem, a real problem with Canadian Pacific and the management of that fatigue. They did a pilot project that was carried out over 5 years. They studied the phenomenon with hundreds of workers in the east of Canada. They studied the situation because there is a real problem with workplace fatigue. So they presented some solutions, but no, there's nothing. Today we have a government that's going to help an employer to maintain this rotten situation where workers are working in conditions in which they are exhausted. The CP workers had legitimate claims at the table, legitimate demands. Imagine they were asking, and if this person has worked full-time for several weeks, what was the demand? 2 48-hour periods per month where they have a real rest, just to go home and sleep once in a while. That helps everyone, being able to sleep through the night, not during the daytime, because it's not the same quality of sleep that a person has. So they did some studies on that. They provided a concrete solution, but here we are once again in 2012. We have to fight to have some leave. You have to fight to say that, whoa, we can't take it anymore. I've worked enough. I'd like to spend 2 days at home. The Canadian Pacific workers can't plan to do anything because they're constantly on call. So why are we not able to find a solution and freely negotiate something here? 2 48-hour periods per month to be home with your family is not too much to ask. This is a perfectly reasonable request. And what has this Conservative government done? They're allowing the employer to keep the status quo. CP workers will continue to be tired, and this won't have an impact uniquely on the workers, but also on their families, the people who they live with in their communities. It also has an effect on safety of everyone. It's not in the interest of anyone to have people who are managing the trains who are too tired to do so. It risks having derailments and other accidents as a result. We don't know what would happen. And we know that CP is usually carrying sometimes dangerous products. So do we really want to have people who are completely exhausted working on those trains and around those trains? I would like to have healthy CP workers who are proud of their work and able to do so in normal conditions, but that's not currently the case. We have a Conservative government that's completely insensitive to this. Take another sip now, if I may. So it's a question of public safety that is related to the impact of this special legislation, the fourth, that is forcibly returning workers to work. It's not only sending a bad message, and not only does it not respect the fundamental rights of workers, but on top of that, it puts the solution proposed before the real situation that exists. So imagine if this bill passes and these workers are forced to go back to work, whereas they were exercising a legitimate and real right to strike. Imagine what the atmosphere is going to be at work. It's going to be totally rotten. That is not in anyone's interest, not even in the companies, because the problems that are not solved today will be perpetuated. They will carry on over time. So this is putting all of this up front. It's a short-term vision. It's an abuse of workers' rights. It's putting pressure on them to accept decreases across the board on that's the signal that the Conservative government is sending today. And this is going to leave a lot of scars for Canadian workers. It's going to leave a lot of wounds, and the problems that aren't solved will come back with even more acrimony and force, because people will be frustrated. Forced returns to work are never the solutions, never the right solution in the mid and long term. We have to let parties negotiate freely. These aren't negotiations that have been going on for years. This isn't a strike that was going on for years. The minister didn't even work for 24 hours before launching this latest assault on democracy. This isn't a responsible manner of behaving, and for once we would have agreed with the Conservative government if they had stood back and let the two parties continue to negotiate and allow some balance to be achieved between a strong union that represents thousands of workers and a company that is strong as well, that's important to this country and that makes a profit. Well, that's all well and good, but they should allow their workers to have a fair share of that. Now, another point we could address as far as this bill is concerned, and this will make a connection with many other things that exist in this House and has existed for more than a year, is the fact that not only is this government unable to resist attacking the rights of workers and their working conditions, but this government can also not prevent itself from muzzling the MPs in this House. The debate that we're having today is a new gag order once again, because we can see what the framework of the discussions will be. And there's not a lot of leeway here that's been allowed by the government. The bill can be read twice or thrice in one sitting. Not more than 2 hours shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading of the said bill. When the bill has been read a second time, it shall be referred to Committee of the Whole. Any division requested by the committee shall be deferred until the end of the committee's consideration of the bill. Not more than 1 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the Committee of the Whole of the said bill. Wow, 1 hour. We, with my colleagues of all of the parties here, are some 308 people, but 308 divided by 1 hour, that doesn't leave a whole lot of time, whereas in Committee of the Whole we should be able to table amendments to the minister's bill. So it's 2 hours at the first shot, then 1 hour, and not more than, it continues, not more than 1/2 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill. I think that if there was fourth reading, it would be 15 minutes, because it goes down every time. We've seen how that works. So this is the kind of attitude, arrogant and condescending, that this government has, that Quebecers and Canadians are getting sick and tired of.
We've seen this on several occasions in the House. If my calculations are good, we're on the 21st time that they've brought in closure in a year. And what we're seeing is the government preventing members from speaking to bills as fundamental as this one. We've seen it on other ones, on Bill C-38. They stifled debate on C-38. It's legislation that will affect 68 other acts. And a single committee will be looking at all of those pages, over 400 pages. And the government said, well, we're just going to change everything with C-38. The Budget Implementation Act includes environmental measures, etc., and I'm not going to go on to that, but it also affects fish habitat, the legislation dealing with fish habitat. And, Mr. Speaker, it'll be examined by the Finance Committee. Now, I'm sure that they have a lot of experts on fish habitat. Well, I certainly hope they do at any rate, because there will be consequences. So why is the government refusing to listen to people, refusing to listen to members of Parliament? Well, because they don't want to hear amendments. They don't want to hear suggestions. They don't want to accept amendments. They don't like opposition. They don't like democracy. They don't like debate or discussion either. In the eyes of the Conservative government, one thing is clear. Democracy is 35 days every 4 years. That sums it up. Once the electoral period is finished, if we have the unfortunate situation where we get a Conservative majority, well, they won't listen to anybody. And they'll just do as they see fit. And that's not democracy, Mr. Speaker. That's not a healthy, living democracy. There needs to be discussion and dialogue with the people, exchanges with colleagues in Parliament. And unfortunately, we've got a government that is muzzling its own members. Some of them want to speak too, but no, they have to join the ranks. We saw a situation where someone dared to think outside the box, use his critical sense of analysis and say that it was a bit much to try to stifle a debate on a 430-page document on a host of issues. And baff, he was brought back into line. Well, we would have liked to have heard what the Conservative members think, what they think about that bill, for example, whether they think it's a part of a healthy democracy to impose an end to debate. This back-to-work legislation is simply another example of that, unfortunately. And the government is simply washing its hands of the situation. People are losing their jobs. The government says, oh, it's sad. I saw the Minister of Transport telling Avios that he felt for them. Then there was Air Canada legislation. There were obligations, legal obligations to maintain the jobs in Montreal as well as in other cities across the country, but they're refusing to apply them because they're saying that there's a subcontractor because it's Avios and the government is free to do as it sees fit. And when that happens, they just sit on their hands and they do nothing. But when it comes to exercising the right to speak, to exert pressure, etc., to strike, well, what do? They do like they've done in the past. They get out the sledgehammer and they bring people into line. They tell people to get back to work. The company is doing well. It doesn't need to make any concessions. It's always the workers who need to reduce their demands, their standard of living. This is not a fair position. It's not the kind of society that the NDP wants. Why not allow the parties to express their views and allow a balance to be established between management and the union? The collective agreement didn't expire very long ago, in fact. And before the government got involved, the discussions were going well. The company was making a profit and is in a position to talk to workers. But by threatening special back-to-work legislation, and I reiterate, the minister eliminated the balance and gave all the cards to one of the players. One part, management, the employer. So, in the official opposition, on our side, we are opposed to this legislation that is attacking workers' rights, and we're fed up with this attitude on the part of the government. The government's giving tax cuts to large corporations that don't need it, but they're not doing anything to have people who are having trouble paying their bills, paying their rent. Workers at CP are going to be facing that if the bill is adopted and their retirement system is affected and cut as planned. I'm eager to see what will be contained in the bill as such, because we don't know whether they're going to be sending the issue to arbitration, placing everything in the hands of the employer. We're eager to see the bill. The Minister of Labour doesn't seem to have the courage to table it today, but I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that on these benches in the opposition, we are going to work hard to oppose a bill that will impose these kind of working conditions on Canadians, will force them back to work. It's unacceptable, and we will continue to denounce it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess, my question for the members opposite, it appears that every time there's this kind of an impasse that's reached between a company in Canada that keeps the economy going and is so important to our economy and a union, it seems the opposition takes this pie-in-the-sky attitude where let's just hope everything works out and we'll hope for the best, and it doesn't really matter how much it costs in terms of money and production. My riding is obviously a strong riding in the agricultural sector. The railway service is so important, not just to immediate growth, but to future growth in terms of markets and customers knowing that they can depend on the producers in my riding. And I'm wondering what the opposition would say in terms of a real solution to this problem. Not just pie in the sky, let's hope it all works out and everybody gets along. Government needs to take real action and real leadership on issues like this. And it seems that the NDP are not prepared to take any kind of real action, what they're wanting to do is just hope for the best. Can the member opposite tell me what he would tell the farmers in my riding, as well as forestry industry, automotive industry across the country, in terms of real solutions and not just hoping it all works out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her frank question. I don't subscribe to the premise of it, as we often hear, because it's irresponsible and bizarre to have a minister intervening directly into negotiations of a private company that's profitable when they should allow the parties to continue to negotiate. A mere 24 hours after the work stoppage starts, that this is just creating an imbalance in the situation. Now, a solution could have been found. She could have had an answer, in fact, to the people in her riding who are relying on. We want to see action from the government. What are they doing in the case of Avios? They should focus on that instead.
Ignore.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has expressed a great deal of concern in the way in which the government is trying to bring things through in such what we would argue is an inappropriate fashion to draw this matter to a close. One of the things that they're suggesting through this resolution is that the bill, whenever we do see it, ultimately will pass second reading and then go into committee of the whole. By going into committee of the whole, it does not allow for us to have representation come from management or union reps to be able to come down to Ottawa so that they can express the concerns that they might have and want to share with the government firsthand, given the government's determination to get directly involved by bringing forward the legislation. My question to the member is, does he support us not going to committee of the whole, but rather taking it outside of the committee of the whole, so we could actually have individuals outside of being members of parliament being able to come down, make presentation, be asked questions pertaining to this very important issue?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's very relevant. The NDP shares that concern. We have a government that's using a bulldozer approach, and it's bulldozing its way through this special bill as well. We're here in this chamber only allowed to speak among ourselves. We're not allowed to invite in witnesses to hear what members of corporations, unions, civil societies, academics have to say about the impact of this legislation. So we're being locked up here, it's being rammed through in 3.5 hours, and nobody's going to be heard. So I think the question for my colleague is simple. Can't we take time to do things properly? It's a very good question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his remarks. I liked the image that he used at the start of his speech where he talked about a repeat offender in reference to the government. That's very relevant and pertinent. I'm a member of the Justice Committee, the Justice and Human Rights Committee, and we talk a lot about repeat offenders. We often wonder what the best way of dealing with this issue of reoffending is. My colleague has been very eloquent. He has identified the facts. And to summarize, Mr. Speaker, the government is abandoning the people of this country. I know that full well because I live in my riding. We've seen a plant that's shut down. It's supposed to reopen, but nobody knows what the conditions will be. And I'm referring to white birch, which is foreign-owned. Now, another aspect that's not being considered here is that, unfortunately, many companies are being controlled by foreign owners. Workers are losing a lot of benefits. A lot of benefits and revenues are being exported out of the country because of that as well. Could the Honourable Member say a few words about the Canada Investment Act? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, by claiming they wanted to stimulate investment, our natural resources in this country and our industrial sector is ending up in the hands of foreign owners. And I agree with the concern raised by my colleague. We're losing control over our own economy. The government is acting blindly with respect to the maintenance of a manufacturing structure in this country. It's allowing jobs to be exported, and when plants are being closed, well, they say they're simply sympathetic. They want to express their sympathy. That's not what we want. We don't want sympathy. We want real job creation in this country.
Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is not supporting the government back to work legislation. And he's doing so, I believe, on some blind ideology. But I have a couple of things I'd like him to think about and comment on. Mr. Speaker, there are a few thousand rail workers that are holding captive thousands of farmers who right now need the fertilizer to finish putting their crops in the ground. This is an urgent thing. Much of this fertilizer is shipped by rail. These same farmers have to sell their crop. It's shipped by rail. And they truly are captive shippers, Mr. Speaker. They have no choice. They don't, in most cases, have the choice even of CN rail, because the rail tracks run across Western Canada in particular, a CN track, a CP track, CNCP. So there really is no competition when it comes to rail movement. And these are bulk goods, Mr. Speaker, that require rail movement to be moved in an economically viable fashion. So I'd just like to ask the member why he focuses only on a very few workers. And normally I would agree with him. Let the workers and management work out a deal. But in this case, where there are so many captive shippers whose income and whose livelihoods is damaged so much by this stoppage, why does he only focus on those few workers and not focus on the several thousand farmers and others who were hurt so badly by this work stoppage?
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, so
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
5,000 families in this country are hit by this company, and this government is taking side with this company. Come on. I imagine that the farmers that he's talking about were those in favor of the maintain of the wheat commission, you know. So don't listen to them only when it suits you. And it's really practical from our side, from the NDP side, you know. It's let the parties freely negotiate, you know. Of course, there's some pressure. It's the name of the game. But this government is going to scrap all the bargaining balance that we had built in this country, and it's so sad.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure I'm able to rise and put a few words on the record on what we believe is a very important issues that all Canadians, no doubt, are concerned about. And I appreciate the question that the member opposite had posed, but only in the sense of that we, from even within the Liberal Party, have always advocated how important it is for us to look at the larger picture. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall the leader of the Liberal Party last fall talked about the importance of jobs and how we need to put more focus on creating jobs. We talk about the importance of our railway lines just last week or so. I've had the opportunity to be able to talk about railway safety and the importance that railways play across our country from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, in providing good quality jobs. The leadership that is required from management and so forth to ensure that those jobs are going to not only be there, but that the company as a whole is going to be able to survive, and to build, to ultimately provide opportunities for all Canadians. When we talk about our railway system, we look at the benefits, whether it's the potash, the wheat, the coal, the imports, the exports of manufacturing products all over our country, from international to national, Mr. Speaker. We all recognize and we appreciate the critical and vital role that our railway workers play and have played in building us to the nation we are today. And there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that a vast majority of Canadians are watching, or a vast number, I should say, of Canadians are watching and interested in terms of what is happening with this particular potential strike situation and how the government is dealing with the issue at hand. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the workers themselves have a great deal of concerns, as so does the management group. What I would like to talk about is the government, this particular government, and this Minister of Labour's approach at dealing with labour issues. This is not the first time the government has brought in labour legislation, in essence, forcing people to go back to work, Mr. Speaker. And it has been at a great cost. You know, a number of years ago, I used to be a critic for labour in the province of Manitoba, and one of the things that I recognize is that there has to be a balance between labour and management. And the dialogue that occurs there, Mr. Speaker, that as a Minister of Labour, I would argue she has a responsibility at least to not only talk about balance or free balanced legislative, not legislative, just free balanced collective bargaining process, Mr. Speaker. She has an obligation to ensure that as much as possible that is in fact being adhered to. In one of her statements, she made reference to the fact that, well, she believes that she's providing a balance, Mr. Speaker. I take great exception to that. Many members of this chamber take great exception to this minister saying that she believes in a balanced, fair, collective bargaining process. Because, as I pointed out in my question, is that this government, especially since it's achieved its majority, has made it very clear that it does not support balance when it comes to a collective bargaining process, Mr. Speaker. And that has been to the detriment, more so, of the worker than the corporations. And what I would like to do is to highlight a couple of those issues which clearly demonstrate that this government does have a very strong bias that is anti-worker, Mr. Speaker. You'll recall, it wasn't that long ago that we actually had back-to-work legislation for Canada Post workers. And you recall, Mr. Speaker, that they actually had it negotiated some salary increases, and that would have been, in January, I believe now, of 2011, where there was some consensus and concessions that were given in which there was going to be some increases to salaries. Well, they brought in back-to-work legislation a few months later, and it actually rolled back those salaries in which union and management had actually agreed to. The government was more than eager to support and show its bias towards Canada Post and bringing in that back-to-work legislation. It's brought in back-to-work legislation twice with relation to Air Canada. And I have stood up on numerous occasions inside this House saying to the government that they needed to hold Air Canada to account for being in violation, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, where thousands of jobs were lost, and this government allowed Air Canada just to walk away from it. No accountability for those jobs, Mr. Speaker, that were being cut and lost. And they say, well, it was third party. It's because it was Avios. Well, Mr. Speaker, look at what the legislation said. Legislation that was passed inside this House, that those jobs were supposed to be there in Winnipeg, the city in which I represent, or a good portion of that city in which I represent, Mississauga, and Montreal. And what did the government do, Mr. Speaker? They sided with Air Canada Corporation and chose not to apply any pressure on that company when it came to making them fulfill a legal requirement that was actually passed in the House of Commons years ago. And what do they do when a strike is being threatened not once but twice, even before they get into the motions of going into a strike situation? The government is threatening back-to-work legislation. And true to form, they bring in the back-to-work legislation, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I believe that the government has no real credibility. The minister can stand up and say inside this chamber, well, I believe in fair bargaining process. But, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that the actions do speak louder than words. And in this case, you will find that the government does not support fair, balanced labor negotiations between unions and management. And people need to be concerned about that, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about, going forward, future negotiations that might be taking place in other sectors also. And we have a minister that is very biased, that works against unions, that hasn't demonstrated an interest in hearing what unions actually have to say, Mr. Speaker. I was on Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday this past week, Mr. Speaker, walking out with some workers with CP Rail. I walked along some lines on McPhillips and Jarvis and two different spots on Keewatin. I had the opportunity to meet with workers that were, in fact, individuals that have made a career out of being engineers and conductors and others, Mr. Speaker. And as we walked, very reasonable. These are individuals that are very proud to be working for CP. Yes, they have some general concerns in regards to the whole ownership issue, the issue in terms of the Canadian content in regards to boards and how that might be shifting over to other jurisdictions, in particular individuals coming in from the U.S. taking control or management issues, Mr. Speaker. There are some very serious concerns in regards to that. But, while we're walking the line, the types of issues that they were talking about, Mr. Speaker, can be best said in a document that they actually provided to me. I indicated that I would likely be getting the opportunity to be able to address the House, and I figure that it's good for me to raise these issues because I know, Mr. Speaker, or feel very comfortable in knowing that the government, this particular Minister of Labour, is definitely listening to the CP and what CP Rail is actually saying, but I'm not convinced that she is actually listening to what the workers have to say, Mr. Speaker. And again, I believe that there needs to be balance. As much as I am very much interested in hearing, and my door is always well open to hear what CP management would have to say, Mr. Speaker, I would like to share with the Minister some very specific comments that I believe that individuals that have been walking the line want to know that this Minister, that this Prime Minister is aware of, because these are the type of concerns that they're talking about, Mr. Speaker, at the table. And I'm going to go through, there's about 6 points, Mr. Speaker. The first one, that CP wants to reduce future pension income for active employees. The amount vary by income, but are significant, are up to 40%. Mr. Speaker, I can, without doubt, on all 3 locations in which I was walking, that was, in fact, the biggest concern that was being raised. These workers are very much concerned about their future when it comes to retirement, that they want to know that they're going to be able to have a good, viable pension after they've had the opportunity to put in their 30-plus years or whatever number of years it might be, Mr. Speaker. Now, what's so different than what many other Canadians want to be able to have is pensions, and this is something in which the union has been asking for with regards to CP, and all of the workers in which I had the opportunity to walk with were sure to raise that particular point, Mr. Speaker. CP wants to devalue past pensionable service of unionized employees. Next point, CP wants to reduce retirement health care benefits and eliminate benefits at age 65, a reduction of over $20,000 per member. Next point, CP refuses to address the fatigue management proposals, refuses to address adequate time off to recover from the effects of fatigue, and refuses to address the problems related to earned days off. Another point, CP refuses to address pool regulation language affecting earning ability and stability. Another point, Mr. Speaker, CP refuses to address their own sharp practice regarding seniority freeze to temporary managers and insists their own DB pension benefits must continue to escalate and they must receive more. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the points that they provided me as I was walking along the line. And there was one point that I'll quickly make reference to, but I understand that there has been some significant leeway on this particular point. And that was that the CP demands represent excessive concessions to work rules, such as working 12 hours without rest, working doubled subdivisions, raising the 3,800 monthly mileage maximum, extending road switcher limits to 50 miles, and no wage increases for 2012. Now, I believe many of that last point has actually been in good, healthy discussions, and we hope, Mr. Speaker, that will in fact continue. These are the types of concerns in which we believe that the Minister of Labour needs to be made aware of, Mr. Speaker, because she really hasn't demonstrated that she's been listening to what the workers have to say. We know and feel comfortable in knowing that she is prepared to advocate on behalf of CP Rail. And, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned in regards to the whole issue of balance. And that's the reason why I thought it might be appropriate to be able to read into the record some of the concerns that the individuals themselves that are walking on the lines have, and it would suggest that the government be more sensitive to those needs. Mr. Speaker, I want to be able to highlight a couple of other things before I go on to the whole process issue. One of those is in regards to how very important the CP Rail, along with CN, but let's focus on CP, and the important role it plays in our economy. We have recognized that and would acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that especially for myself as being a Prairie member of Parliament, I know full well how much whether it's Saskatchewan on potash, or the three prairie provinces on wheat, or the importance of coal and other mineral distribution, and how critically important CP rail plays in getting that distribution out throughout the world, Mr. Speaker. I know that. We recognize that. I made reference to the fact earlier that we have huge imports that come into our country through Vancouver and other ports that are very dependent on having CP rail there for them to be able to make the transportations of those goods, Mr. Speaker. We acknowledge that. We recognize the important role that CP plays in our economy. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't give the government the right to walk all over union workers, that there is a need to respect. The minister made reference to Liberal government previously. Mr. Speaker, if you look into it, you will find that there was much greater leniency in regards to what it is that the Jean Chrétien government did back then. And let's not try to kid anyone. I believe that all political parties of all stripes inside this House, whether it's at the provincial level or the federal level, have seen the merit of having to bring in some form of legislation to ensure that there is people going back to work or companies being reestablished so that the broader interests of the community are being served. I don't believe that the government has provided that opportunity for CP rail and the CP unions, Mr. Speaker, both management and the employees. That, in fact, both management and the employees knew full well that the government was going to be bringing in this type of legislation, even though we haven't seen the legislation itself. They knew that they were going to be back-to-work legislation because this government is becoming so predictable on that point, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, as I say, when you look at the balance of fairness, that this government has not provided that balance, and that takes away from the free bargaining process. And I would encourage the government to revisit its commitment to that process, because it is definitely lacking, Mr. Speaker, and that's putting it as politely as I can. Now, you take a look at the resolution that we have before us, Mr. Speaker. As I pointed out, we don't actually have the legislation, but we do have a resolution that talks about how that legislation is going to be dealt with. And I mentioned it in the form of a question earlier, and one of the biggest concerns that we have within the Liberal Party is that this House is suggesting, or this minister is suggesting, that after it's completed second reading, that it go from second reading into a committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, and that there only be a 1-hour time limit put on that committee to pass. And we don't know how many clauses there will be on this particular bill. We don't know how or what the actual content of the bill is. All we know is it'll have something to do with back to work for the CP workers. So we don't know anything more than that. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, what they're saying is that this legislation, once brought in sometime this week, and then forced through a second reading, it will go into a committee of the whole. Now, the problem with committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, is that you're going to have very limited ability to be able to garner experts outside of the House of Commons. In other words, outside of other members of Parliament to be able to contribute to what is a very important debate. If this bill was to go to any other committee outside of committee of the whole, where we could actually call upon witnesses to come before the committee, Mr. Speaker, we believe that that would be far healthier for the system. It would make, even though the legislation is somewhat premature at best, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, but at least by having it go into a committee in which we could have whether it's CP management representations, union representation, come before the House of Commons, come to Ottawa to be able to express the types of concerns that they have with regards to the legislation, maybe even to talk about the importance of having fair, balanced labour relations in our country, would be of great benefit to all of Canadians. And that's the way in which I would wind it up, Mr. Speaker, is the government says that this is all about every Canadian, and I would suggest to you that having this thing going into a committee outside of Committee of the Whole would ensure that those Canadians that this government says that it wants to protect will have more direct input as to what's taking place on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member opposite, and there's 2 points I want to quickly bring out. The first is he and the NDP colleague who spoke before him both talked about the importance of having witnesses from Labour and management appear at a committee. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that I've heard from union members and I've heard from farmers who've been affected by the rail stoppage already, many other farmers who are concerned about the damage that will be done. But by the way, damage that's never regained, losses that will never be regained. I've heard from people from both sides on these issues. Now, I don't know what the MPs opposite are doing and why they're not meeting with people from Labour, from management, and getting that information, and then why aren't they prepared to bring this to the House, Mr. Speaker? That's part of our job as an MP. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is once again, the member opposite acknowledged the impact on farmers and all of the other industries who depend on rail to move bulk shipments, CP rail to move bulk shipments. And he acknowledged that, but then he said, but this is between Labour and management. Well, it's not, Mr. Speaker. It's not, because there are those individuals who are affected directly by this. They have no place at all at the table, and that's why our government is giving them a voice in this process, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like him to comment on those issues.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would indicate to the member is that his government, this Minister of Agriculture, brought in legislation just last year, which in essence is going to kill the Canadian Wheat Board. That is in opposition of over 20,000 plus farmers that wanted to be able to retain the Canadian Wheat Board. That any potential or strike that CP could have had it will not have nowhere near as much impact on the farmers, on the grain farmers in the prairies, as killing the Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, with looking at it from the point of view of whether it's the potash or the wheat board, we recognize the important role that CP plays in the distribution of those commodities, and we don't question that. But what we do question is this particular Minister of Labour's ability to be able to ensure that there is some sense of fairness when it comes to the whole issue of negotiations at the labour table, and that she has demonstrated a bias that is anti-union, and that is what's very hurtful for the industry as a whole, whether it's the railway industry, the airline industry, or our postal system.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to ask him a question that's quite simple. This government has repeatedly interfered in free negotiation in this country and is attacking the rights of collective bargaining and association of workers. We have labour relations that are 90% in harmony in this country, and a government that systematically attacks workers and their rights and always leans to the same side. Is my colleague concerned with the framework, the context in which workers in this country will be able to exercise their rights? Are we seeing the dismantling of a free negotiation in Canada?
Winnipeg North.
I think that, and I thank the member for the question, I think that given the government's track record, since it's achieved a majority government, where we can talk about the Air Canada, twice now on back-to-work legislation. We can talk about Canada Post and the back-to-work legislation, and now we anticipate the back-to-work legislation for our rail lines, for CP Rail. Canadians should be concerned. I know that we are concerned in regards to the manner in which the government has chosen to directly get involved in a way that gives the clear impression, and I would ultimately argue the reality, of taking a bias in favor of the business over the unions. And I don't believe that that is in the long term healthy for our country. Department of Labour, the minister responsible for Labour, should be attempting to foster and improve labour relations at all the different levels. I would have thought. At the same time, of course, looking at what's in Canada's best interest.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend from Winnipeg North for his comments. We, of course, are here, Mr. Speaker, debating time allocations on a bill which we have not yet seen. It is a sense of deja vu. We have the same procedure of a bill we had not seen on Air Canada pilot strike, debating time allocation. And in this light, I noted the honourable member called the current approach of the Minister of Labour predictable. My concern is that it's predictable to management as well as to those of us on the opposition benches, and as it's predictable to management, it decreases the likelihood of collective bargaining rights being respected and collective bargaining working. I'd like to ask the honourable member for Winnipeg North if he shares my concern.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
There is no doubt it is an attitude issue, and in good part, what the government has done is brought in legislation that will have, a very serious, severe impact on thousands of workers, and it talks volumes in regards to its ability or desire to have a process that is fair. And this particular system, what the government's track record has demonstrated in the past, is that they are not prepared to ensure that the system is fair. With the legislation itself being brought in and the manner in which it's brought in doesn't surprise me. This is a government that has moved for some form of time allocation, some 20-plus times since it's achieved its majority government, and that's just over a year, which is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. I think that people of all political stripes inside this House should be concerned. I think it's time in which we start to see some of those conservative backbenchers start to rein in on our Prime Minister and this Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. Collectively, they could have a voice if they choose to use it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take issue a little bit with what my colleague has been stating about the Minister listening. Unlike the opposition that just listened to their union bosses, this minister has gone out and met with all the parties. This minister has gone out and spoken with Canadians. And that's why she and our government are taking action now to move forward to protect Canadian businesses, make sure Canadian farmers have an opportunity to move forward with their farms, making sure that the auto workers in my riding, like at Honda, have an opportunity to have shipping of parts into their plant and the product that they produce shipped outwards. So unlike the opposition, who refuse to really get away from that cozy relationship they have with their union bosses, and don't get me wrong, my constituents do have an issue with that, I wonder why they won't stand up for Canadians. They won't stand up for Canadians and protect the $500 million a week that this strike may cause, taking away jobs from Canadians, causing damage to the Canadian economy. Why won't they stand up and protect Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I would say that my door is always open if CP wants to be able to chat with myself in regards to what their concerns might be. I suspect that the minister has talked with CP officials. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced, in fact, that she's listened at all to what the workers have been saying, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to that comment. What I do take exception from is when the member talks about this caring attitude. I would like to make it very clear that the individuals, these workers, the CP workers that she's referring to, they also take a great deal of pride in where it is that they work. They take a great deal of pride in terms of the work that they do for our Canadian farmers and for the transportation of the products that they have, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that, yes, it would be nice to be able to see this thing resolve on its own in a very, very quick fashion. But unfortunately, what's happened, Mr. Speaker, is the government has sent a very clear message. You don't have to negotiate an agreement because we're going to bring in legislative measures that's going to prevent any strike from actually taking over, Mr. Speaker. So there is no good faith negotiations when you have a government that is saying that it doesn't matter whether or not there's an agreement because we're going to be legislating workers back to work. It's an issue of fairness, something that escapes this particular government.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development and to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here today to ask this House to support the quick passage of an act to provide for the continuation and resumption of rail service operations. As you will recall, Mr. Speaker, last June there was a 3-day strike by Air Canada's customer sales and service agents. I'm glad to say that it was resolved by the parties and the harm to Canadians was limited. In June of 2011, our government introduced and passed the Restoring Mail Delivery for Canadians Act because of the economic importance of reliable mail delivery. Because the government took action, Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers and businesses, as well as citizens, were spared the hardship that a prolonged interruption in mail would have caused. In March, the government passed the Act to provide for the continuation and the resumption of air service operations, to prevent a work stoppage at Air Canada involving the International Associations of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and the Air Canada Pilots Association. This legislation protected the Canadian economy and the public. Today, we are again faced with a work stoppage that could do enormous damage to our economy. Once again, we have to take measures to protect our national interest in this period of economic uncertainty. Talks have failed to result in a new collective agreement between Canadian Pacific, CP Rail, and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, TCRC, independently representing the running trade employees and the rail traffic controllers. Mr. Speaker, the work stoppage at CP Rail is causing confusion and doubt where stability and certainty is needed in our recovering economy. Stability and certainty are essential to keeping Canada in business. I ask my honourable colleagues, ask your constituents. I've asked mine. In fact, ask almost anyone in Canada right now, and you'll hear what I've been hearing as well. We cannot afford this work stoppage. The risks are too great, and we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to act. As parliamentarians, we have to take a stand for Canada's economy. Like other industrialized economies around the world, Canada has faced challenging economic times. Our economy has weathered the global storm well. Our government is proud of our record in sheltering Canadians from the worst effects of the downturn and laying the foundation for a strong recovery. But we all read the papers, and we all know our country is not immune to the changes in the world economy. There could be more turbulence. And as of April 2011, our unemployment rate was 7.3%, a definite improvement from last year. But to maintain our progress and promote economic growth, we need to be careful. We cannot afford to have major labour disruptions. We have so much potential. A labour stoppage in any key sector of our economy would be a serious impediment to our growth and recovery. A work stoppage that detrimentally affects a major freight transportation sector is no exception. Rail is a vital cog in keeping Canada among the top-performing world economies, where trade represents 35% of our GDP. In Canada, the rail transport service contributes significantly to the Canadian economy. So let me provide some facts to make the point of how vital rail services and shipping is to the Canadian economy. A 2009 report prepared by the University of Toronto's Rotman School of Management estimated that 4 key Canadian bulk shipping industries, oilseeds and grain farming, coal mining, wood products and manufacturing, and paper and pulp manufacturing products contribute over $81 billion to Canada's GDP. These industries also account for nearly 1 million jobs. The rail-based transportation system in Canada is complex and interconnects a range of stakeholders such as shippers, terminal operators, transloaders, ports, shipping lines, and trucks. all parts of a very competitive supply chain. Problems occurring in one part of this supply chain can affect the stakeholders across it. An effective supply chain is critical to meeting the government's objectives related to strategic gateways and trade corridors, such as the Asia-Pacific Gateway, and it is key to continue our country's high economic success. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour has heard from numerous stakeholders, all urging the government to ensure that this strike does not continue for any prolonged period of time. I would like to read just a few quotes from some of the correspondence she has received from stakeholders. The President and CEO of the Mining Association of Canada wrote, "In the minerals and metals sector, experience has shown that a rail stoppage impacts the ability of companies to bring essential inputs to their mines and smelters and move finished products and byproducts to their destinations. As such, we request the government to take action to head off this potential work stoppage before it damages the economy." The Association of International Automobile Manufacturers of Canada and the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association jointly wrote, "CP Rail plays a vital role in the shipment of both parts and components into Ontario vehicle manufacturing facilities, as well as a significant role in the shipment and distribution of finished vehicles from ports to entry to local dealerships across the country. Our industry is presently experiencing a positive but fragile recovery. Any disruption to CP Rail's service will have an immediate and dramatic impact on our collective membership and their operations in Canada." And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Honda plant in my riding definitely reiterates this. We have a challenge ahead of us if we don't get the rail moving. The Western Canadian Grain Elevators Association writes, "This work stoppage will have a significant impact on the grain industry. Many of our elevator locations are serviced only by CPR. In the event of a work stoppage, these elevators will have no option available to them in the transportation of grain products. This will lead to an inability to supply our international customers and prohibit producers from delivering to those facilities. If we cannot, at the very least, move this product in a timely way to our customers, the associated lost opportunities and added costs will be significant." And finally, the Forest Products Association of Canada wrote to the Minister and outlined the following. "As most of our mills are located in remote areas where rail service is the only viable transportation mode, other forms of ground transportation are either too costly or completely unavailable to provide our companies with relief, making our sector particularly vulnerable to even the shortest disruption in service. In addition, the industry does not have the capacity to stockpile finished product, nor can it continue production without certain input materials. As a result, any service disruption will undoubtedly lead to the industry incurring significant costs and will quickly result in mills shutting down temporarily." Mr. Speaker, some companies have already had to shut down production lines and lay off workers. Already the effects of the strike are hurting businesses, and it's not even a week in. I quoted from just a small handful of stakeholders and businesses who have called on the government to act quickly to prevent a prolonged strike, which would damage and have significant effects on the Canadian economy. We need to act now to protect Canadian jobs and the Canadian economy. Consider what this work stoppage means to businesses. We've heard quotes from a few of them, but by stopping the trains, the strike is negatively impacting our trade opportunities as well. Businesses losing sales at home and abroad. Will businesses be able to recoup these sales? There's no way to know. Are businesses able to adapt and find alternative solutions? Again, we can't say. Work stoppages create ripple effects. Or to put it another way, a chain reaction of damage that has far-reaching effects, possibly creating layoffs all the way down the line. Even a short work stoppage is very costly. Lost income, lost opportunities, lost jobs. These are all the unintended consequences of this work stoppage, and they are devastating for both workers and businesses in a time of economic challenge. Mr. Speaker, the losses caused by this shutdown of rail services are not only borne by the railway and its employees. They are borne by hardworking Canadians and their families all across the country. Jobs are at stake. The viability of businesses is on the line. We cannot afford to let this continue. Let me say a few words on the recent history of collective bargaining at CP Rail. The Teamsters Canada Rail Conference independently represents 4,200 running trades employees and about 220 rail traffic controllers. Their collective agreements expired on December 21, 2011. The TCRC started negotiating with CP Rail in October 2011. On February 17, 2012, the Minister of Labour received notices of dispute from the employer regarding both the running trades employees and the rail traffic controllers. The main issues in this round of bargaining deal with pensions, healthcare benefits, and working conditions. The parties were released from the conciliation process on May 1st, 2011, and acquired the right to strike or lockout on May 23rd, 2012. On May 16th, the Minister of Labour offered the representatives from CP Rail and the TCRC an extended mediation process to help them resolve issues and reach agreements. And again, on May 22nd, the Minister met with both parties in an attempt to encourage and facilitate an agreement. Regrettably, this additional assistance was not accepted. On May 23rd, the work stoppage began. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform this House that our government would like nothing more than for the parties to reach an agreement on their own. However, the Minister of Labour has offered the parties the tools provided through the Canada Labour Code, but to no avail. These disputes have gone on too long. The government has not stepped in prematurely. As I said earlier, the parties have been asking for assistance from the Labour program since February, and they have received that assistance. However, it's not resulted in a collective agreement. This work stoppage will have a significant effect on Canada's trade. Millions of Canadians are affected directly or indirectly. Mr. Speaker, there is more at stake here than the issues on the bargaining table. CP Rail and the TCRC, independently representing the running trades employees and rail traffic controllers, have had ample time to reach a negotiated agreement on their own. They will also be afforded all the tools available to rebuild and improve labour relations, such as the preventative mediation services offered by the Labour program. This work stoppage has gone on long enough. And for every day that it continues, our economy and trade relationships are jeopardized. And so I ask my fellow parliamentarians to stand up for Canadians and support this motion and this legislation. We need to move forward and take action so that we can make sure Canadian jobs are protected and the Canadian economy is protected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I was very interested to hear my colleague talk about the ripple effect impacts of this strike on the Canadian economy. I actually, within my riding last week, heard about a business that had a turbine that was stuck and how that was affecting their workers. I was wondering if she could maybe go into a bit more detail on why this legislation is important in the context of that, the ripple effects on the rest of the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
I thank my colleague from Calgary for a question. You know, CP Rail is a complex logistics system, and the work stoppage is very disruptive to the flow of goods across the country and also to international destinations. A work stoppage at CP has the potential to cause this ripple effect throughout the entire Canadian economy. So, by way of example, we've heard, according to Transport Canada, in 2010, CP Rail held $5 billion worth of potash, and $11.1 billion worth of grain, and $5.25 billion worth of coal. Stopping the inputs and also the potential outputs from the manufacturers and the individuals that work at these plants is substantive. This puts Canadian jobs at risk. This puts the Canadian economy at risk. We need to take action now, put in place this legislation to bring people back to work so that we can get the rail service moving and make sure all of these other vital businesses in Canada are supported, that their workers are supported, and we can make sure people can continue with their Canadian jobs.
Questions and comments? I'll remember for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very troubled. Today, I've often heard a distinction made between a company and its workers. And in my opinion, corporation comes from the Latin word corpus, which means that this is a group of people together. And today we can see that this body is ill. Only 11 days ago, Pershing Square Management took control of the board of directors of Canadian Pacific, and one person is happy, and it's not a Canadian. It's a New Yorker, Bill Ackerman, who's very pleased that the government is doing what he wants, which is to create special legislation in order to increase the profits of the corporation for its shareholders. The only thing that's left of CP is the word Canadian in the trademark. Why does the government continue to protect a company that is currently being managed by Americans And why does he not promote the rights of Canadian workers here? And why don't they see that as a contribution to the Canadian economy because these Canadians contribute to it?
I thank the member opposite for his question. You know, I mentioned earlier about how this Minister of Labour is listening. This Minister of Labour has not just been listening to unions and union bosses. This Minister of Labour has been listening to all the parties as well as to Canadians. And she and this government are acting to make sure that we are protecting Canadians, protecting Canadian jobs, and protecting the Canadian economy. You know, we're moving forward to make sure that there is not a work stoppage, that this strike is not continued so that Canadian jobs are protected. I encourage my colleagues opposite to finally step up for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, and make sure we get the rail service working again quickly.
The time for government orders has expired. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 6 minutes remaining for comments and questions when this matter returns before the House. Statements by members, déclaration. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolet Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, La Mauricie and the Centre of Quebec celebrated yesterday the historic winning of the Memorial Cup by the Cataract of Shawinigan, following an amazing overtime victory against the Knights from London in the Bayonest Centre. It's the first time in 43 years that the Cataracts, one of the oldest teams in the Hockey League, had participated in the Cup in 1985. Eric Veilleux's players won 4 games in 5 nights to rise to the top of the junior hockey in Canada. They beat the 3 teams that had won their leagues, and they won this trophy in overtime. I want to congratulate players, namely Michael Chaput, named Most Valuable Player, as well as the Cataracts organization and all of the volunteers in Shawinigan who, through their warm welcome and dynamic nature, made this 94th edition of the Memorial Cup a real success and made Shawinigan a championship city in all respects.
For Okanagan, Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, I recently received an important reminder that I believe all members of this House can help me to pass on. Shriners International is much more than a group of fun-loving volunteers who often skillfully entertain us in parades all across this great country. We must not overlook the commendable efforts of roughly 375,000 dedicated Shriners worldwide who serve to help crippled children get the medical attention that they need. In British Columbia, our local Shriners now operate a fleet of 5 Shrine Care cruisers who travel the province bringing sick kids to children's hospitals. And they do this free of charge, Mr. Speaker, to the children and the families that they serve. In fact, since 1922, the Shriners have helped over 865,000 children. Wow. Locally, the Penticton Shriners Club will be hosting a Shrine Awareness Week from June 2nd to June 10th. I hope the House will join with me in recognizing the great work of the Shriners organization.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Thursday, May 31st, 2012 is World No Tobacco Day. This year, the World Health Organization has chosen the theme for the day, the interference of the tobacco industry. The advertising campaign, the theme of which is intimidation, will focus on the need to expose and counter the tobacco industry's brazen and increasingly aggressive efforts. And that quote was from the WHO. This global epidemic kills some 6 million people each year, including 600,000 who are second-hand smokers. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all Canadians from sea to sea to sea to take action and to stop smoking. I also want to express my admiration for all young people who, by deciding not to start smoking, have decided to live freely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface.
Today to thank and to honour the organisers and volunteers of the 4th annual Manitoba Ride for Dad in my home city of Winnipeg. In particular, a special thanks to Kirk Van Alstyne and Mo Sabarin of the Winnipeg Police Service, who have led the way to make this event successful every single year. As Mo said at the opening ceremony this Saturday, May 26th, Raising awareness means never having to hear the words, and I quote, "If only I'd had my prostate checked a year ago, I'd be planning my future instead of my funeral." That's why this ride is so important. Awareness helps to save lives. 834 motorcycle riders participated and raised over $109,000 to support research and awareness. Tony Kuziak was the top donation earner at $7,700. Mr. Speaker, I was thrilled to be chosen as a ride captain again this year, and it was extra special to be joined by the Winnipeg Jets assistant coach and co-ride captain, Charlie Huddy. I'd ask my colleagues here in the House of Commons to please join me in congratulating the Ride's Manitoba Advisory Board, the Winnipeg Police Service, the organizers and supporters of 2012's Manitoba Ride for Dad.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian cyclist and Victoria, British Columbia native Ryder Hesjedal made history this Sunday with a spectacular triumph at the Giro d'Italia. Like many Canadians, I was infused with pride as Mr. Hesjedal rose to the podium and Canada's national anthem was played for the first time ever at the end of one of cycling's 3 Grand Tour events. In a feat of unimaginable mental toughness, he won this grueling 21-day race by a mere 16 seconds. This remarkable win in one of bicycle racing's most punishing competitions makes Ryder, who is also an outspoken anti-doping advocate, the most successful cyclist in Canada's history. And it announces his arrival on the world stage as a superstar athlete in international sport. His victory this weekend offers testimony to Mr. Hesjedal's perseverance, training, heart, and unyielding competitive spirit. On behalf of this House and all Canadians, I am immensely proud to congratulate the inspiring Ryder Hesjedal on his historic victory.
Bravo. Bravo. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to congratulate Ms. Tara Tang of Langley, BC on her recent victory as being crowned Miss World Canada 2012. Winning this prestigious contest will give Tara the opportunity to represent Canada internationally at the Miss World 2012 contest in China this July. Tara was the previous winner of Miss Canada in 2011 and has worked hard fighting the issue of modern-day slavery and human trafficking. Last year, Ms. Tang worked in my office as I mentored her around the issues of modern-day slavery and encouraged her to be a strong voice for the many people affected by this heinous crime. Tara has proven herself through her efforts focused on abolishing modern-day slavery and has fought faithfully against human trafficking. I want to wish Tara all the best as she heads to China to represent Canada in the Miss World 2012 competition and her continued efforts to end modern-day slavery. This is a young woman to be proud of, a role model.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Memorial Cup gave us an excellent show, and people in my region have reasons, more than enough reasons, to celebrate. The Cataracts won the final game over the Lights of London. There were more than 5,000 jubilant supporters celebrating the first Memorial Cup in 43 history. It's with immense pride that I underscore the success of this team, the first in Quebec to win it since 2006. I'd also like to congratulate Michael Chaput, most outstanding player, who won the Ed Chenoweth trophy, and Gabriel Girard, who was declared best goalie in the tournament. I hope that all supporters of the Cataracts will enjoy the victory parade today that will take place in La Mauricie. The Cup in Shawinigan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly take a moment to congratulate the Ontario Hockey League champions, the London Knights, for a great showing at this year's Memorial Cup. See you next year in Saskatoon. Proud of you, Knights. Also happening this week near Elmer, Ontario, Farmtown is gearing up for another exciting summer. This unique camp features a wide variety of farm animals, from pigs to horses to peacocks, for children to see and explore. Animals are at the center of what goes on at Farmtown in both the day camps and the counseling programs they provide. Through interaction with animals, children learn valuable life lessons about leadership and responsibility. What makes Farmtown even more remarkable is its mantra that all kids are welcome on the farm. Families are only asked to pay what they can. I had the pleasure of visiting Farmtown last week and saw firsthand how truly special this place is. Owner Kelly Franklin has an incredible vision and is committed to teaching children from all walks of life about life on the farm. Thank you, Farmtown, for what you do.
The honourable member for London West.
It was 20 years ago that a most brutal incident took place in a tragic war. Canada remembers the Kajali massacre, whose death toll exceeded as many as 2,000 civilians, and today we remember. This massacre was one of many atrocities both sides were alleged to have committed during the Nagorno-Karabakh War between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The war killed over 30,000 civilians and soldiers and displaced more than 1 million people. The border region remains to this day a place of scattered but deadly clashes. We encourage all parties to continue their efforts to seek a peaceful resolution to this dispute, because today we think of those of who died, and today we remember. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of remembrance, as well as a very important day for the Azerbaijani community. I send best wishes to the people of Azerbaijan, and in particular the Azerbaijani community of my city of London, as you celebrate your 94th Republic Day today, May 28th. On this special day, let us pray for peace.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to François Chevrette, one of the greatest constitutional experts who passed away suddenly last May 19th. He became a professor at the University of Montreal in '68. He was dean of the faculty from '84 to '88. Long associated with the work for the Research Center in Public Law, he's also authored a number of important publications. A great communicator and a professor at heart, he passed on his passion for law to thousands of future judges, lawyers, students, notaries public, who had an opportunity to benefit from his intelligence and knowledge. He devoted himself entirely to his students by offering them ongoing support and high-quality advice. On behalf of the NDP, I wanted to point out his exceptional contribution to public law. The legal community has lost a great constitutional expert. I offer my most sincere condolences to his family, colleagues, and friends. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, how about that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past century, the Calgary Stampede has welcomed millions of visitors to the greatest outdoor show on earth. The Stampede is a pillar of Alberta's culture, reflecting our core values of Western hospitality, integrity, pride of place, and community. We're less than 40 days away from the start of the centennial Calgary Stampede. This year marks an important chapter in our history, representing over 100 years of Alberta overcoming the many challenges that face the young province to become the economic powerhouse that feeds Canada's economy today. New attractions and events will take place to mark the special occasions, and visitors will see the very best of rodeo and chuck wagon races in the world and enjoy spectacular grandstand shows this year featuring Alberta's own Paul Brandt. I encourage all Canadians to take part in this great cultural event, a year that also marks Calgary's designation as a 2012 Cultural Capital of Canada. Congratulations to a Canadian icon of tourism and culture, and thanks and appreciation to the staff and over 3,000 volunteers that make the Calgary Stampede the greatest outdoor show on earth.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of attending a ceremony organized by the Cooperative of Paramedics of the Outaouais. This cooperative, which is well established in Gatineau, has underscored the impressive services provided by some 80 paramedics who have responded to a host of emergencies among the 30,000 operations conducted in over the past year. The cooperative also highlighted the work of some employees who'd spent over 20 years in the Outaouais. I have special thoughts for paramedics Bruno Pétrin and Mathieu Denis, who are fighting for their lives and who were involved in a serious road accident last March. I offer these positive thoughts to their families and colleagues. Paramedics provide reassurance for all citizens in our region. They are heroes on a daily basis, and their work must be more recognized. On behalf of all people of Gatineau, I salute the exceptional work done by the Outaouais Cooperative for Paramedics, and I send my thoughts to Mathieu. The Honourable Member for Chute-la-Chaudière, Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, perseverance and determination are two assets that lead to success and victory. As partisans and supporters for the Cataracts, we are savouring the victory that they have won yesterday by defeating the Knights from London 2-1 in overtime. They're going to attain legendary status with this win. It's the first one in Quebec since the Remparts de Québec in 2006. The teams fought a battle. The tournament was captivating. Thanks to Michael Bourneval and Michael Chaput, they provided a thriller of a game. After waiting 43 years, the Cataracts can finally celebrate their victory. On behalf of the government and on my own behalf, I congratulate the winners of the 2012 Memorial Cup.
Champlain.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I am the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. And I'd like to underscore, in fact, or recognize that the victory yesterday in my riding was one that impresses all. Hockey is something that creates links among all communities. I'd like to salute the Cataracts for their victory, this thrilling match. I'd like to also congratulate the Oil Kings from Edmonton, the Sea Dogs from St. John, and the Knights of London, who all contributed to the success of the Memorial Cup tournament. Our leader and I attended this historic game together, and we wanted to underscore the hospitality of the people of Shawinigan. Long live the Shawinigan Cataracts, the 2012 winners of the Memorial Cup.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to join the Prime Minister in congratulating Ryder Hesjedal on his victory in this month's Giro d'Italia. As the first Canadian winner of one of cycling's 3 Grand Tours and the only second non-European to ever win the Giro, his victory is a testament to the world-class athletes Canada produces. The Giro is one of bicycling's road race's most grueling, multi-stage competitions. His victory, riding for Team Garmin Barracuda, is a testament to his training, endurance, skill, and competitive spirit. Most Canadians came to know Ryder during his strong performance in the Tour de France. We knew that a major victory was well within his reach. I congratulate Ryder on this defining moment in Canadian sport and wish him well in his upcoming races, including this year's Tour de France.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have the nerve to tell seniors and the unemployed that the cupboard is bare while giving out all the pork to their failed candidates. So let's look at who's feeding over at the trough at the Employment Insurance Board. We have Yvonne Patry, failed candidate from Papineau. Jean-Philippe Paiement from Blainville. Leona Villela, rejected in Welland. Jean-Philippe Bachand from Richmond Athabasca, or Natalie Drolet, or Sebastian Forte, or Pierre Lafontaine, or Pierre Harvey. Have you heard enough? Oh, no, I got tons more Tories to still go through. We got Jennifer Clark from Vancouver, Bernard Jeanneroux, Richard Bellil, or the Laval candidate, Robert Malot, and who could overlook the Cash for Life lottery in the Senate? Jean-Guy Dagenet, Fabian Manning, Jose Werner, Larry Smith. You know, the Prime Minister promised to clean up the cesspool in Ottawa. He broke that promise. Why is his buddies, who were rejected by the Canadian people, living off the taxpayers' dime?
Hello.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of nerve, the NDP is trying to fight the country against itself. They call our strong resource sector a disease, despite the fact it creates thousands of spin-off manufacturing jobs in my riding of Etobicoke Centre and throughout southern Ontario. The NDP's politics of division, pitting one region of the country against others, and their ill-informed remarks show that their foolish economic policy will raise prices and cost Canadians jobs. They had their Canada-U.S. border critic call for new manufacturing centre. That member opposite recently endorsed a proposal calling for a taxpayer-funded, government-owned car manufacturing company that would compete with private sector tax-paying companies that employ thousands upon thousands of Canadians. These positions on manufacturing are typical of what Canadians can expect to hear from the NDP: dangerous economic experiments. These are policies that would hurt everyday Canadian families and waste large amounts of taxpayers' dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So let's talk about unemployment insurance, something that will become important for that member very soon. Les Canadiens, comment?
Canadians are starting to see through the Prime Minister's game and his catch-all budget. They want to force Canadians to accept a 30% wage cut, otherwise they'll lose EI. Cutting EI, cuts to old age security, cuts to social benefits, a great way to create, and the minister herself said it, cheap labor for McDonald's. 500,000 jobs have been lost in the manufacturing sector over the past 6 years, and they're being replaced with McJobs. Is this their economic strategy? The Honourable Minister.
Gentleman became leader of the official opposition. He said he would bring a new civility and raise the tone of debate. I guess not 2 months after his election, they've thrown that to the side. Mr. Speaker, we are facing unprecedented labour and skill shortages in this country, and it is tremendously important that the employment insurance program is working most effectively for Canada and for Canadians. That's why we're working to better connect Canadians with available jobs in their local area to their appropriate qualifications and to ensure that they understand the responsibilities that they have while collecting EI. This is an important part of our jobs and economic growth agenda. Every Canadian wants a job, and we're working hard to create an economy that will do just that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, no one should be surprised by the Conservatives' attitude. It's their Prime Minister who said that the people in Atlantic Canada had a defeatist culture. They were dependent on employment insurance, and that for the Minister of Human Resources, employment insurance was attractive and even profitable. A nice gift for the layabouts who live off fishing, agriculture and forestry. How can the Prime Minister justify policies targeting the unemployed, attack the workers, and unfairly force people to lose either 1/3 of their salary or their EI check? The Honourable Minister.
What we want for Canadians is what Canadians want for themselves. We want a Canada with a growing economy, with more jobs, with more hope, and with more opportunity. And that's exactly what we're doing with these changes to unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker. We're working hard, tremendously hard, to ensure that available jobs are connected to those people in their home regions with the appropriate skill set. Every single person in Canada who's on unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker, they want to get a job, and this government is committed to move them into employment so they can provide for themselves and their family.
Leader of the Opposition.
The unemployed are expected to abandon the careers they've trained for, commute up to 2 hours a day, take a permanent 30% pay cut, get a McJob, or work in the mines, like their ministers have said, even when it's not related to their skills. But failed Conservative candidates don't end up at McDonald's or in the mines, do they, Mr. Speaker? No, they get nice, cushy jobs in Paris. They end up on government boards, racking up expense accounts. Meanwhile, hardworking Canadians are told that they are lazy and defeatist. Why are the Conservatives going after the unemployed? Why are they targeting people in need?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The individual he speaks of, who was appointed Ambassador to Paris, I believe served in the Liberal cabinet, a cabinet that he served in at one point, Mr. Speaker, although I think it was a little bit before his time. Mr. Speaker, someone's individual circumstances in the local labour market will always be taken into consideration. For example, if someone's from an area of higher unemployment and the opportunities are limited, their benefits will be maintained. What the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is we want to work with Canadians to ensure that they can move into new employment so they can provide for themselves and their family, have the dignity of job, the pride of independence, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Conservatives who lose the election don't have to worry. They will be rewarded with a job in the Senate. That is their employment insurance. But the people in the communities living off the seasonal industries are being attacked by the Conservatives. The minister wants all the power to define the rules in addition to telling people what jobs are suitable for them. These changes will force wages down. Why did they hide them during the election campaign? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker. Our priority is economic growth and job creation, and this is for the well-being of our country. But there are Canadians who do want to work, who don't have information about the jobs that are available to them. We can help those people identify those jobs, find jobs, and keep those jobs, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are doing to help people work for them, their family, and the country.
Halifax.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
That Conservatives are targeting the businesses, communities, and people who rely on seasonal industries. Fishing, tourism, arts, forestry, agriculture, they're all under attack by the Conservatives. Work's easy to come by if you're a failed Conservative candidate, but for businesses, workers, and communities in Atlantic Canada and across Canada, times are tougher. The Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador is asked to meet with the Prime Minister over the proposed changes, which leads me to wonder, why didn't the Minister consult with Premiers before making these sweeping changes?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is misrepresenting the facts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is helping people who are in seasonal jobs to work longer, work more for their families, so they and their families will be better off. We're going to help them identify jobs, sometimes scarce jobs within their region, within their skill range, and help them get those jobs. Mr. Speaker, we're doing that so they and their families will be better off, so employers will be better off, and so will the country.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, speaking of consultation, the government is back to work legislation. I'd like to ask the minister very directly whether or not he would not see the wisdom, instead of rushing the bill through the House, if he would not finally see the wisdom of allowing the members of the workers involved, the members of the unions involved, as well as the company, an opportunity to appear before a House committee. Surely they have a right to explain to the House exactly what the impact of that legislation is going to be, what it's going to do to their bargaining power, what it's going to do to collective bargaining, and what it's going to do to their pensions, what it's going to do to their wages. How can you take away pensions and wages without giving workers the opportunity to...
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we've set out the best way in order to make sure that the trains get rolling as quickly as possible. We are in day 6 of a current work stoppage, Mr. Speaker, and it's going to accumulate in terms of economic effects from here. In 1995, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, the government at that point in time, did send it to committee. It got stuck there, Mr. Speaker, because of the opposition, and they couldn't get it out, and they had to cut a deal with the NDP in order for it to happen.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
That was you at the time.
Order.
I'm not going to go there, Mr. Speaker. But speaking of not consulting, I'd like to ask the minister, whoever's answering these questions today, I'd like to ask the minister very directly on this question. The changes in employment insurance will inevitably have a major impact on social assistance in all the provinces in the country, particularly those provinces with higher numbers of people who are currently covered by employment insurance. That is inevitable. That has been the impact since the 1990s. That's had the effect and had the impact. I'd like to ask the government this question. Why did they not consult directly with the provinces and consult directly with the premiers whose costs are going to be directly affected, Mr. Speaker?
Good question. Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly this member knows something about rising social assistance rates. When he was Premier, Ontario became the welfare capital of Canada. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. What our initiatives are designed to do is to try to assist unemployed Canadians in obtaining what they want, a job, a paycheck, the dignity of a job, the pride of being economically independent. That's exactly what these measures do. So we hope, rather than increasing social assistance rate, what we do hope will happen is that we'll be able to move more people to the workforce where they can contribute, pay taxes, and help it grow Canada's economy, Mr. Speaker.
For Toronto Centre.
I feel being attacked by a wild sheep. It's serious, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't respond to the question that I asked. He must admit the problem. It's not just the workers and the employers who will be affected by these changes, Mr. Speaker. It is also the question that will affect the provinces. It is goes to the heart of the Federation. It goes to the heart of Canada's nature itself. Well, why increase the cost of the provinces without even consulting them, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. It is our government that helped the provinces and the territories with the largest economic and fiscal transfers to the provinces to help them with social programs. We are extremely proud of this, and it is absolutely the goal of our policy, and that is to help people who are unemployed to find a job, and that is why the bill is before the House, and that is why we are taking action to try to help people find real employment so that they can support their families, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlevoix-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, by slashing employment insurance, this government has apparently decided to wage war on the Quebec tourism industry, while restaurateurs, hotels, museums are finalizing preparations for the new tourist season. The government is slashing employment insurance, openly attacking seasonal workers who run the tourism industry. Can the minister explain why she is so intent on waging war on the tourism industry? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, throughout Canada during the winter, summer, all throughout the year, there is a labour shortage, and this is a real fact. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, there are unemployed persons, people who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, but there are employers who need their talent, who need that labour, Mr. Speaker. We are trying to connect employers with the unemployed for the well-being of employers and the unemployed and their families. The Honourable Member for Charlevoix-Saint-Charles. The reality is that the minister's reform will force Canadian wages down. The contempt shown by the Conservatives for seasonal workers is unheard of, given the illogical and unfair economic decisions they are making. They don't hesitate to pick winning and losing industries, penalising millions of Canadians for their career choice, and attacking entire regions. Will this government abandon this irresponsible plan before it destroys entire sectors of our economy? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, that is not at all the case. What we are trying to do is to connect to people who have lost their jobs with available jobs in their regions, and that fit their qualifications. That's what we're trying to do. We will make sure that these people will earn more money if they work compared to now, or they can lose money because of the EI system. We are introducing changes that will take effect August 1st.
Hamilton Mountain. The Conservatives' lack of empathy is astounding, Mr. Speaker. If you're lucky enough to never need EI or use it only once, you may be okay. But if your community relies on seasonal industries like tourism, fishing, forestry, or agriculture, or if you've been laid off more than once, this government has its sight on you. EI doesn't belong to the Conservatives to change on a minister's whim. It belongs to the workers who paid into it. Why are they forcing a job on out-of-work Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my question is, why don't the NDP want to help Canadians get back to work faster? That's exactly what we're trying to do. We know that there are labour and work shortages and skill shortages right across this country. What we want to do is connect those who are out of work with skills in their local area to the jobs that are available. Mr. Speaker, it only makes sense to try to help Canadians into those jobs before we try to bring in people in from offshore. That's why we're making changes to help make these individuals aware of jobs in their local area, to provide them with the supports they need to get it, and to make sure that they're better off accepting that work than not.
For Hamilton Mountain.
While running for the Conservatives may mean you never need EI, other Canadians actually do have to look for jobs. These short-sighted changes are an attack on the workers who own EI. Canadians who have paid into EI should have access to it. Even before these latest restrictions, fewer than 40% of unemployed Canadians qualified, an all-time low. Is that the Conservative job plan, handing cushy jobs to their failed candidates while forcing skilled Canadian workers to take minimum wage jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Correct the record on that. In fact, almost 85% of people who pay into the EI system, an insurance program, do have the hours eligible to collect should they lose their job due to no fault of their own. We're proud of that figure, Mr. Speaker, because EI is there as a temporary income support for people who have lost their job through no fault of their own, to support them and their families while they're looking for a new job. So, Mr. Speaker, we're asking people, making sure, clarifying that people know what their responsibilities are in terms of looking for a new job, and we're providing supports to help them find those new jobs that will be good for them and their families.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Workers and employers who paid into it, not the government. But when the mill closed in New Brunswick, Conservatives want to punish the employees. When lobster quotas are full, they penalize the fishing communities. These industries deserve respect. Why is the government refusing to consult the individual, the communities, and the province affected? Why are they making change that blames the workers for losing their job? What a shame!
Well, Minister of Human Resources.
Quite the opposite is true. In fact, we're trying to help those people who have lost their jobs when the mill closed. We're there with Service Canada to help them adjust, make sure they get their EI that's there to support them while they're looking for a new job. Mr. Speaker, we're also going to be sending notification to people to let them be aware of jobs that are available in their area, something they didn't receive much of in the past, something against which the NDP has already voted. We want to help Canadians get back to work as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. We could send the information by an F-35. The Conservatives are not content to restricting access and forcing wages down. They're pushing the envelope even further by replacing the boards and tribunals for employment insurance with a new organization, except that we don't know who will hear the appeals, how, or in what time frame. But we know that there will be 10 times fewer individuals to hear the unemployed cases, and obviously they're hiding all this in their Trojan horse. Why are the Conservatives trying to slip through major reform to the appeal process? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, why does the NDP not want to help the unemployed find new jobs? Why? We want to help them because work is better for them, it is better for their families, it would be better for the employers and for the entire country. Mr. Speaker, we have a labor shortage across the country. We want to connect the unemployed with available jobs to help them. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, 60% of the unemployed are not entitled to EI. That is the real problem. The Conservatives have apparently decided that their bias and irresponsible ideology take precedence over reason. They are now waging an open war on seasonal workers against the Atlantic provinces and the Gaspé, against millions of Canadians who need the EI fund, which is their fund. In the meantime, there are reforms being made to the boards and tribunals to ensure that there is no possible appeal. Why is this government targeting the workers and the economy in the Atlantic and region and the Gaspé? In passing, Mr. Speaker, they cut order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, I have to correct what the member said. 85% almost of the workers who pay for employment insurance have access to the benefits when they lose their job to no fault of their own. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of that fact. However, we also have to say that it is our government that is making changes in order to help these people find another job. Mr. Speaker, there is a labor shortage across the country at present, and we would prefer to help the unemployed to find jobs. Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have pushed the panic button. Another back-to-work legislation. This time it is the railway workers who will see their rights violated. 5 ministers went to give a press conference today. Was it to protect pensions? No. Was it to ensure good salaries? No, not that either. The ministers went out to justify the fact that they were taking rights away from the workers. The Conservatives realize that the workers are behind our economy. They purchase bikes, clothes, they spend money at the local shops. Do they realize this? People need good wages and good pensions. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I was joined by my colleagues today so that we could update the Canadian public on the effect that this 6-day work stoppage has had on businesses that aren't necessarily Canadian Pacific. They're in the automotive industry, the natural resources industry, the agriculture industry as well, and in the transport industry too. We're seeing layoffs, we're seeing people cut back, we're seeing those things happen, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're acting today by tabling legislation. And I asked the member, the real reason for the press conference, Mr. Speaker, was to ask the NDP to support us in passing this quickly so that we may be able to get people back to work sooner.
Honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it won't happen. It's always a race to the bottom with those Conservatives. This is the 6th time in 6 years they have legislated workers back to work. They've beaten the Liberal record for back-to-work laws. Wow, 5,000 workers and counting, asking themselves, what have they done to deserve the wrath of the minister? Why are Conservatives always picking winners and losers? And why crushing the principle of collective bargaining? Why crushing the principle of free collective bargaining?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we're firmly on the side of the Canadian public and the national economy. We're not taking one side or the other. The economy is being affected. It is a 6-day strike. We provided so much ample opportunity to the parties. They're facing very serious issues at the table. They were unable to do it and finish their own collective agreement. As such, we'll be making our legislation known this afternoon.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, when his constituents asked the member for Kootenay-Columbia to help split the non-budget measures out of the budget bill, he agreed, saying, quote, "You will find a barrage of Conservatives that hold your concerns, and I am one of them. I do believe that some should be separated out." Will the government listen to Canadians and listen to their own members of Parliament and split up the budget bill? Or do they agree with the member for Kootenay-Columbia that Conservative MPs are, quote, "not going to make a difference"?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to stand and talk about Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012 that is actually focused on jobs, economy, long-term prosperity for this country, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind honourable members that this government has put in place policies that have helped create over 750,000 jobs since July of 2009. Mr. Speaker, that's important. That's what Canadians are focused on. That's what Canada's Economic Action Plan is all about.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this government has pushed almost every aspect of the old reform ideology, from EI, immigration, First Nations, crime, but the reform, the freedom of members of Parliament to represent their constituents instead of party ideology has masterfully disappeared. Will, in spite of the opposition calls, concerned Canadians and now members of the Conservative caucus, will the Prime Minister divide the undemocratic budget bill?
Order. There is far too much noise on both sides during that question. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also agree there's far too much noise. And speaking of divides, we're actually starting to see a divide on the other side, battling amongst themselves, Mr. Speaker, about who can oppose what Canadians support. And that's Economic Action Plan 2012, Mr. Speaker, a plan to get Canadians back to work. The Minister of Human Resources is doing her best to make sure that people that are unemployed can actually find a job. But we need help in this House of Commons to get this bill passed and passed quickly to create jobs for more Canadians that do want to work, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, closing the Kitsilano Search and Rescue Station will result in people dying. That's according to retired Coast Guard commanders, rescue volunteers, and boaters. This Vancouver Coast Guard base is the busiest in Canada. This year, they've handled over 70 life and death emergencies well before summer even starts. Closing the Kit space will increase Coast Guard response time by up to an hour. So to the Minister, if he were capsized in the cold waters of English Bay, injured and needing rescue, would he still say the Richmond base is close enough?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, the top priority of the Canadian Coast Guard is the safety of mariners. Level of search and rescue service in Vancouver will not be affected and will remain the same. In fact, the Coast Guard will establish a new inshore rescue boat station for the summer season in Vancouver Port and strengthen our partnerships with other on-water on-water search and rescue partners, such as the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' decision to close the Freshwater Institute is a step backwards for freshwater research and will have a huge impact on the management of our fisheries. Scientists from Harvard, the Smithsonian, and other top research centres have slammed the cut. This research helps us understand and manage the impact of pollution on our freshwater systems and our fishery. My question, Mr. Speaker, is why are the Conservatives so afraid of knowledge? Why are they cutting the Freshwater Institute?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fisheries and Oceans will continue to support freshwater research across Canada. The Experimental Lakes Facility has a lot to offer to non-governmental research labs involved in ecosystem manipulation research. We look forward to facilitating a transfer to a private organization, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, the Trojan horse budget paves the way for treating our lakes and streams as dumping ponds. And then the government cuts the very programs that tell us why we need to be so careful.
Shame.
The Freshwater Institute has already led to breakthroughs on acid rain, hydro dams, and the use of phosphorus. But now when we need it the most, the government will make sure it disappears. My question, why are the Conservatives throwing caution to the wind and ending this important scientific tool?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Again, Mr. Speaker, as I said, Fisheries and Oceans will continue to support freshwater research across Canada. The Department will no longer conduct research that requires whole lake or whole ecosystem manipulation. Departmental research on freshwater will continue in various locations across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
The cuts don't end with protecting freshwater. There are major cuts to the Coast Guard, too. The Kitsilano Station in the heart of Vancouver is one of the busiest in Canada. But the government is planning to close it. This will double response times, putting lives at this international port at risk. Will the minister stop the dismantling of this station and reverse these reckless Conservative cuts?
Mr. Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated earlier, levels of search and rescue service in Vancouver will remain the same. Search and rescue capability in the area was also improved through Budget 2010, which provided funding for a new hovercraft available in early next year to replace the aging hovercraft at Sea Island Base. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend 55 lives were saved because of the Kit Station alone. With growing traffic, the impacts could be severe. But the government didn't consult anyone but D&D. They didn't consult the province, they didn't consult the city, and they didn't consult the community. Mr. Speaker, they didn't consult the facts. How can this minister close the station without talking to the very people whose lives he'll put at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, we're very aware and we're convinced that search and rescue services in Vancouver will remain the same. We will strengthen our partnerships with other other on-water search and rescue partners, such as the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Speaker, we think that we have an opportunity to provide better service in this area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister of Labour met with CP Rail and with Teamsters Union to try and encourage and facilitate an agreement that would have avoided a work stoppage. While the parties continued to negotiate until yesterday, the union began strike action on Wednesday, May 23rd. Notwithstanding the rhetoric of the parties opposite, labour stability in the rail sector is critical to the functioning of the Canadian economy, the continued economic recovery, and the confidence of Canadian businesses and the Canadian public. Could the Minister of Labour please once again give the House an update on the status of the labour negotiations at CP Rail?
What a good question. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Moose Mountain. Sorry for that, for the question. Our government is very concerned about the prolonged work stoppage. About the prolonged work stoppage and the effect that it's having on the national economy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, figures indicate that it could be $500 million a week for a prolonged work stoppage. And that's why today our government will take further action, and I will be tabling introducing legislation to resume all rail services to protect the Canadian economy and, of course, national interest.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, we all know that when it comes time to listen to their own department's recommendations, the Conservatives like to add their personal touch. The Minister of Heritage is clearly spending too much time with his colleague from International Cooperation. Here we have this incredible decision to ignore the recommendation to name Tadoussac and Rouyn-Noranda as cultural capitals of Canada. Why? Because, indeed, they decided to promote Calgary, which was not even on the short list. Why did the minister go against the advice of his own department to name these two Quebec towns as cultural capitals of Canada? Why? Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Cultural Heritage, Canadian Heritage. We were proud to name Niagara Falls and Calgary for this year. What's sad with the opposition is they continue to always try and divide Canadians and set them one against the other. We had received several applications for the cultural capitals, and we could only name a few. There were quality applications, but on the other hand, Rouyn-Noranda and Tadoussac will receive some sums for their festivals for 2012, 2013, and Rouyn-Noranda for the 36th and 37th edition of their book fair. And the NDP voted against this. The Honourable Member for Montmorency. It's the minister here who's toying with the rules, and when you toy with the rules to help your friends, it's acting in bad faith. After having spent several years putting together their applications, we see that Tadoussac and Rouyn-Noranda will have to go elsewhere to achieve their projects. The mayors of these two Quebec towns said that their applications were told they weren't good and that they didn't meet the criteria. And yet the officials said that the two towns were qualified and even recommended them. Will the Minister of Heritage explain to us why he decided that these two towns' applications were not good enough? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we certainly had quality applications, but there are limits to the amounts of monies that we have available for this event. So we named the Calgary and Niagara Falls for this year. Last year, it was Quebec towns, and the year before that, it was Trois-Rivières in Quebec, and the year before that, it was Saint-Jean. So we're going to continue to do this kind of analysis, but we're going to support the events that are responsible and that have good projects on the ground. So yes, this year these towns didn't make it, but we will fund certain events in those towns for the people in those regions. The Honourable Member for Jean-Pierre Allemand. Mr. Speaker, if there's a city that suffered in the last budget, it was Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. After doing nothing for forestry and allowing jobs to migrate elsewhere, we can see that there are bad cuts that have been made in the Conservative budget for the tax centre in Jonquière. Is the government going to reassure the workers and families in the region and assure us that this centre will not be touched by Revenue Canada cutbacks? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Revenue Agency must ensure that our programs, of course, are efficient, effective, and achieving the best results for Canadians. Our top priority is the economy and ensuring that we spend tax dollars wisely, Mr. Speaker. We will be revealing more details on CRA's budget very soon. However, we're committed to supporting CRA and providing a high level of service and ensuring the integrity of the tax system.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, first of all, there were concerns at Shawinigan, then it was Jonquière, without talking about the shady dealings around the moving of the service centre in Rimouski. Clearly, things are not going well with the Conservatives. The confusion regarding the future of the Shawinigan Taxation Centre exists, and this is news from Jonquière is not good, not reassuring. Even though this is not the first time we raise the problem, the Parliamentary Secretary has not been able to clarify the situation. Will the Conservatives finally shed some light on the reported cuts at the Shawinigan and Jonquière taxation centres? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't comment on rumour and speculation, but what I can say is that more details on CRA's budget will be coming soon. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring a high level of service to Canadians and the integrity of our tax system.
Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, this government talks about an unprecedented skilled labour shortage. That's the reason for the EI changes last week. If there's a skills labour shortage, it's been developed under this government's watch. What we've seen 6 years of doing nothing has put us in the situation we're in today. There are 1.5 million Canadians out of work, and their answer is, well, let's get seniors to work 2 more years. Let's let disabled people live in poverty for 2 more years. Let's attack seasonal workers in seasonal industries. Let's help depopulate rural Canada. Is that the best this government can do? Is that their A game?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, that's the best that the Liberals can do to come up with facts that they're in story shape, let me tell you. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's our government, against the votes of the Liberals, that has created over 750,000 net new jobs in this country since the depths of the recession. And our priority is on job creation and economic growth, Mr. Speaker. And we're so successful at that right now we do have skills and labour shortages, wide range of occupations right across the country. That's why we want to help people get back to work, because it'll be better for them and for their families and for the good of the country.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. In any case, Mr. Speaker, with the Montreal Festival and with the answers we're hearing today, we can see that we're just with a bunch of pot-banging conservatives that don't resonate with anyone. There's no consultation with the regions, and the seasonal workers are being hung out to dry. I just want to know, given that we are killing the regions and industry, will the minister do her homework and restart from scratch to help out seasonal workers? That's what we want to know. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, it's our government that created and helped to create more than 750,000 jobs here in Canada. Because our priority is the economy and job creation. That is why we have worked hard for skilled workers now, and why we want to help Canadians who've lost their jobs, whether it's full-time or seasonal, to find new jobs in their region and within their qualifications.
East York.
Mr. Speaker, after only a few hours of testimony, the Conservatives are set to shut down the inquiry into the AG's scathing report on the F-35. Only 7 hours of investigation, nearly 7 years of Conservative mismanagement. They've misled Canadians by hiding somewhere between $15 and $30 billion of life cycle costs. Mr. Speaker, they pledged accountability and transparency. So why are they now stopping Parliament from getting to the bottom of the F-35 fiasco?
Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the Auditor General 3 times, once for the report as a whole, once for the beginning of the chapter, and once at the end of the chapter. We've heard from officials, senior government officials, at 2 different sets of meetings that detailed the government's response. We've heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer to compare his numbers versus others. The purpose of the committee is to study the Auditor General's report. We've done that. Let's get on with writing the report.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
None of that dispels the odor of cover-up that permeates this House today, Mr. Speaker. Either the Minister of Defence stands today to disclose the truth about the F-35 procurement, or his government has to let the committee do its important work. Now, Mr. Speaker, we learned early not to hold our breath waiting for answers from that minister. So, will his government reverse their decision and allow the F-35 investigation to continue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the President Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, we've heard from the Auditor General not once, not twice, but 3 times. Wow. We've heard from departmental officials not once, but twice. Mr. Speaker, it's time to get on with writing the report.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend I was overjoyed to learn that Abby and Dominic Merrick were reunited with their mother and returned to Winnipeg after being abducted by their father to Mexico 4 years ago. It has been a complex and sad case,
but one with a happy ending. Can the Minister of State responsible for Consular Affairs please update the House on this case?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the excellent support she has provided to these constituents. The Merrick children indeed returned to Winnipeg yesterday with their mother. It was a coordinated effort, and I sincerely thank consular officials, our partners in Mexico, the province of Manitoba, the RCMP, and the CBSA for their hard work in locating and returning these children. I hope this mother and her children can now rebuild their family life and that those responsible for this abduction be held responsible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that by now we could assume that the Minister has finally completed his homework and is up to speed on the 31-page federal court decision with regards to veterans' pensions. With only a few days before the Conservatives must decide whether to appeal this very clear ruling, is the government now in a position to tell the House and thousands of affected veterans what action they intend to take?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, a working group at the Department of Natural Resources in Canada concluded that the federal government should better regulate the shale gas industry. I repeat that this is a working group at the federal government level, so don't tell me that this is a provincial area of jurisdiction. It said in particular that the public is ill-informed and that regulations that are in effect are based on old practices and don't take into account the repercussions on groundwater. Will the Conservatives finally listen to the recommendation, or are they going to continue to ignore Canadians' concerns? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Shale gas exploration and development has been going on in the West for many decades. This is a provincial matter under provincial jurisdiction. It's being investigated from a regulatory perspective in a number of provinces, and we await the results. In the meantime, there's no indication of any leakage, any harm to water in the areas in which it is being developed.
For Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were horrified to hear of this weekend's massacre in the Syrian town of Hula, in which more than 100 people, including 34 children, were killed. Even with UN observers on the ground, the Assad regime continues to ignore its commitment to the Annan peace plan and flaunt its utter disregard for human life. Would the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update the House on Canada's reaction to this weekend's violence in Syria?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his interest in this humanitarian disaster. This weekend's shocking attack has yet again demonstrated the Assad regime's utter contempt for humanity and for decency. We call on the Security Council to take stronger action, including having United Nations Security Council sanctions. Canada continues to view the Annan peace plan as the best option. However, the international community must redouble its efforts to get adherence or move on to explore other diplomatic solutions to the crisis.
A member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as people around the world watch the negotiations with Iran over the issue of nuclear proliferation, Canadians want to know if this government is willing to take international leadership on nuclear disarmament. A year and a half ago, this House unanimously endorsed a New Democrat motion to prevent nuclear proliferation and increase the rate of nuclear disarmament. When will the government implement the intent of that motion and take leadership on nuclear disarmament?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I share the member opposite's concern about nuclear disarmament. I think the strongest measures we can take are on stopping nuclear proliferation. That's why what's going on in Iran causes us all such deep concern. Before the P5+1 talks in Baghdad this past weekend, I had a long chat with Catherine Ashton, the high-level representative from the European Union. I spoke with her for more than half an hour after these meetings and offered Canada's full support for these efforts. If Iran obtains nuclear weapons, not only will it be disaster for the Middle East and a disaster for the world, it will see the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, something I don't think any of us in this House want to see.
The Honourable Member Haute-Gaspésie, Mr. Speaker, on top of obliging the unemployed employed to accept less well-paid jobs far from home, the EI reform announced last Thursday risks making things much worse. By forcing employees who are trained by businesses that are seasonal to go elsewhere, it deprives employers of skilled local workforce they need to maintain their activities. It's a direct attack against forestries, fisheries, and tourism that support the regions of Quebec. To listen to the Conservatives, they've forgotten that winter returns every year in Quebec. Before this outcry over these measures that are harmful to regional workers, will the government finally abandon this reform? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Honourable Member does not understand the changes that we are proposing. We propose measures that will help people who've lost their jobs to find other work, and those jobs will be in their regions and will be in the appropriate categories to their qualifications. We will help these people because it is in the best interest of them, of their families, and of our country.
That concludes question period for today. A point of order, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown on a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I raised a question in question period, and I'm not sure that there was an answer. If there was, it was certainly unintelligible here. Mr. Speaker, my question was whether the government has decided whether or not they're going to appeal the ruling on veterans' pensions. I didn't hear it.
Order. Order. Okay. I understand there may have been a question with the microphone. I'm not sure if I understand it was a very short response. Maybe the Minister of National Defence would do the members a favor who didn't hear it and repeat his answer.
He will have an answer soon, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 38 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Continuation and Resumption of Rail Service Operations. This motion is deemed adopted. Madame Raitt, appuyée par Monsieur Van Loan,
Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that this bill be read for a first time and printed.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport du comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in relation to its study of Growing Forward 2, which includes a summary of the study of the biotechnology industry. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Excellent job.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Okanagan Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to present 90 names from a certified petition from members of my riding of Okanagan Coquihalla. This is in their clear support for my private member's bill for C-311. And again, that is to end the current wine prohibition that we see here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, free trade in wine shouldn't be a crime, and I'm very happy to represent my riding today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Petitions to present. The first petition is calling on the government to maintain funding for the old age security and make the requisite investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty. And the petitioners point out that the Conservative government has threatened to make changes to the old age security program, and this is a direct attack on the poorest seniors who rely on that money for daily living expenses. And they point out that the NDP moved an Opposition Day motion calling on the House to reject the proposal by the Prime Minister to increase the age of eligibility for old age security, while also calling on the government to take the necessary measures to eliminate poverty amongst seniors. And Mr. Speaker, the second petition is a short petition you'll be relieved to hear. It's on an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, Bill C-257, and the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to support Bill C-257, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods. And Mr. Speaker, my third petition is a petition calling on the Government of Canada to remove its support for the development of the Northern Gateway Pipeline, assume a neutral position on the outcome, await the evidence, and ensure a full, fair, and impartial process under the National Energy Board and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. And so they're calling on the government and members of Cabinet to make it clear in advance of the hearings that they believe the project should. They pointed out that the government and the Cabinet had made it clear in advance of the hearings that they believe the project should proceed, and oil tanker traffic should be allowed in some of the most treacherous waters on earth. So therefore, call on the government to support this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bonavista Vista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a petition signed by constituents of mine want to eliminate poverty in Canada. Individuals living in poverty suffer more health problems and have lower life expectancy as a result. The rights that are guaranteed under international covenants, as well as the Canadian Human Rights Act, and it threatens the cohesion and progress of society in general. Therefore, these petitioners call on the federal government, along with their provincial and territorial counterparts, to come up with a good strategy that reduces poverty for those. And Bill C-233 would require the federal government to develop and implement a strategy, and they implore this House to support that. I want to thank the constituents in towns such as Grand Falls, Windsor, Bishops Falls, Gander, and Harbour Breton. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed my pleasure to introduce two petitions today to present to the House from my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. One is from the Emmanuel Christian Church in Newberry, and the second is from the Strathroy and Diskett Right to Life members. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, both petitions ask for the House of Commons to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions, one from a group similar to my friend across the way asking the House of Commons and Parliament to amend Section 223 of the Criminal Code. A number of people from Smithers and the Telkwa region in northwestern BC on the definition of life. A third petition, Mr. Speaker, on calling upon the government to honour the wishes of the people of the Northwest and across British Columbia. A number of residents from Vancouver Island, Powell River, and Lund asking the government to honour and respect the wishes of British Columbians to protect our coastal waters from the threat of supertankers on our coast. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents of Random Buren St. George's. Again, they're calling on the government to reconsider the decision to raise the age of OAS from 65 to 67. They're saying this will be cumbersome, difficult. It's unimaginable that we could impose this burden on seniors, some of whom will lose up to $30,000 over a 2-year period in benefits. They're saying this is totally uncalled for. There is no need to be doing this, and the impact it will have on seniors, on low-income Canadians, and particularly on women is such that this should never be allowed to happen, and they're calling on the government to reconsider this terrible decision.
Yeah. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have once again a petition representing people from Terrebonne, Montreal, Vancouver, who are opposed to the government's position on Katimavik. They're calling on the government to to maintain the funding so that young people can experience Katimavik. It's a very valuable experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on behalf of the people of my riding of Davenport to present two petitions. One is, Mr. Speaker, the people of my riding are very concerned about the loss of public services in the riding, and the post office being a very important one. There's an excellent post office right in the heart of my riding. It's used by seniors, by people who run small businesses. Canada Post has sort of been up and down as to whether this is closed, whether they're planning to close this. And this petition calls on the government to keep this vital public service open to the people of my riding. The second petition is a Toronto-wide petition, and this petition is around Bill C-31. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, over half of those who live in Toronto were born outside of Canada. This bill strikes to the heart of the very foundations of who we are as a country. The fact that this bill will tear families apart is of deep concern to members of my riding and in fact, people right across the country. Jailing refugees for 6 months without the possibility for appeal, forcibly separating refugees from their families for at least 5 years, dividing refugees into tiers based on their country of origin and unnecessarily punishing them as a result, and expanding ministerial powers to shape legislation by removing parliamentary oversight and access to an appeal process. These are just some of the things that are in Bill C-31 that people right across the City of Toronto have deep concerns about, and it's an honour for me to present this petition on their behalf. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure I rise to table a petition which is literally, Mr. Speaker, from every community, virtually from every community within Winnipeg North, expressing concerns in regards to raising the issue of the OAS, where the government has made the decision to increase from 65 to 67 the eligibility in terms of when someone will be able to collect OAS. And these constituents believe that the people should be able to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65, and that the government not in any way diminish the importance and value of Canada's three major senior programs, the OAS, GIS, and the CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am tabling a petition signed by residents from the riding of Alfred Pellan in response to measures announced for OAS. They say that the measures will specifically attack seniors who are living in poverty, and experts have confirmed that the system is viable. The signatories of this petition are calling on the government to retain the OAS program, to keep it as it is in its current form, and to increase the supplement, because the current amount is not enough to help lift seniors out of poverty. And that's a shame, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present pages and pages petitions from people in East Vancouver and Metro Vancouver who are very concerned about changes to the old age security system, and they point out that there are approximately 5 million Canadians who receive OAS, and when you combine that with the $1.7 million seniors receiving GIS, this is going to have a huge impact on people's incomes. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on Parliament to reject the changes to the age of eligibility for OAS and to increase the OAS and GIS to end seniors' poverty and to ensure that retirement benefits are indexed to the real cost of living.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too have a petition from Canadians across the age spectrum. And as you will have noted, Mr. Speaker, there is great and profound concern from the public of Canada in regard to proposed changes to old age security. And the seniors and those others who have signed this petition regard this as a direct attack on the poorest of seniors in the country, which includes women and those living with disabilities. And they call upon the government to change its plans to increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67 and to make the necessary funding changes to OAS and investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior, all 250,000 of them, Mr. Speaker, out of poverty.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first ones come from petitioners in Kingston, Ontario and Roberts Creek, British Columbia. These petitioners, like so many thousands before them, are calling upon this House to assure stable, predictable funding to our national public broadcaster, the CBC, et aussi pour protéger le travail
and to protect the work of Radio-Canada. It's a network that brings people together.
Of Peterborough, Ontario, Kings County, Nova Scotia, including Wolfville, Montreal, Vancouver, and Burnaby. And these petitioners, again, like tens of thousands before them, urge this House to demand of the Privy Council that they stop promoting a particular project, the Enbridge Pipeline, allow the evidence to come in, and not to insist that we put supertankers in this country's and indeed the planet's most treacherous waters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q 583 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions Q 578, 580, 581, 580, and 584, 582 and 584 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
This is the pleasure of the House that questions 578, 580, 581, 582, and 584 be made orders for a return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's come to my attention that what appear to be 10%ers have been mailed into various ridings in New Brunswick, including my own. On many of these 10%ers, the return mailing address is to the Liberal member for Toronto Centre. One such mailing to my own riding of New Brunswick Southwest came in a franked envelope from the Liberal member for Cardigan. I have submitted this evidence to you along with the notice of this question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. I ask for you to consider the following. On November 3, 2009, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore raised a question of privilege claiming his position on the long gun registry was misrepresented in a mailing from another member. In the subsequent decision by Speaker Milliken on November 19, 2009, it was found that the member of Sackville Eastern Shore's privileges were breached for these very reasons, and that it had the effect of, quote, unjustly damaging his reputation and his credibility with the voters of his riding, end quote. Also, on November 19, 2009, a question of privilege was raised by the member for Mount Royal on grounds that his privilege was infringed by the actions of another member who sent a 10%er into his riding. This resulted in Speaker Milliken stating that, and I quote, the mailing constitutes interference with his ability to perform his parliamentary functions in that its content is damaging to his reputation and his credibility, end quote. This can, of course, be found in Hansard, November 26, 2009. On March 15, 2010, the Liberal member for Malpeque moved a motion calling for the Board of Internal Economy to, quote, take all necessary steps to end immediately the wasteful practice of members sending mass mailings known as 10%ers into ridings other than their own, end quote. Again, this from Hansard, March 15, 2010. Mr. Speaker, this motion passed, and the Liberal member for Malpeque issued a press release on March 29, 2010 stating, quote, the Conservatives abused this privilege, both in quantity and content, by sending excessive partisan attacks into unheld ridings and wasting millions of taxpayer dollars. The Liberal motion ended these partisan, out-of-riding mailings and won a victory for Canadian taxpayers, end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, so much for that. But I remind the House that, according to the April 19, 2010 decision by the Board of Internal Economy, 10%ers are only to be distributed as bulk mail from the House Postal Services, effective May 1, 2010. And the Manual on Members' Allowances and Services states, in the April 1, 2012 version, 10%ers may only be distributed to households within the member's own constituency and may not be distributed as addressed mail. Yet the material sent into my riding and others by Liberal members are generic in nature. Inside the franked and addressed envelope, there is nothing that addresses the individual whose name is on the outside of the envelope. In the mailing from the member for Toronto Centre into the riding of Moncton Riverview Dieppe, the letter begins with a generic "Dear Friend." In the mailing into my own riding by the member for Cardigan, there is not even a salutation line. Regardless of whether these materials were produced by the House of Commons Printing Services, in the offices of the member in question, or in the research offices, these mailings are bulk in nature. They are not specifically addressed to the individuals whose name appears on the outside envelope, and they are not printed and they are printed, taxpayer-supplied resources. Mr. Speaker, they are partisan, as you will see from the paper I supplied to you. They are partisan in nature, generic in content, and should not be sent using franked envelopes into other members' ridings. If the Liberal Party of Canada wishes to launch bulk partisan mail into Conservative, or for that matter, New Democratic-held ridings, they should do so with their own funds, not House of Commons resources. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there is a breach of privilege in this matter, and I am prepared to move an appropriate motion should you agree, and that motion would involve sending this question to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The actions of the members from Toronto Centre, Cardigan, and possibly others are in direct contradiction of the spirit of the rules governing the House of Commons mailings, and I believe in contradiction of the letter of the law, which of course was to not only not direct such mailings into opposition-held or a riding held by another member, but to do so with taxpayer dollars. It is clear that Parliament previously sought to end the practice of bulk partisan mailing being sent by one member into another member's riding. It appears that the Liberals seem to believe that they have found a way around this rule by stuffing bulk partisan materials into addressed and franked envelopes. It is important that the House have the opportunity to examine this matter in the appropriate committee. It is necessary to determine whether the actions of some members are in breach of House of Commons rules. Who participating in this practice, which they have previously publicly denounced, to apologize to this House and to the Canadian taxpayers for their misuse of the resources entrusted to them. If these mailings were paid for by the Liberal Party of Canada, and that is both the cost of printing and postage, I would be the first to claim this matter was outside the purview of Parliament. That, however, is not the case. Mr. Speaker, thank you for reviewing this important matter that I am sure you, like me, had believed was resolved. Thank you very much.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
We just, once we take a look at the blues from my honourable colleagues, notice we would reserve the right to address this point of privilege unless you're ready to rule on it right now, which... Oh, well, there we go. I'll listen attentively to your ruling then. You're very quick.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest for bringing this to my attention. I've had a chance to read his letter and look at the items in question. I do feel that it's not exactly an analogous situation to the two previous rulings that he cited, given that it seems here to be more a complaint about whether or not the House rules were followed, not so much with the content of the items in question. So therefore, I find that it's not a question of privilege, but it certainly could be something that the Board of Internal Economy should look at, and I can assure the Honourable Member that I will ensure that that gets on the agenda for the next board meeting to determine whether or not these particular mail-outs followed the House of Commons' own internal rules for these types of publications. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, as well as on a motion that the question be now put.
Please debate. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement with Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. This free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, or this trade agreement, is one of a series of agreements that this government has gotten into very hastily, I might say. This is another one that was negotiated in record time, without the proper consultation, and our party has opposed this. Now, I don't want anyone to think that our party is opposed to trade. I know it's a common mantra for those opposite that New Democrats are opposed to trade. We are not opposed to trade. But we are, however, opposed to this trade deal. And I'll tell you why, because I only have 10 minutes, but I'll do my very best to be succinct and say why we're opposed to this particular trade deal. You know, as I say, it was done very hastily. It was done first of all, without consultation with relevant stakeholders, without consultation with the trade unions in Panama, without the environmental groups, civil society, or citizens themselves in Canada and Panama who have an interest in these agreements. It was done without respect for labour standards and collective bargaining, despite the addition of a labour agreement. There's no protection. There's no protection against money laundering and tax cheating in a country which has been decried as a tax haven. And there was no commitment in this agreement to sustainable development and sustainable investment, which should be an important part of any free trade deal. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about trade in this country, we shouldn't just be talking about the movement of goods. What we need to be talking about is a partnership. And what we've seen with this government is hasty trade deals that don't respect the things that Canada wants and needs. You know, if trade was all about free trade deals, Canada's trade would be increasing and improving, not getting worse. You know, this government talks about how they're very interested in trade and they're carrying on with these trade deals. Well, where's the results? Where are the results? When we look at the difference between signing free trade deals and actually increasing trade, Canada has actually deteriorated. The quantity of goods and services shipped abroad from Canada is actually 7% lower when this government took office. It's lower even than it was back in the year 2000. And when we see what we do see in trade is an ever-increasing proportion of raw materials and raw resources, especially oil, making up that trade. We did at one time have a very impressive trade surplus with other countries. Now that has gone into a deficit, and even though we have increasing petroleum sales, the international, the 3% of GDP per year is in fact a decrease in sales. What's interesting, and this is from a report by an economist reporting in the Globe and Mail on the 21st of May, Jim Stanford, who's an economist with the Canadian Auto Workers and is obviously very concerned about issues, in particular manufacturing trade. He's done a study of our longest-standing free trade pacts, and they are with the United States, Mexico, Israel, Chile, and Costa Rica. What's interesting is that our trade and exports to those countries have grown, in fact, more slowly than our exports to non-free trade partners. Our imports from these countries have surged much faster than with the rest of the world. So if our goal, which is a sensible one according to Mr. Stanford, is to boost exports and to strengthen the trade balance, then signing free trade deals, as we have done, is exactly the wrong thing to do. So that's very interesting, Mr. Speaker. The 5 biggest trade deals that we've had have in fact reduced, in good for them, more imports to us from these countries, but fewer exports to them. So we haven't, in fact, increased our trade and boosted our proper partnerships. So the problem is pretty difficult, particularly for some aspects of our economy. We've seen an endorsement by this government of an overvalued currency, and we've heard our leader talk about that. I know there are lots of people in this country who don't want to talk about that. Members opposite don't like to talk about the fact that our currency is overvalued, trading some 25% above its purchasing power, parity with other countries. But it does hurt Canada's exports and skews our trade with other countries, and particularly the kind of trade that takes place when we're exporting in fact, unprocessed materials, including crude oil, bitumen in particular, without refining it. If we're not refining the stuff here and we're not making mining machinery here, our capacity to produce higher-end products, in fact, will further diminish. So we do have a significant problem with trade, Mr. Speaker, and we have a problem that's not being fixed by these free trade deals. So, Mr. Speaker, what does the NDP support? And that's a fair question. We support trade, but we support fair trade. We want to ensure that the trade agreements that we make with countries are, in fact, fair and reasonable to both parties. A partnership that builds positive relationships and not just opens the doors. You know, we see, for example, in Panama, we have a situation where the government of Panama refused various Canadian requests to actually sign an agreement to share tax information. They won't do it. It's extremely important in terms of transparency to have a tax information exchange agreement. The government of Panama refused, but Canada goes along with it anyway. So what is it that we want as New Democrats? What do we want to see in trade agreements? We want to have, first of all, in order to have a total fair trade strategy, we want to see a comprehensive, common sense impact assessment for each agreement that we're entering into that demonstrates that that trade deals with Canada they're beneficial for Canadian families, workers, and industries, and we don't have a trade agreement that would lead to a net job loss. Number two, we want to ensure that negotiations, any agreements that we negotiate, support our own sovereignty and our freedom to chart our own policy in the future, our ability to be competitive on the world stage and support a principle of a multilateral fair trade system. Number three, it's fundamentally important that all trade agreements promote and protect human rights by prohibiting the import, export, or sale in Canada of products that is deemed to have been created under sweatshop conditions, forced labour, or conditions that are not in accordance with fundamental labour standards and human rights. We also want to be sure that all trade agreements respect sustainable development and the integrity of all ecosystems. And number five, we want to be clear that before we go ahead with any enabling legislation, be subject to a binding vote on whether or not we accept the terms of the agreement. The current assessment of tabling agreements in the House for a period of 21 days prior to ratification is neither mandatory nor binding. So we see in this case of the Panama trade deal a repetition of the failures of previous trade deals to be fair, to be reasonable, to respect human rights, to provide the kind of protections that Canada needs, and actually lead to increased trade from Canada to these countries. Those are my comments at second reading, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quite happy to deal with any questions or comments.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three quick questions for the member. He says the NDP is not opposed to free trade agreements. I wonder if he could share with the House a free trade agreement that the NDP has supported. I also wonder if the NDP, if he can tell us how the NDP feels about the original free trade agreement and NAFTA. And finally, if the member could share with the House if the NDP were ever to form government, would you take Canada out of these free trade agreements that you disagree with?
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Well, I'm glad the Minister thinks that they're quick questions. I don't know if I can answer them as quickly as he gave them. There are three very, very important questions. But, you know, since this government has come into office, they haven't produced an agreement that meets the criteria that I just laid out. they haven't produced an agreement that has led to increased trade from Canada, except by importing more goods. And we've mentioned the 5 most important ones that were studied by an economist. That's something that obviously, you know, when an agreement is put forward that meets the criteria that I just laid out, and I set out 5 conditions, then we'd be very happy to support it. We're in favor of fair trade. We're not in favor of just signing trade deals which have no improvement for Canada's country, Canada's situation. And obviously, if when we form a government, I know the minister says if with some trepidation, but I'll answer him when with some confidence. Obviously, we'd seek to improve any agreements that exist in order to ensure that Canada is engaged as a fair trade partner for the improvement of Canada and the countries that we deal with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if I can pick up on that last point that the member made reference to in terms of enhancing or the possibility of enhancing agreements. We look in terms of the whole free trade issue is that it's great for us to be able to give attention to countries like Panama and so forth, but to what degree has the government over the last number of years dropped the ball in terms of looking at the exports and agreements with our greatest trading partner, that being the U.S., and does he attribute that to be the reason why it is that maybe we're not doing as well in the manufacturing sector as we could be here in Canada?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Well, you know, we obviously seek to improve whatever agreements that we have in terms of an analysis of NAFTA in particular and the government's action. We haven't seen the kind of sectoral support that we'd like to see in Canada. But you know, I do have the challenge his party as well in terms of even this particular agreement, where when our trade critic sought to delay this agreement through a motion in the International Trade Committee to delay the implementation until Canada agreed to sign a tax information exchange agreement, which would stop the money laundering and tax cheating. The motion was defeated by both the Conservatives and the Liberals in committee. So, I hear him, but he wants me to point the fingers opposite. But I think if we're into pointing fingers here about the problems with trade deals, we have to look as well to the Liberal Party, who did the add-ons, of course, with NAFTA after claiming they were going to do something entirely different.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from St. John's East for that very good speech. And of course, in his speech, he pointed out the fact that New Democrats support fair trade. And in the process of examining this bill at committee, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, had made a number of proposals that would have made this trade agreement acceptable to New Democrats. And one in particular I wanted to touch on was the definition of sustainable development, and that says the amendment would define sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, as set out in the Brundtland Report published by the World Commission on Environment and Development. And I wonder if the member could comment on the fact that New Democrats actually have proposals to make trade agreements fair.
The honourable member for St. John's East, a short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Obviously, sustainable development is important. The Brundtland Commission was a report in the late 80s, which in fact Prime Minister Mulroney championed. I remember because I was here. He championed that report. Well, we don't see the results of sustainable development being adopted by this government, either within trade agreements or even within our own country, which is a shame.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like my colleague from St. John's East, I'm really pleased to rise in this debate today and speak at second reading to Bill C-24, which is on the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, on the environment agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. So clearly, whenever we see agreements between our country and another's, we have some pride. We know that it's nice to have other countries want to trade with us. And sometimes it's in the fine print, as the English say, that we have some little surprises. So I'm not any expert on international trade, but I think that there are some basic elements that we have to look at as free democratic countries when we are dealing with other countries. And this is one of the reasons why our party is against this bill. Not because we're against international trade agreements that try to break down obstacles between countries so that trade can occur, but because we believe in certain values. And if that's the case, we have to ensure that the countries we're doing business with are not rogue states, are not countries that abuse of their own citizens within their own borders, or that try to manufacture or build articles that will be the subject of the free trade agreement with our country. We have to look to the details right till the end. Otherwise, we have to stop saying that we are defending rights and freedoms around the world, because it would mean that we would be prepared to do anything. For people who aren't really aware of Bill C-24, it's a bill that had already been tabled, I believe, on August 11th, 2005. The government had concluded some negotiations with Panama, and on the very day that they signed the agreement, the Conservative government tabled them in the House of Commons, and that was at the time Bill C-46. So we're talking about 2010 at this point in time. It's a bill that was passed in second reading and sent to the Standing Committee on International Trade for clause-by-clause review. So if you follow what my colleague said during his speech, my colleague from St. John's East, and I take this opportunity to thank him, because I know it was one of his passions, international trade. And my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, worked very hard on these issues as well, and was always very wise in demonstrating the importance of what kind of trade we're going to carry out, that it's fair with other countries. Now, my colleague from Windsor West is carrying the role of critic and is doing a good job as well. I think it's important to listen rather than just getting into political arguments at a low level that we hear so often in this House, when people laugh at what we say on this side of the House and respond with one-liners as if the NDP was anti-free trade, because we have the nerve, we have the nerve to ask a few questions. We're so bold as to ask if the people we'll be doing business with are not, for example, using child labor, aren't getting cheap labor on their backs, or if they don't have particular rules and regulations in terms of the environment, and also to make sure that they're not tax havens. And I was very, very astonished when I looked in depth into this somewhat, and when I see how Panama, which is a good country in other ways, but how some people look at it as being a tax haven. So on both sides of the House here, people stand up and say that we have to stop dealing with countries that are considered as such, because that has an impact even back home in Canada. This would involve money that would be taken here and sent elsewhere, because some countries have rules that are simply too permissive, and that makes it so that countries around the world can go into their territory and cash sums with their governments. And even the OECD said that Panama is a tax haven. The U.S. considers them to be so as well. And even if for the OECD they were saying that it was on the gray list, because I learned that there's a white list, a gray list, and a black list. And in this Parliament, we learn a great deal about all kinds of subjects. And indeed, that is the beauty of having the opportunity to speak on all of these bills. Because oftentimes, whether we realize it or not, there is an impact on all of people of this country in all of our ridings without distinction. Some people think when you talk about international trade that it really only concerns the major capitals of the various countries involved. And when we give some countries some privileges, it has an impact on all of our populations. So we have to look at the ramifications of this kind of bill. So having a country like Panama that refuses to this day to transmit certain information concerning their taxation measures and regarding other areas as well is very concerning. So I'm surprised, and at the same time I'm not, because when we are faced with a government that is so lacking in transparency, as is the case here, it's perhaps not surprising that they're happy to deal with a country that is so non-transparent in terms of tax matters. What we need to see is, indeed, if this country is a place where some of our companies are doing business, by sheltering some of their monies there, because they're investing them in those corners of the world. So I think this has to be a concern of all of the people here in this room, because while we're studying bills that, for example, today is going to force employees back to work because these people don't want to see a new collective agreement imposed on them that involves decreases for them. At the same time, we're comparing some of these people to huge corporations that make millions and billions in profits, who sock away money so that they don't have to pay tax on it. Money that would allow for services to be provided here in this country. So somewhere there's something not right in all of this. When we can hear from the other side of the House that, oh, well, has the NDP ever supported a free trade agreement? Well, the problem is that none of the free trade agreements that have been signed, and we know that the new trend is to have bilateral agreements rather than having broader territorial agreements, although some of those have been negotiated that include my province of Quebec and the European Union. But in any case, clearly every territory wants to open up its borders and ensure that their goods can be in circulation and be purchased. But once again, we have to remember, and I'm proud to be part of a party that is indeed concerned about the issue of how that money was made without hurting trade in any way. If those people are really interested in doing business with us, well, it's up to them at that point in time to make sure that they are in line with the rules of human decency, as I call them. So all of this concerns the parts of the agreement that concern labor, for example, worry me tremendously. When we do business with a country, even if people see the number of bills forcing people back to work in this country, the government should really say that we don't have any lessons to teach anyone on that score. But still, people who put their sweat and tears into making items that we want to buy, that bothers me at some level. So I know that's all the time that I have, but I'm pleased to have been able to speak to this bill and to my concerns. And even though I like international trade, it's not at any price. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask this member the same question that I asked the previous speaker, and that is there any free trade deal that Canada is currently involved in that the member and her party are happy with? If so, I'd like to know about it, and if not, what would the NDP do if they had the opportunity? And finally, are there countries or that the NDP would not have a free trade deal with that are a democracy?
The
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a priori, I would like to answer the third question first. Not a country that is a democracy. I wouldn't have a problem with that in theory, to trade with that country. And that's not our point here, if you listen to what I was saying. The problem is not the fact of having these treaties. It's the content of the treaties that is in question. And having said that, are there treaties that we agree with? Can we name one? I would say that the one that I would certainly agree with would be the first one that we table when we formed the government in 2015. I'm convinced that this is something I have to get out of people's heads. The NDP will certainly trade with other countries, but on the other hand, will ensure that there are treaties that are respectful. Even President Obama, during his last campaign, talked about reopening some of the free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico for the simple and good reason that there are things that change, and there's nothing wrong with that. There are things that don't work or don't work well, and I think for any government, the priority should be the people on their own territory. I don't represent Panamanians. I represent the people of Gatineau. So when we deal with people, we deal with them according to the values that I was elected to represent.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the short answer to the previous question was no, that there is no free trade agreement or freer trade agreement in which the NDP have a record of supporting, nor are they going to be supporting any free trade agreements under any other government, unless, of course, they happen to be the party in government. That is, in essence, what she said. Can she just confirm that that is, in fact, the case?
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
If I would read my own blues, I'm pretty sure that's pretty conform to what I said. But mind you, I'm a very supportive of the du traité avec les
of the treaty with the United States and Mexico. I don't have any major problem with that. I know we could get into a lengthy discussion. I would like to have the time to speak to some of the aspects of some of these treaties that would be worth reviewing, but often the meetings at our summits between these three countries might look at some of that. It's not because a treaty is signed that it should never be touched again. We've never had the guarantees, for example, and I think Canadians would have had the right before getting into that kind of a treaty to look at this, and I think that I would have no problem standing up and supporting any treaty that would be tabled by an NDP government in 3 years' time here.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ultimately argue that it's somewhat a sad state when you have the official opposition making statements to the degree in which they clearly indicate that they do not support freer trade or free trade agreements in principle, because it's not their political party that has brought it into place. And, you know, it reminds me of the leader of the official opposition's position that is very much an anti-Western divide and conquer mentality, in which he says, in essence, that he has no problems taking shots at the industries out in Western Canada. And I must say that Westerners, including myself as a member of Parliament from the prairies, took great exception to that divide and conquer mentality that the leader of the official opposition has. And then we get other members on the front bench just kind of feeding into this anti-trade. And I don't say it lightly. Let me make take specific issue. We want to talk about the Panama Agreement that's here right now. Well, Manitoba has a huge potato industry. I like to think that it's only a question of time before maybe we could be first place in Canada Now, some of my colleagues in Atlantic Canada might have a bit to say on that particular point, but I do believe that there is an opportunity for Manitoba to be #1 in Canada. Ultimately, if we approach the industry in an aggressive way, I think that we could surprise a lot of people throughout the world. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have 3 processing plants in Manitoba that take that raw material and they generate roughly 1,000 jobs for the province of Manitoba. That's a lot of good quality jobs. If you look at where those potatoes and processed potatoes are being sent, it's to countries like the United States, the Philippines, and Panama. And that's, for many Manitobans, when they see the agreement that we're looking at today, and could it be better? Sure, it could be better. There's no doubt it could be better. If only the government would see the wisdom in some potential amendments, maybe we could make some significant headways. But having said that, I think that there's many stakeholders in the province in which I represent, and ultimately, because I don't want to be selfish, I would suggest to you that many individuals across Canada, not just in Manitoba, that would see the benefits and would question, well, why not? If your argument is strictly based on, well, it's a human rights issue or it's an environmental law issue. I remember having a debate with one of our NDP colleagues earlier about China. Well, you know how much we import from the country of China? And the New Democratic Party is not talking about stopping those exports in order to protect the human rights issues. I think all political parties, and I can guarantee you the Liberal Party, is concerned about human rights. We're concerned about labor laws. We're concerned about environmental laws. And we're going to do what we can to try to influence it so that we have a better world, that Canada does have a leadership role to play. But we believe in the Liberal Party, we believe in freer trade. In fact, one of the best, most significant free trade agreement that was ever achieved in our country was through Lester Pearson. It was the Autopac. That generated and created tens of thousands of jobs yesterday and is still creating jobs today. Well, no, we do know the history. That was back in 1965, roughly. And you'll find that it was a Lester Pearson that signed off on that particular agreement. Now, that's a formal agreement. There's other ways in which we can get around and encourage and improve. You know, I was a provincial legislator when we had this whole Team Canada being talked about. And Team Canada was going to go out to Asia and beyond, and that was actually former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, who said, let's get the stakeholders, let's get some of these business and union groups and provincial elected officials and just a wide spectrum of different stakeholders that believe that Canada is a better country if, in fact, we can reach out around the world and try to get the contracts that is going to not only improve the quality of the life for Canadians that are living here, and that is our first priority, but also to be able to contribute to the economic and social development of other countries, Mr. Speaker. And that was through an informal agreement in which it was the Prime Minister at the time saying, as a group, collectively, we could have a huge impact if, in fact, we bring the stakeholders together and visit some of these countries. Now, other provinces have piggybacked on that idea, and it's not to say that Prime Minister Chrétien was the first government to do it. There might have been other provincial governments that had taken such an initiative on a smaller scale, but I think that that particular Prime Minister actually set the stage in terms of looking at this whole stakeholders and bringing stakeholders outside of Canada to try to secure the type of agreements that could make a difference. Sure, as I've pointed out, Mr. Speaker, we have legitimate concerns in regards to issues related to Panama. And yes, we could have legislation that would in fact make it better. But we're not going to close our eyes as a political entity and say that this legislation is that bad that it's not worth pursuing. We take a better, I like to think, a more open-minded approach to trade than my colleagues to the left, the New Democratic Party. You see, we do believe that even if ideally it would be wonderful if it was a Liberal government, and we've demonstrated in the past how aggressive we can be in terms of wanting to generate and create jobs here in Canada by looking abroad and enhancing our trading relations. And we've had very successful missions in the past. We've had very successful amendments to trade agreements. We've had very successful agreements signed by prime ministers and ministers. And it's because we have seen the value and how Canada has benefited, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, we also recognize that we happen not to be in government at this point in time. But if the government does enter into agreements in principle in which we can support, that there's nothing wrong with doing that, Mr. Speaker. That if the government does have an idea or is progressing in certain areas, that we're prepared to look at the possibility of supporting. You know, last Friday in which we were sitting, I had posed a question about the idea of freer trade in Ukraine and how freer trade in Ukraine could be potentially used as a way to ensure that there's a healthier democracy in that wonderful, beautiful country that we all know as Ukraine. And as a political entity inside this House, if the government continues to move forward, hopefully they'll listen to some of the ideas that are coming from the Liberal Party, that we believe that we could improve upon those relations. I know, for example, the member from Wascana was in Ukraine just the other week, and no doubt was concerned about that particular issue. It's one of the reasons why I had asked the questions, is because he had raised the issue with myself a week ago last Friday. I guess, Mr. Speaker, what I like about this particular type of legislation is that it allows us to be able to enter into that discussion about the importance of trade, of world trade, because if it's managed properly, and I do believe the government has dropped the ball in terms of the U.S., if it's managed properly, that we in Canada can have a very healthy manufacturing industry and the other types of industries that make up our economy. We are concerned about our manufacturing industry, but I don't believe closing the borders and building walls, as the NDP would have seemed to support, is the best way of doing that, nor dividing the country when you get statements that are irresponsible being made about Western Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg. We're both Winnipeggers, and I was struck by his initial comments about his surprise that the NDP rejects all the free trade agreements that Canada has ever signed purely because the NDP didn't design the free trade agreement. Now that seems very counterproductive, and I wonder if the member could expand for me why he thinks the NDP position on free trade is so backward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. And it is hard to understand why it is the New Democratic Party would be convinced to the degree that the only type of trade deal that is a viable trade deal is one that originates from a national New Democratic government. When I cited my example in regards to Panama and the potato industry, you can research it if you like by looking at the Manitoba website on industry and trade, I believe is where you'll likely find it. And you'll find that there are, at the lower level where you'll find that the provincial NDP appear to be somewhat supportive. At least I would hope that they would be a bit more supportive. I believe that we have a national New Democratic Party that just doesn't necessarily quite get it when it comes to the importance of trade and the impact that it has on real people and real jobs. And the best example I could give to that is just the leader of the official opposition's attitude towards Western Canada and the valuable commodities that we have there.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
And it's always, I don't know what you'd call it, an interesting expedition to listen to my honourable colleague twist himself into a pretzel, explaining how at one point in the Liberal Party history they were for free trade, and then at another point in Liberal Party history they were against free trade, although he actually forgets to mention that in his long-winded and typically long-winded speech. But I wanted to ask my friend in the corner there if he doesn't agree that a free trade agreement that doesn't protect the rights of workers to open collective bargaining, if he agrees with and supports a free trade agreement that doesn't protect human rights and doesn't provide measures for the proper stewardship of the environment, and of course these were all amendments that we put forward and that both the Conservatives and the Liberals voted against. So I'm wondering if the member can explain how it is that he and his party don't agree with those basic elements of labor rights, human rights, and environmental protection.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess you have to look at the principles of trade, if you like. And if you apply the New Democratic Party's principles on the issue of trade, that being of the human rights and the environment and labor legislation, and you were to apply that equally, one could actually say that they would be putting up and erecting walls around our entire country in terms of who we would be able to trade with. There are many nations around the world. The single greatest one is likely China, where we import a phenomenal amount of consumer products every day, billions of dollars annually that come from China. If you follow through the logic, and I know that logic can defy a lot of people, but at the end of the day, if you follow through on NDP logic on the issue, you would think that they would shut down the borders or raise a wall between trade between China and Canada. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member to explain to me why he believes that there is absolutely no human rights issues in China, or environmental concerns, or labor laws that this member would be concerned about, because he has no...
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting when I stand in the House on another so-called free trade treaty with a small developing country, of the sense of déjà vu, of repeating our history and repeating, Mr. Speaker, the gross errors that we've made so many times in the past with these types of trade agreements. And those errors, Mr. Speaker, are not just errors that compound the problems, economic problems that this country has. They compound the problems in the country with which we are making these deals, these so-called, again, free trade deals. I think of when I spoke against the NAFTA agreement, in particular when I pointed out that in the first year after NAFTA came into effect in Mexico, the average wage went down by 20%. The cost of corn to the producers was reduced by almost 50%, the value of their corn product. And huge farmers were forced off the land and into the ghettos and barrios of a number of the major cities in Mexico. That's the kind of impact these deals have. Oh, there's some good parts to these deals. If you're wealthy in the existing country, if you're a multinational corporation in the existing country, if you're an authoritarian government and you want to maintain control of your population. Each one of those cases, those sectors of those countries benefit from these deals. But the average citizen does not. And in a lot of cases, Mr. Speaker, their conditions actually deteriorate. And we can see that consistently. I think there's a seminar being put on one day this week in a number of countries that are neighbors to Panama and the conditions that are going on there with regards to child labor, violence against women, violence against the Aboriginal populations, and the list goes on. Like just great human rights abuses, Mr. Speaker, that a trade deal will do absolutely nothing to better. And in fact, as I said earlier, in many cases, will actually make it worse. Mr. Speaker, I want to address one particular problem with this agreement in particular, because I've got very little time in 10 minutes to get all the points out. But Panama is a major tax haven. And in spite of attempts by the international community, in spite of demands from Canada, they have done very little at a legal level to correct the money laundering that occurs in huge dollars in that country. There's 400,000 corporations registered in Panama, a country many times smaller than us. And we don't have anywhere near that many corporations registered in Canada. I think we've got about a quarter of that many, if that many. They're there for one purpose only, Mr. Speaker, and that's to launder money in the vast majority of cases. Very few of them are legitimate operations. Huge number of dollars coming in from the Colombian drug trade. Huge number of dollars coming in from Mexico from the drug trade. Being laundered and being passed back so that it can be used legally in other countries. And we're signing on to that operation, Mr. Speaker. And our banks and our financial institutions are going to be able to take part in that and are going to be used by the operations down there to move that illicit money back into Canada and into the international markets through our banking systems. And when we've demanded of Panama that they begin to clean it up, they pay lip service to it. But at the practical level, it is growing. Money laundering is in fact growing in Panama and has been for at least the last decade. And so we sit here and we hear the Conservative government and their liberal, I was going to say it, won't say that, their liberal affiliates supporting this deal. For this reason alone, we have the Foreign Affairs Minister wanting to support them. And he knows better than most members sitting on that side of the table, or I'm sorry, on that side of the room. He knows, Mr. Speaker, just how bad the situation is in Panama, but he's going to pay lip service to their ideology, and he's going to support this deal. And Mr. Speaker, it's going to continue on down there, and in fact, the money laundering process will grow. We'll be aiding and abetting it by signing on to this deal. But for that reason alone, there isn't one member in this House who shouldn't be standing when the vote comes, as eventually it will on third reading, and vote against this. They should do it right now at second reading when it finally gets to a vote on second reading, Mr. Speaker. But for that reason alone, in terms of the amount of the hundreds of millions, the billions of dollars that flow through that country, it's not just drug money. It's organized crime using the money that they take from human trafficking and all of their other abuses. The gun trade. It just goes on, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we're signing on to with that country. They could clean it up, Mr. Speaker. They could clean it up. We as a country should be saying to them, we're not going to be dealing with you. We're not entering into a trade agreement with you until you do clean it up. But that's not what we're saying, Mr. Speaker. We're just looking the other way. We're pretending that somehow, maybe I should say, Mr. Speaker, there's these three lists that the international community creates. There's the white list, the gray list, and the black list of countries. Nobody's on the black list. Nobody's that bad, according to this list, which makes you wonder how valid this is. The white list is ones that, in fact, are countries like Canada who have reasonable controls over their financial institutions, meaningful controls over, and combat money laundering and combat tax havens as well on a systematic, reasonably effective basis. That's the white list. We're on that list. Panama's on the gray list. Why they're not on the black list, I don't know, Mr. Speaker. They've always been on the gray list. But there's nobody on the black list, so I guess that explains that. But they've been on the gray list for a long time. And you're on the gray list when you, again, make noises about doing something about cleaning up your financial institutions and your banking system and your economic structure that allows for the tax havens and the money laundering. So they're on that list, but they've been on it for a long time. And like the other countries that are on that list, they go onto the list, they stay on the list, it seems, indefinitely. Hardly anybody ever comes off it onto the white list. Nobody goes on to the white list. They just don't do anything about it except talk about it. And so we've done this at the international financial level, but it's meaningless, Mr. Speaker. But that's where they are. And I suggest to you quite strongly, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason to believe that they're ever going to come off when you've got countries like Canada, or at least governments, current government here in Canada, along with their Liberal affiliates, who are going to support that process by entering into these deals. Mr. Speaker, the other reason we should not be entering into this trade deal is that they're, in fact, in spite of some of the provisions in the agreement of dealing with labor standards, practically that's not going to occur. Panama does not have the governmental infrastructure to enforce human rights standards, environmental standards, and labor standards. They just don't have that. And, when we're asked what kind of a deal would we support, fine. Say to those countries, we want trade. But we're not going to do it when it's to the advantage exclusively of multinational corporations and the very wealthy in your country. If it benefits Canada and it benefits your people, then we're interested. We'll negotiate. But until such time as we enter into those kind of agreements, this party will continue to oppose these kind of agreements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member's comments, and he has raised many serious issues. And there is a school of thought that by engaging countries with human rights standards that may not be as we would want them to be as Canadians, but by engaging these countries, by helping them grow their economy through free trade, increasing ties with these countries, that it will allow these countries to rise and rise above many of the terrible things that the member has outlined. You know, I'm from, I was born in Brazil, and I've seen that country do a lot of probably not very good things, but it's now blossoming. And as is Latin America, though they've had a troubled history. I wonder if the member would not agree that a growing economy helps everyone.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I think that's too simplistic to say that a growing economy helps everyone. It doesn't. Growing economies sometimes only benefit the very wealthy in the country. But let's go to Brazil and look at the leadership role that they've provided in South America. They don't want to sign an agreement of a free trade nature with Canada. They've been building their own trading arrangements there with the Mercosur arrangement with other countries from Central America. They looked at the NAFTA agreement, Brazil I'm talking specifically, looked at the NAFTA agreement with Mexico and saw the way it damaged that economy so badly. They're not interested in talking to us if we're talking that kind of an agreement. What they've done there is, in fact, much as the European Union did, would enter into agreements with other smaller countries that actually provide a transfer of wealth to them, outright dollars to them, that would assist the country in building some of that infrastructure so that human rights, environmental standards, labor standards were protected. Brazil's been the leading country in South America doing that. They're the kind of country we should be following as a model, not countries like Panama or Colombia.
Questions and comments? L'honorable David.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am always very interested to see that our the opposite parties are demonizing us increasingly. I'd like to thank the member for Windsor-Tecumseh for that presentation. He raised some important points, and one of the points that is often neglected with regard to free trade agreements with other countries is that this is a gesture that we're making. It's seen throughout the world, and this is part of a reality that all meaningful gesture that we make is seen and interpreted. And unfortunately, Canada has found itself with Kyoto in making gestures that they made with the United Nations and other regions of the world, and there are serious consequences when you sign a free trade agreement with Panama and some countries. It will look like we are sanctioning some practices that are really not right, such as money laundering. I'd like to ask my colleague about the image that Canada is portraying to the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. He's quite right. If we sign treaties such as this one with Panama, and we say to Panama, and really to everyone else in the world, your practices are acceptable. What you're doing with child labor, for example, well, you can keep doing that because we know you can't change it without help. And we're giving the permission not just to Panama but to the other countries to think, okay, we're going to keep doing those things. We're going to break those kinds of principles. And for the NDP, this is not acceptable.
The Government House Leader is rising on a point of order, I believe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting, pursuant to Standing Order 57, the Minister will move that the debate with regard to Motion 12 not be now adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, I will advise that, of course, the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, the Bill C-31, has been debated on 6 days in this House, and there have been over 80 speeches. That's in addition to over a dozen committee meetings where members studied the bill. Yet, even with all that in debate and study, I must advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-31, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, the Marine Transportation Security Act, and the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conforming
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the town of Dermot are as follows.
on public safety, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's on the 41st general election, and the Honourable Member for Sudbury on telecommunications. Please to the
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor for me to rise this afternoon and speak to this bill, which our party is opposing, Bill C-24, Free Trade Agreement with Panama. Now, many people on the other side of the aisle today have been asking us, what kind of deals do we support, and we stand very clearly that we support fair trade. We support trade that is fair. Now, this agreement, it marginally improves. It's a marginally improved copy of George Bush era style. It puts big business before people. There's no effective enforcement of human rights, lip service to environmental protections without any real tough measures or dispute mechanisms. It's a NAFTA copycat, and these agreements have been in the past designed for trade between two industrialized countries. We've got ourselves in Panama, which is currently a developing nation. This is a deal that was negotiated, like others, in record time, without consultation of trade unions, environmental groups, civil society, or citizens. A fair, sustainable trade deal would address, of course, the needs of business, Mr. Speaker, but it would also address the needs of workers and the concerns over the environment. We have global environmental issues. We've got global issues around workers' wages and workers' rights. These need to be reflected in any deal that Canada signs internationally. Because what we sign internationally speaks to who we are as a country. Now, Mr. Speaker, according to, and it's not just us, according to the U.S. Department of Justice and other entities, Panama is a major conduit for Mexican and Colombian drug traffickers and their money laundering activities. The OECD has noted having a trade agreement without first tackling Panama's financial secrecy practices could incentivize even more offshore tax dodging. But there's a reason to believe that the trade deal will not only increase tax haven abuses, but will also make fighting them that much harder. And it's one of the many ironies that we experience in this House daily, that we have a government who pretends to trumpet this belief in law and order domestically, but will play footsie with internationally with regimes that don't have proper transparency, proper accountability. When we're talking about organized crime, drug cartels, and when it's clear that Panama has not tightened up its measures around tax. My colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, put forth several amendments, moderate proposals. These are moderate proposals. These are proposals that would speak to some of the fundamental issues that Canada stands for. Fairness, treating workers fairly, allowing for collective bargaining and protecting workers, protecting the environment as well. And we on our side do not believe that economic development and economic activity and stewardship of our environment are mutually exclusive terms. We believe that they can work together, and in fact, we believe that's the key to future prosperity, not just for Canada, but for countries like Panama. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has consistently opposed NAFTA-style trade templates that focus on the interests of multinational corporations and ignore these other basic, important elements of any free, democratic civil society, and that is workers' rights and the environment. This trade model ultimately rejects fair and sustainable trade, which in turn generates discontent and protectionism. The NAFTA model has shown unparalleled efficiency in driving and entrenching the political and economic domination of large transnational corporations, and is currently at the heart of the ongoing drive for bilateral FTAs. And Mr. Speaker, we've got in our country, in my riding, we have many immigrants, many new Canadians desperate for work, and we have them working sometimes 3 jobs at minimum wage just to make ends meet. We don't need one more instrument in the race to the bottom of wages, not just in Canada, but internationally. What we do need to do is create good jobs, protect workers' wages, allow for the easy ability for workers to bargain collectively, not just here, in countries that we deal with. In fact, Mr. Speaker, trade agreements are economic documents. Obviously, they're economic agreements, partnerships between us and other countries, but they also speak to, as I've already said, who we are as a country. Are we a country that is willing to toss aside, to throw overboard, to throw under the bus, whatever metaphor you want, those things which our forefathers and mothers fought for? And again, I go back to workers' rights. This deal echoes the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and I know that the party in the corner had seemingly no problem with the ways in which workers' rights were not protected in that agreement, and they're willing to throw those workers under the bus in this instance too. We expect that from the government. We're getting used to it from the Liberals, but we on our side will not do that, Mr. Speaker. Will not do that. So what do we stand for? What does fair trade look like to us? Well, we believe in an alternative and better form of trading. And just as an aside, but it's not a minor aside, Mr. Speaker, we've got other countries that aggressively promote internationally their businesses locally. We have countries who spend hundreds of times more than we do promoting, for example, their wine industry abroad. And we're not doing that here. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we have many opportunities, many ways in which we can promote trade with other countries, celebrate and promote the innovation, the technology, the things that we produce here in Canada, and we're missing out on those opportunities. We're missing out on them in the ever-expanding arts and culture sector. I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker, first-hand experience. But what do we stand for? The NDP believes in an alternative and a better form of trading, providing a comprehensive and common-sense impact assessment on all international agreements that demonstrate that trade deals Canada negotiates are beneficial to Canadian families, to Canadian workers, to Canadian industries. The government does not sign any deal, any trade agreement that would lead to a net job loss. Now, what could be controversial in an amendment like that, Mr. Speaker? That seems like due diligence to us. Seems like a no-brainer. You want to make sure that the deal that you sign is not going to create net job losses, that there should be a means test, some way of assessing whether this agreement is good for the Canadian economy, not just a few large multinational corporations that get backdoor access to government ministers, Mr. Speaker. So this is the kind of ways, these are some of the ways in which we believe that trade agreements, international trade agreements, should be negotiated. And we also know that many Canadian workers, Canadian families, and Canadian businesses stand in support of this direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague's speech, and there was so much misinformation there. I just don't know where to start. But I think one of the things we should all agree on is that the Leader of the Opposition, what he calls jobs actually is a disease. You've said that quite clearly. So it actually makes sense in a kind of twisted way, the NDP policies, how they need to inoculate Canadians and people around the world against jobs, shut down any trade agreement that might actually improve trade and create jobs between the countries. So I wanted to start with my colleague and just ask him if he's aware that Canada and Panama have committed to ensuring that their laws respect the international labor organizations, one that he supports, of course, the 1998 Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, which covered the elimination of child labor, forced labor and discrimination, and the respect of freedom of association and the right to bargain collectively. Is he aware of that, or is this something that the NDP just, the researchers don't let their members know? Because this idea that jobs are disease, anything that creates jobs like open and free trade, is a bad thing to do. And he still hasn't answered the question, has there ever been a free trade agreement that the NDP has ever supported? We would like to know on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, there's so much misinformation in that multi-pronged question, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where to begin answering the question, but I can tell my honourable colleague with some certainty that I think that perhaps the researchers on his side haven't fed him the bad news, which is that in Ontario we've lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs, and these aren't $10 an hour jobs, the kind of jobs that you guys are creating over there that you are in such a celebratory mood over. These are my apologies, Mr. Speaker. These are we've lost good, high-quality jobs that you can raise a family with, and what we want for Canadian workers is the same thing we'd like for the workers in Panama, are jobs that you can raise a family on, jobs where you don't have to take 3 low-paying jobs and never see your kids, never be able to work in the community, never be able to get involved because you are just desperately trying to stay above water, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of job creation we look for on this side of the House. That's the kind of job creation that would be reflected in our international trade agreements, which we would support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make reference to the potato industry that I've talked about earlier, in which it employs approximately 1,000 real jobs in the province of Manitoba. Those individuals are making relatively decent living, valuable jobs. They contribute immensely to Manitoba's economy, and we hope to see the industry actually grow. I'm wondering if the member has any kind word to say in regards to the potential of being able to increase our demand for our potato product on the prairies by looking outside of Canada. Panama currently is one of our consumers. They purchase many Manitoba French fry type products and potato products. Does he not see any benefit whatsoever if in fact there is some sort of a freer trade agreement that would help solidify that particular market? And I just use that as cited as a specific example. Does he see any benefit whatsoever for those workers, those 1,000 workers in Manitoba?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I love French fries as much as the next guy. So I think that if there's an opportunity for expanded markets for potatoes I'm not going to be the guy to stand in the way of that. But you're mixing things up here. We're talking about a very large scale issue here. We're talking about money laundering and hidden taxes. And my friend in the corner, and this must be one of the reasons why they are, is talking about French fries, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resume debate. The honourable member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great interest that I've paid attention to the debate on today's bill on the creation of a free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama. We understand that Panama is not a country that has a great deal of trade with Canada. We're talking about less than $150 million worth of trade per year between the two countries, so it's not a vast amount of money. However, on the other hand, today we want to deal with a situation that is not adequate. There is an imbalance between the rights of workers and the big enterprises, and that is specifically why we disagree with the bill before us today. The unions were not consulted, neither here or in Panama. The workers weren't consulted regarding their rights in Panama. And with the bill before us today, we want to codify a mechanism by which the workers would have some kind of rights with the free trade between the two countries. And what's really unfortunate with this is that, realistically speaking, the right is a mirage. It's not a real right. They don't have the right in Panama to really challenge anything, and I'll come back to that point in a moment. I also want to say that we're saying what we're debating today is free trade with a country that is not really a country that leaves us with any hope for other South or Latin American countries, that we don't want them to base their future hopes for free trade on Panama. It's not the country that I want to rely on for other economic agreements. It's a country that has serious problems in terms of its being a tax haven and in terms of laundering of money. And I don't know why the Conservatives are so dead set on moving forward with this country that has shown no will to rehabilitate itself. It's a country that isn't open and transparent. It's rather a country that has a real black market kind of an economy. And so I don't understand why the Conservatives want to go forward with that, except that the Conservatives also like to work in the darkness, and they don't want Canadians to really be aware of the bills that we're debating here in the House of Commons. But what worries me with all of this is that the Conservatives really want to make something concrete and codify something in a situation where there isn't a good balance. The big major corporations will benefit, and average workers will have no reason to believe that their fate will improve in Panama. We understand, and once again I have trouble understanding why we're stuck with this bill that involves a country that has so little trade with Canada. And if it was to grow, there's no reason to believe that the growth would be in a positive way. It would probably be more in terms, the growth might be probably more in the terms of money laundering and drug trafficking. So I would think the government would want to avoid this. I wonder if the effect will not be the contrary of what is desired. As far as workers are concerned, I would like to raise a few amendments that the NDP had put forward in the past when we were studying it during the 40th Parliament. We had moved 11 amendments at the time, including one that we wanted to define an investment that was responsible, one that would maximize the collective good as well as the profitability of social justice and the governance of companies in agreement with the United Nations principles on responsible investment. And I don't believe that the bill before us today is an improvement of the former bill in the 40th Parliament. This amendment is not being studied by the House here today. It's a free trade agreement that's really based on the major free trade agreements of the past, like NAFTA, where both partners were powerful on each side. Canada and the United States have had a significant trade relationship for a long time, and even Mexico. We had strong links and a strong relationship that went back a long time. So we signed this agreement because we were 2 or 3 partners with a certain power. And I think with the Auto Pact that we signed some years back, for example, that is evidence of a kind of free trade that is to the advantage of both parties. But here, there isn't a balance. Panama and Canada are not 2 countries that are on the same footing in terms of their economy. Our economy is based on exports, particularly of natural resources, whereas Panama seems to be a country that's based on an economy that is kind of a black market economy that's based largely on money laundering and on drug trafficking, as I said. So do we really want to solidify our relationship with a country that is unable to show transparency and show us that there's some other economy down there based on the economic aspects that would be to Canada's advantage and not to our detriment? I want to emphasize that we believe in a model, in a trade relationship, that wouldn't result in the loss of jobs. There are aspects of the free trade agreement that should help the Canadian economy, and I think that the Canadian economy depends mostly on the health and well-being of workers so that they have the means of spending money and supporting their communities. And the bill before us today, I can't see how it will help the workers in the regions who particularly with the changes to EI. What are the benefits for these people? If we want to create an advantage to Panama, that's one thing, but what are the benefits to our workers? Seasonal workers in the east of Canada are unlikely to benefit from this bill, I think. I think this is a George Bush-like agreement with his trickle-down theory. He created a terrible situation in the United States. The economy ran aground, and even today they're not quite in a position to get back on track. So to base a trade agreement with an economy that based on trade of less than $150 million a year doesn't make sense. I'll come back to the workers and the rights that they would have under this bill. Under Chapter 11, when there is some kind of court challenge, the investors will have the right to have a mandatory arbitration that can be carried out independently. However, unions in Panama will not be authorized to bring a case to the point of arbitration. They can file a complaint, and there can be an investigation, but it's up to the government itself to find some remedy. And if we can look to the past of the government of Panama's actions in the past, they haven't been famous for defending workers' rights. So if the unions don't have the right to go all the way with a court challenge, as it's set out in the bill today, I think it's something that this right, as I said earlier, is a mirage. It's not a real right. And unfortunately, the unions in Panama won't have the legal ability to even take advantage of this so-called right that we're supposed to give them. So clearly, they won't have the ability to take advantage of the rights that we're claiming we're giving them. So if there's a reason why we should not pass this bill before us, it is primarily that the workers will show that the rights that they have in this bill in Panama deserve better than this. We should amend this bill to improve the fate of the Panamanian workers, and we should work on improving our workers' rights here in Canada as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this debate, we've heard from the opposition a lot of untruths, and I'd like to make a correction for the record that Panama is no longer on the OECD gray list as a tax haven. So this repeated claim that the NDP have had, see, Panama is improving, and so they can participate in free trade agreements. So Panama was removed from the gray list by the OECD in 2011 after having substantially implemented global tax standards for exchange of information. So this is a big development. It is important, and it demonstrates that countries who want to have free trade can improve themselves for the goodness of their citizens and for the betterment of Canada. Why won't this member support free trade?
Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine. Thank you for the comments. Certainly, we approve of trade based on human rights and on the improvement of the rights of workers, but a bill that's going to primarily improve things just for big business, and these are companies that are already in a position to make enormous profits. I don't see why we should protect them. And I remind that even Sarkozy recently raised the issue that Panama is still a country that is active in the black market. It supports it. It's a country that has a huge capacity in terms of narcotics trafficking, and there's nothing new here just because one organization said the contrary. There are many organizations that don't agree with what the member opposite just said. So you have to believe that there is room for a great deal of improvement with Panama, and it's not by passing this kind of a bill that we'll see that. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member from Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually, sitting on the International Trade Committee, Mr. Speaker, I actually thought the NDP was starting to come around on some of these trade issues, but listening to the remarks here this afternoon, obviously not. There is no question that there is some problems in Panama in terms of money laundering and a tax haven. But does the NDP really believe that by slamming the door shut, you improve the situation? It is our biggest trading partner in Central America, and there is opportunities for the continued exports of seafood, potatoes, etc., that we're exporting there now. And I think there's a huge opportunity if we can get in the door in terms of the new canal that's being built, in terms of the infrastructure that's happening there. I know there's some restrictions on that infrastructure because of agreements with the United States, but does the member not think that we should be at least trying to get in the door, signing agreement? And I believe if you're a partner with another country, you have a better chance of overcoming some of the labor abuses and the other things that are happening in their system, because your economies do become more linked. But how can the NDP see just slamming the door shut as if that's going to do anything for Canada or anything for workers in Panama?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine.
Door shut are the Liberals and the Conservatives. We propose amendments. We continue to suggest changes to this law. We want to improve workers' rights, and we want to make sure that all parties, especially in Panama, are going to benefit especially in Panama and workers in Canada, are going to benefit from this bill in front of us. There's no proof, there's no study, I haven't seen any proof whatsoever that passing a bill such as this will actually improve the plight of workers of the world. What we need to make sure is that if we're going to pass a bill here in this House, that it's actually going to be beneficial to all the parties concerned, and those who need our protection, we should be standing up for them. That's the point of this House. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. Even before we started, it was pretty clear what we were going to face from the government across the way with the help of their supporting choir in the Liberal caucus. The fact of the matter is, Speaker, that there's not one member of this caucus that doesn't fully understand and support the notion that we are a trading nation, and our survival depends on our ability to trade. So the issue is not whether one believes or supports trade. If we didn't support trade, we wouldn't have much of an economy. The question really is that when we're defining the rules of engagement for Canada in trade agreements, are they only going to be about the bottom line? Is that the only thing that matters? Because if that's the case, then the Conservative approach, supported by the Liberals, is exactly the right one. Now, in fairness, the Liberals acknowledge that once they get into this deal, then they're going to start working magic somehow and do things that aren't in the agreement. But the Conservatives are very clear that as long as it's making money, it's a good deal. We don't agree with that. We think that there's more to a trade agreement than just the bottom line. And we have said on many occasions that we believe our trade policy should be based on the principles of fair, sustainable, and equitable trade. Speaker, where I come from in Hamilton, that sounds very much like Canada. That's who we are. At least we used to be. When there was issues of labor rights, environmental protection, it used to be, and on a host of other issues, but on those two, it used to be that Canada was always seen as the cavalry, that we were always the ones that were, if not leading improvements and changes, then we were certainly one of the first ones to be called upon to add our support. I've said many times, we don't have influence in the world because of the size of our economy, or the size of our military, or the size of our population. Our geography, both in size and proximity to the United States of America, makes it pretty clear that any agreement that we would have that involves trade would have to improve the bottom line, or why bother? But to leave it at that is not Canadian. It's not the Canadian way. It's no longer the case when those of us that travel to international forums, etc., and run into other people, other parliamentarians around the world, they're always asking more and more and more since I've been here. What happened to you guys? What happened to Canada? Where did Canada go? The Canada that was respected, that was prepared to say, it's not just dollars. There's more to it. And yes, we do give a damn about what happens to workers in other countries that we have trade agreements with. And we care equally about the environment, because there's only one. And it's not decided by national boundaries. And so, in my opinion, Speaker, we've taken the approach that I think the majority of Canadians want. We didn't say, don't do any trade agreements. I hear honourable members across the way say, well, show us one that you've ever supported. Well, give us one that actually meets the Canadian standards, and we'll gladly support it. What we won't do, Speaker, is just roll over and forget about human rights and forget about labor rights and forget about the environment. That we won't do. Now listen, I was not at the committee, Speaker. I'm not a member of that committee. But I do know some of the presentations that were made, and I'd like to read just a couple very briefly into the record. The first was Dr. Teresa Healy, who's a senior researcher, Social and Economic Policy Department at the Canadian Labour Congress. And Dr. Healy said, and I quote, "However, the Canada-Panama Agreement does not include specific protection for the right to organize and the right to strike." If I can, Speaker, as an aside, given what's going on in this place right now with the legislation that's pending, it shouldn't really surprise anybody that given this government's view of their own workers, that their view of Panamanian workers would be even less. Continuing with the quote, "It provides instead for the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining. On trade union rights, then, the agreement is weaker than previous agreements. On labor issues, fines are small. There are no countervailing duties. There's no provision for abrogation or any other such remedy, and yet again, labor provisions remain in a side agreement rather than in the body of the text." And that's for a purpose, Speaker. If they were serious about these issues. The problem is that the point that I'm making about the way Canadians view free trade agreements, and whether it's free or fair, suggests the government can't just leave the issue alone. They had to come up with these side agreements. Well, I can assure you, Speaker, although I'm not a lawyer, those side agreements do not carry more power than the main agreement. And if the government was serious about protecting the rights of Panamanian workers and the rights of the right to have a sustainable environment, it would be in the main body. Dr. Healy went on to say, "Let me speak a bit about the context of labor rights in Panama. Panama is a country with a population of about 3.4 million people. It is currently recording relatively high growth rates, but it is the second most unequal society in the region. 40% of the population is poor, and 27% is extremely poor, and the rate of extreme poverty is particularly acute in indigenous populations." Unfortunately, that sounds familiar. Although the country has endured extensive structural adjustment, liberalization, and privatization in recent years, this has not translated into economic benefits for the population. In response to the international perception that Panamanian labor laws were rigid and a disincentive to foreign investment, President Ricardo Martinelli announced unilateral changes to the labor law in the summer of 2010. The law ended environmental impact studies on projects deemed to be of social interest. It banned mandatory dues collection from workers. It allowed employers to fire striking workers and replace them with strikebreakers. It criminalized street blockades, and it protected police from prosecution. The severity of this attack on labor rights was met with strikes and demonstrations. The police were exceedingly harsh in their response, and this was just the past summer. At least 6 people were killed, protesters were seriously injured, and many were blinded by tear gas and police violence. 300 trade union leaders were detained before the president withdrew the labor provisions and called for a national dialogue of moderate trade union leaders and business leaders. That's one. I want to read a second quote if I can. This is Mr. Todd Tucker, the Research Director, Public Citizens Global Trade Watch. I have 2 central points. First, Panama is one of the world's worst tax havens. It is home to an estimated 400,000 corporations, including offshore corporations and multinational subsidiaries. This is almost 4 times the number of corporations registered in Canada. So Panama is not just any developing country. Let me elaborate on the first point. What makes Panama a particularly attractive location for tax dodgers and offshore corporations? Well, for decades, the Panamanian government has pursued an international tax haven strategy. It offers foreign banks and firms a special offshore license to conduct business there. Not only are these businesses not taxed, but they're subject to little or no reporting requirements or regulation. You got to be kidding, Speaker. 1 minute. My, it does fly when you're having fun. Let me then get at least...
With unanimous consent, we can give him a few more, can't we?
Yeah, you know. Okay. I'll take the member up on that, Speaker.
Do I hear too?
No, okay, sorry. Now, okay. Let me put this on the record before I end my remarks. Two of the amendments put forth in committee by Peter Julian would have protected trade union workers in Panama by offering the right to collective bargaining, as well as requiring the Minister of International Trade, as the principal representative of Canada on the joint Panama-Canada Commission, consult on a regular basis with representatives of Canadian labour and trade unions. There's that consultation again, Speaker. This government needs to start asking people what Canadians think before they start ramming things through like they're doing here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe the pompous, arrogant view of the socialists on this issue, that they actually think that they understand the people of Panama and what's better for Panama more than the Panamanians themselves. And they're talking about consultation with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, their attitude is, I think, very much in line with their leader's attitude that the NDP believe that jobs are diseases. So we've seen this consistently. The member was saying that the NDP are not against trade. He should listen to the speeches that have come out of his colleagues' mouths on this issue. We've been asking consistently if the NDP have ever supported any free trade agreement, and at least this member was honest and said he didn't. But his colleague before him did talk about a very important agreement called the Auto Pact, which many of us on this side who represent automotive sectors understand. And the Auto Pact was for every job the Canadians bought, they'd be guaranteed to have one in relation to the Americans, so a one-for-one. And ever since free trade, Mr. Speaker, the automotive sector in Canada, we built over 1 million more units of automobiles than we consume here and buy in this country. So can he please explain how a one-for-one deal would...
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, yeah, Speaker, there's a lot of things I could say that, and I'll be glad to answer those questions if either the member wants to ask again or somebody else wants to. But with that kind of preamble to the question, I am not responding any further than I just have.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? L'Honourable Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the fact that my colleague was able to express himself on this bill, which demonstrates once again to what extent Liberals and Conservatives are so naive about trade and international relations. One of our colleagues expressed himself about China, trying to trap us into a fallacious argument. But when you talk about China, in a nutshell, China owes its economic success to dumping, for all intents and purposes, massive state intervention, loans that are donations to business through their banking system. So I'd like to ask my colleague this. Look, seeing this attitude by the Conservatives that seems to have ruined our industrial fiber, that has confined people to low-paying, uninteresting jobs in exchange for having cheap, low-priced products, what does he think of that particular orientation on the part of this government and the third party in this House? Thank you.
Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Certainly, was asking specifically about China, and of course, our neighbors to the south are now paying the price for that whole China approach, where they decided they would do all their manufacturing as much as they possibly could over in China, do it at a fraction of the cost that they could do it in the United States. And that worked real good for the first few years until finally so many jobs were gone, and we are not immune from this at all. So many jobs were gone, they have no more manufacturing sector. So when they're trying to rebuild their economy, where's the basis for it? And in terms of this government and what they're willing to do, let's remember that this is a government that's still prepared to send asbestos from Canada to India and other countries. And I guarantee you, Speaker, there's not a one of my constituents that would stand by that policy and say that that's okay, that it's not okay to poison people around the world in the interest of the almighty dollar. That is not the Canadian way.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to express myself on Bill C-24, the enactment of a free trade agreement, an environment and cooperation in the area of labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. First of all, I'd like to say that we are opposed to this bill. We don't want a free trade zone where workers' rights are violated. This is a bill that this is a situation that already exists. Allow me to remind this House that when the committee was examining the predecessor of C-24, that is Bill C-46, we heard convincing testimony about the fact that the Republic of Panama is a tax haven and that its track record on labor rights was debatable at best. Now, the situation has not changed since then. C-24, despite its new title, does nothing to correct the fundamental deficiencies of its predecessor bill. It does not echo the amendments that could solve the most debatable aspects of the agreement tabled by the member for Burnaby New Westminster. Over the course of the clause-by-clause consideration of C-46, the member for Burnaby New Westminster had proposed 11 amendments that could have led to progressive changes in the bill. These changes proposed by our member, including notions of sustainable development and responsible environmental laws, the protection of workers, especially the right to collective bargaining. Other amendments tabled by my colleague would have forced the Minister of International Trade to consult workers and unions and cooperate with experts and competent human rights organizations in order to have impact analyses of this trade agreement. All these amendments were rejected by the Conservatives with the support of the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, the list of reasons for which we cannot vote in favor of Bill C-24 is very long. First of all, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement is built on NAFTA and means that large corporations are more important than the population, and that's unacceptable. NAFTA-type agreements were initially designed for trade between developed countries that are highly industrialized. But Panama is a developing country. This trade agreement will not help Panamanians grow sustainably or increase their standard of living. Instead, it will increase the influence of multinationals as well as inequality much faster and much more markedly than was the case with NAFTA. Moreover, this trade agreement does not give investors and workers fair rules. According to Chapter 11, investors have a right to require compulsory arbitration that they can hold independently. But a union in Panama is not authorized to demand arbitration. It can file a complaint, which will lead to an investigation followed by a report, but it's up to the government to exercise any recourse and obtain reparations. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement does not have any concern for human rights. C-24 pretends to claim to protect the environment without implementing truly strong measures or dispute settlement mechanisms. One can also question the degree of transparency from a fiscal standpoint of the Republic of Panama. Allow me to remind the House that despite demands by the Government of Canada, Panama has refused to sign an agreement for an exchange of tax information. Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, Canada's trade policy should be based on fair, sustainable, and equitable trade practices, one that establishes partnerships with other countries that support social justice and human rights without ignoring the need to broaden trade opportunities. The federal government should stop using only the NAFTA-type trade agreement to the detriment of other solutions. It should explore other ways of achieving progress in trade, including, first of all, having a vigorous strategy for promoting trade that imprints Canada's trademark abroad, similarly to the Australian model. The NDP firmly believes that there is another model, a better model for trade relations that could be established with Panama and other countries, a model that encompasses fair trade practices. First of all, an overall rational assessment that shows whether trade agreements negotiated by Canada are advantageous for Canadian families, workers, and industries. The government doesn't sign free trade agreements that could lead to a net job loss. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, a guarantee that trade agreements negotiated by Canada reinforce Canada's sovereignty and its freedom to establish its own policies and support our aptitude to deal with anyone on the world scene, that it supports a multilateral and fair trade policy. And lastly, the fundamental principle that all trade agreements should be based on should forbid the import or export or sale in Canada of any product that was manufactured in clandestine facilities or factories or through forced labor or in other conditions that do not meet international standards for labor conditions or human rights.
Fourth, the fundamental principle whereby all trade agreements should comply with the concept of sustainable development and the integrity of all ecosystems. Fifth, the fact that each time the Government of Canada signs a free trade agreement, the decision to adopt enabling legislation must be submitted to a compulsory vote to know as whether it is a good idea to accept the terms of the agreement. Under the current system, whereby the agreement is tabled in the House for 21 sitting days before it is enshrined, is not mandatory, and it does not bind the government to a decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be happy to take questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to reiterate that Panama is no longer on the gray list of tax havens as determined by the OECD, and it's unfortunate that the NDP keep repeating this this suggestion that Panama is has not improved itself in this regard. Panama was removed from the gray list by the OECD in July of 2011 after having substantially implemented global tax standards for exchange of information. Now, I wonder if the member would, reflect on that. But we still haven't heard on this side of the House if the NDP supports any free trade agreement in the history of humankind.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, but at the same time I would like to remind my honourable colleague that all countries and all organizations say that Panama is still a tax haven, and it is a place where human rights are not respected. Work conditions are extreme, and contrary to what we might think, here in Canada, when we sign a free trade agreement with another country, we must lay down certain requirements that ensure that our rights are not flouted, that the people who work in Panama work in favorable conditions. And that is our intention. And it is possible to do so, Mr. Speaker. It is possible to have free trade agreements where all parties are respected. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this afternoon, the member's colleague made it very clear that the only free trade agreement that the NDP would ever support would be a free trade agreement put in by a NDP administration. Otherwise, they don't support free trade agreements. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, this particular member makes reference to other options. And one of the options, or one of the, I think, successful demonstrations of how free trade or expanding borders can really help is when former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien had a Team Canada approach where he had taken stakeholders from the industries outside of the country in an attempt to be able to sign up all sorts of wide variety of different types of contracts and so forth, thereby increasing trade. And I'm wondering if that member would support that sort of an initiative that former Prime Minister Chrétien had taken.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague that in my speech I mentioned that amendments that had been put forward by the NDP were rejected by both the Conservatives and the Liberals, and yet these amendments would have ensured appropriate trade agreements with other countries. The NDP is not against free trade, but it is for the respect of human rights, and it is very normal to make that request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Hull-Aylmer, who clearly defined the conditions under which the NDP might support a free trade agreement with one or more countries. I would like my colleague to expand a little bit more on the wrong-headed message that Canada could send with regard to human rights and working conditions if we accepted a free trade agreement with Panama under these conditions. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his message. The message that we are sending is that we are fine with other countries accepting workers who are, they will hire them as long as the working conditions are good. They need to have a decent salary. We are fine with products being sold, provided that they are not manufactured by children or in clandestine conditions. That is what happens when we sign a free trade agreement that runs counter to human rights and that goes against Canada's fundamental principles, that is to have access to free negotiation. We're talking about return to legislation right now. That goes against our position, but that is a message that we're sending outside of Canada now, that Canada will accept any old condition. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laval. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-24, a bill dealing with a free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama. As you have seen, our party is fiercely opposed to this agreement because it is full of inconsistencies and it does not comply with a number of our principles. And in fact, it is the follow-up to former Bill C-46, which was put forward in previous parliaments but was never adopted. In this bill, we may recall the proposals and amendments that were put forward by our honourable colleague from Burnaby Westminster, which underwent 11 amendments, but none of these were accepted, and therefore this bill never saw the light of day. In this Parliament, the Conservative Government Caucus is once again taking advantage of C-24. Panama is still considered a tax haven, and that is unacceptable in the eyes of the world financial community. However, by sending this message that we are not asking this country any hard questions, that we are not asking them to disclose tax information, important tax information, well, it is as if the negotiator in this type of agreement does not recognize the importance of these principles and is not sending the right message to the other country in question, in this case Panama. And that the fact that it is a tax haven is perhaps not relevant to the current agreement. So it is as if Canada is closing its eyes to that. We know that this country refused to disclose this important tax information, and yet, on the other hand, the negotiators said, well, all right, that's fine, no problem, we'll continue negotiating. With regard to the rights of workers, our country, and this has been proven in numerous collective agreements that have been signed across the country, with the presence of unions and with the laws that provide for free negotiation. But now you can see what is happening in this country with regard to return to work legislation. There is no guarantee in this country that there will be any reasonable kind of minimum respect for proper working conditions for its workers, and yet Canada is prepared to sign an agreement with it. So it does not seem to be a binding condition, and that also sends the wrong message, because the other party can say, well, I understand that in reality the objective of this free trade accord is simply to give a number of advantages to mining companies, oil companies, and Canadian casinos that want to operate abroad. And this is considered a competitive advantage. The countries that must be our partners have refused outright to sign such an agreement. This tax information agreement is nonetheless one of the crucial points during the negotiations that Panama had begun with European countries. The OECD has spoken out on numerous occasions. They have drawn up gray lists, black lists, lists of all the color of the rainbow, in fact, with regard to tax information in order to rank certain countries where the economy was dysfunctional. However, As everyone knows, this meant that between Europe, especially France and Panama, there was never really any agreement that was signed or reached. And then along comes Canada, and we say that we're the sheriffs here. We're going to sign a free trade agreement. This is what you have to pledge to do, and what you ask for in exchange, well, perhaps we can negotiate it, but it is not on fair terms or equitable terms. Recently, I listened with astonishment to one of our honorable colleagues who called one of our members on this side of the House a pompous socialist, simply because he said that our caucus, our NDP caucus, was fiercely opposed to international trade agreements. But that is really changing the interpretation of what we want to propose, or what has already been proposed on several occasions by our colleagues in the House. In terms of trade, I would say to you that what the New Democratic Party is suggesting is to include environmental protection, workers' rights, complete freedom or complete openness with financial information that must be disclosed in order to avoid any backroom dealings, because we see a lot of money laundering and things like that that can happen under international agreements. So the NDP proposed amendments. They were proposed by our honourable colleague from Burnaby Westminster, New Westminster, but both the Conservatives and Liberals refused to accept these amendments. And therefore, at that time, there was a deadlock, because what we proposed is that we should sign international trade agreements whereby both parties win, not whereby one party loses out, as is the case here. And to come back to the expression of one of our colleagues opposite, who called one of our colleagues a socialist, well, that's a question of interpretation. Because in reality, if I say something, if I speak out against that, well, that will be considered that we could say that they are imperialists and colonialists. And that is, we see that in history, Mr. Speaker. And international trade should evolve in good faith. That is what must come first. And we, instead of charging interest, we need to come back to a simple expression of trade, which is exchanging natural resources for financial resources of another type. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 quick points. First, on the socialist issue, that is how the NDP describes themselves. And I'm glad they do that, because the first step in any problem is identifying the problem. So now that you know that you are socialists, you can now work on becoming capitalists and join the world of prosperity, democracy, and happiness. Next point. Panama as a tax haven, it's been removed off the OECD gray list. It's substantially implemented global tax standards for the exchange of information. So it's probably better that the NDP not keep repeating that false fact. And finally, I'm still waiting to hear the free trade agreement, any free trade agreement the NDP has supported in the last 2,000 years.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
MP, and that makes me reminds like an old story, okay, about the socialists and the capitalists. Well, at the end, you know, socialists are the good guys. And the capitalist has been all the time the bad guy, the one that wants to screw the other one. Anyway, relative to the part of the list of the OCDE, we all know what is the objective of this organization, okay? They have prepared this list, and they say this is black, this is gray, and this is white. And you will see that all of them that are in the white list are the ones that commit more fraud than the other one. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député de Beauport.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, my colleague knows the old saying that if you want to drown your dog, you can accuse it of having rabies. But I want to come back to something more serious, and that is the interests that are in play here with this free trade agreement proposal with Panama. Unfortunately, and visibly, the Liberals and Conservatives are very tied to private sector interests, corporate interests, we might even say, the world of finance. Could we say that 99% of the population would see its interests compromised by this agreement? The Honourable Member for Laval. Yes, in fact, that was very well said. My colleague made it very clear about where the interests lie, who gets an advantage and who's at a disadvantage. Canada traditionally is a rich, highly developed country, and Canada's international image was really tied to American interests. I remember when I was at university, we did a case study, and it was the period of NAFTA being negotiated and so on. And it came out that 85% of Canada's exports go to the U.S. Everyone was saying, that's wrong. We need to diversify. We need to expand our exports and work with Asian and European countries to trade with them. There were discussion groups on this when we signed the agreement with Mexico. Just up until recently, this was the case. We've only had the free trade idea with other countries for the last 15 years or so. I think my colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, has very well put the situation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. He, as usual, made some incredibly important points with respect to this trade deal and Canada's role in the world, making fair and just deals with other countries. And I want to pick up on that point now and speak for a few moments, if I may. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, there's no doubt about the fact that Canada is a trading nation, always has been a trading nation. I'm from Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is a trading province, always has been, always will be. The difficulty, though, and I've looked a bit at some of the work that this government has been doing, whether it be the CETA deal, whether it be what they've done on NAFTA, the free trade agreement. And the crux of the problem that this government has is that it doesn't have a clear policy on what its position is on trade, just that it wants some. Its negotiators don't have an industrial policy to work from. The European Union has an industrial policy. All other major trading nations in this world have a domestic industrial policy from which to work from. They know where the strengths and weaknesses are in their economies. They know what it is that they want from a trade deal, not just the fact that they want a trade deal. And that's extremely important to begin with. To understand, number one, where we want to make gains and what the downsides might be in order to get those gains. And if we understand them up front, then we understand during the negotiations that we need to make accommodations for the downsides. If, in fact, we're going to engage in some deal that's going to affect a particular industry, and in the wisdom of the negotiators and of the government, of the departments responsible, they may decide that the gains are greater than the losses. Nonetheless, there are going to be losses, and they have to prepare for those. There has to be built into the deal accommodation or adjustment strategies for possible closing of an industry, the laying off of employees, the retraining, the relocation perhaps of the people that are affected, of the communities that are affected. Mr. Speaker, this is what a trade policy, a fair and responsible trade policy, has got to look like. It's got to be progressive, it's got to be fair, it's got to be socially just. There has to be a commitment to human rights, to the environment, to labor protections, and to making sure that the deal in the final analysis is right for this country. We should be out, I agree, and I bet you there's not too many members on this side that would disagree with the idea that Canada needs to be out there promoting what it is that Canadians do best, that creating new markets, creating new opportunities for our entrepreneurs, for our businesses, for our ideas, for our technology, and for our resources. But I don't think this country, and certainly under this government, is doing a good enough job. About that. What are we dealing with here with Panama? We're dealing with a country that is important because it is a country, and because there are people, there are working people. There's an environment. That's a government that is perhaps making some mistakes and doing some things that we're not happy about. But nonetheless, there are hard-working women and men in that country that are trying to provide for themselves and for their families and for their communities. Important ecosystem in Panama that we need to ensure is maintained, Mr. Speaker. But in 2008, for example, two-way merchandise trade between the two countries reached only $149 million, less than 1% of Canada's total trade. Now, I'm not suggesting because we only do a bit of trade with this country, it's not important. I would say just the opposite. It's even more important that we tailor the kind of deal that we do with a country like this, a developing country, that we tailor the deal so that we're all gaining from the experience, that the people of Panama are going to gain as much as the people of Canada, and that businesses in Panama are going to gain as our businesses in this country. But the problem is this government has put together a deal that is very much like the NAFTA deal. It's like a deal that they would do with a major industrialized country. It doesn't have the kind of sensitivities that are necessary in dealing with a developing country, Mr. Speaker, and those are some of my concerns. It doesn't deal satisfactorily to my liking with human rights issues. It doesn't deal appropriately with the environment, with labor rights. And as has been stated by successive members of this caucus, it doesn't deal with the fact that Panama is a tax haven. That Panama has been delisted by the OECD. It's been colored, as the member before me spoke. It's been given a black and a gray and all different, because it won't provide information. There's no transparency with respect to financial transactions. And even with this deal, the government of Canada tried to get the government of Panama to come forward to sign an taxation information agreement that would make their information more transparent. It didn't happen. But it's a deal, right? It's a free trade deal, and this government's a free trade government, and they're going to sign it come what may. And you know, it was interesting, listening to my colleagues, and we talk about pushing for environmental protections and pushing for human rights and for labor rights, and I began to think about what we've been talking about in this House in the past number of weeks, in the past number of months. The fact that this government is, how many times have they brought in back-to-work legislation?
21.
21 times this government has brought in back-to-work legislation, completely and utterly taking away the right to free collective bargaining for working people in this country. They are getting rid of science. They've shut down the Freshwater Institute, the Center for Offshore Oil, Gas and Energy Research, gone. National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, gone. National Council on Welfare, gone. Fisheries Research Conservation Council disbanded last fall. Organizations that provide valuable scientific and fact-based research to help governments and to help the private sector, to help communities make sound decisions, conduct themselves in ways that makes our communities and makes our country stronger. This government has brought in a piece of legislation we're dealing with right now, the Trojan Horse Bill, Bill C-38. They have stuffed so much legislation into that bill, it's unprecedented. It's unprecedented. 70 pieces of legislation are changed. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, completely repealed. Completely repealed. The Fisheries Act is changed substantially to the point where it's hardly recognizable. EI is being irreparably changed. And is it being changed in the face of discussion, of debate? Not one iota, Mr. Speaker. This government, unfortunately, is engaged in relations with countries like Panama, and it has absolutely nothing to hold to that country, because the way it's conducting itself is anti-democratic and opposed to human rights, and that's why they should be subject to all kinds of criticism from this side and from others in this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for having really provided a good framework for this free trade agreement debate. He provided nuance, but he outlined the priorities for us, which are, among other things, the environment and human rights. What we have here is a bad cut and paste of the George Bush type free trade agreements that put the corporations first and the people second. I would like to hear him tell us about why the Canadian public should be a little bit concerned about the lack of environmental protections and protections for human rights and labor.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, look, I thank my colleague very much, my seatmate very much for his question. It's a very important question because it gets to who we are as Canadians. It gets to our values and the fact that whatever we do, whatever the government of this country does, whether it's here in Ottawa or whether it's in Halifax or in Dartmouth Cole Harbour or whether it's in Panama, wherever it is, it's reflecting the values of the people of this country. And in a case like this where they're negotiating a trade deal with a developing country, people are looking at us, at our country, and they're saying, they're taking advantage of that country. They're a much bigger country. They've got a much bigger trade balance than does Panama. Panama is struggling. This country's taken advantage of. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about labor protections. And they're saying, and Canadians, I think, are increasingly saying, what happened to the principles of justice, of good governance, of governance, and walking this earth with integrity?
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? La députée de Beauport.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his very eloquent remarks that got to the heart of the subject. I want to talk about another concern that is very strong in my riding. There is a plant that was closed. We are hoping that it will be reopened in the next few days, but the employees don't really know how that's going to work or much about the corporation that will be opening it and the new owners. We know that there is a threshold for foreign investment, for foreign ownership, that is $1 billion. And I find that the Conservative government is not very consistent in its approach. It wants to take care of the economy, but in fact, it also at the same time wants to create problems through these free trade agreements within other countries. Could my colleague tell me if he is as troubled by this as I am and elaborate somewhat?
The member for his question, and I know that he's working extremely hard for his constituents that find themselves in that difficult situation of not having a job and waiting with bated breath as to who's going to take over ownership of that country. He talked about foreign ownership, and the government has actually recently reduced that threshold of $1 billion. They've reduced it considerably, and they've reduced it considerably, I believe, because everything in this country is for sale as far as this government is concerned. That they're looking around the world and saying, if you have enough money, China is taking a bigger and bigger stake in the oil sands in Alberta. Other countries we saw where with Caterpillar, American company came up and took over Caterpillar, and within 5 years they shut it down. They took all the money, the tax breaks, and everything else. They enjoyed all of the benefits of being in Canada. They shut her down. They put those workers out of work, and then they went back to the United States. That's what happens when you don't have a government that's prepared to stand up for working people, that they can be taken advantage of by foreign companies, and every Canadian has reason to be concerned for that.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the International Trade Committee, I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-24, an act to promote prosperity in Canada and Panama. Free trade agreements have to do more than just open new markets like that of Panama. They have to be based on sustainable principles that help both countries. But this free trade agreement really does not meet those criteria. It has problems that are similar to those of a number of our free trade agreements, and I want to come back to some that have been raised by my colleagues. One of the most troublesome is the one in Chapter 9 on investment, which is very similar to Chapter 11 under NAFTA. Companies can prosecute governments that make decisions not in their interest. We heard on November the 17th from a witness that that Panama is one of the worst tax havens in the world. It has many offshore accounts and branches of multinationals and so on. For decades, the Panamanian government has had a deliberate policy of acting as a tax haven. It has special rules that protect companies. These companies have few tax obligations. According to the OECD, the government of Panama is not legally in a position to follow up and monitor these companies. These companies also, or various people, use the Panamanian soil as a place to launder money. According to the U.S. State Department, major cartels from Colombia, as well as illegal armed groups from Colombia, use the country for money laundering and drug trafficking. This free trade agreement could even affect Panama as a tax haven and lead to danger. This could attack the more obscure and clandestine practices of Panama and increase tax evasion. This would therefore allow people to shield more money from taxes, whereas in these times of budget austerity, we need that money for our public services. Capital enters Panama and leave it without restrictions. There is bank secrecy, no control over financial activity. There's also a more specific problem here. There is a lack of exchange of tax information. Negotiating a trade agreement would be the opportunity to encourage Panama to show greater transparency in this regard. The G8 meeting in London had talked about exactly that, but Canada's doing the opposite and is facilitating tax evasion. Such a strategy simply is not serious. It should also be noted that there are major problems when it comes to environmental protection in Panama. Even though this agreement has an environmental agreement, as was the case for the trade agreement with Colombia, which has a separate agreement on the environment, there are no provisions to reinforce environmental protection measures or resources for the population. And given the very permissive environmental legislation, especially in the mines in Panama, this omission is very worrisome. We know the devastating effect of deforestation, particularly in that region of the world. Instead of attacking these dangers that threaten precious natural resources of Panama, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement will lead to the abyss when it comes to environmental protection. A new version of Easter Island, probably. So why is the government consenting so easily to closing its eyes to the threat to Panama's environment. All the trade agreements should respect sustainable development and the integrity of all ecosystems. But given that this government cut 8 positions at Maurice Lamontagne Institute, I suppose it doesn't see much important about protecting ecosystems. There's also the protection of workers. Panama has a relatively high growth rate, but is ranked second in the region when it comes to inequality. 40% of the population is poor, 27% is extremely poor, and the rate of extreme poverty is particularly high among the indigenous population. There has been liberalization and privatization on a large scale recently, but it has not led to economic spin-offs for the public. The Canada-Panama Agreement does not protect the right of association and the right to strike. In fact, it recognizes collective bargaining, but this agreement is weaker in this regard than previous agreements. It does not offer investors and workers fair rules of the game. According to Chapter 11, investors have the right to require compulsory arbitration, but a union cannot force arbitration. It can file a complaint that will lead to an investigation followed by a report, but it's up to the government to obtain reparations. NAFTA-style agreements show that governments are not well disposed to following that course of action. There is nothing in this agreement about these issues. It doesn't talk about drug trafficking, nor about tax havens, nor about money laundering. It has an auxiliary agreement on labor, but we know from experience that such agreements don't have much influence on the working conditions in a given country. Quebecers and Canadians will not benefit from such an agreement, no more than Panamanians will. We find many measures inspired by the WTO, which were fought long and hard by the countries in the Southern Hemisphere. Canada justifies this by saying that Panama is an established market for Canada and that bilateral trade and investment have strong growth potential. Some major Canadian corporations have decided this is a good place to do business, and they don't care that this country has a dubious reputation. But at what price for Canadians and Panamanians and for coming generations? We opposition members have made proposals in the past to improve this agreement. And during clause-by-clause consideration, we proposed 11 amendments that would have made progressive changes in the bill. For instance, the inclusion of sustainable development and investment, and the establishment of a requirement for transparency from a tax standpoint. With the third party, the Conservatives rejected our amendments. What is the position of these two retrograde parties on a responsible tax policy? The NDP prefers a multilateral approach based on a sustainable trade approach. That's the difference. Bilateral trade agreements are very often protectionist trade agreements that give preferential treatment to some partners to the exclusion of others. Weaker countries often end up in an inferior position to the other partner, larger partner. A multilateral, sustainable model avoids these difficulties while protecting the environment and human rights, and perhaps that's why that should be put forward, not only in this agreement, but perhaps in other free trade agreements. That may be the solution. That is what we are proposing. I'd like to close by talking about values, because I think that's what it comes down to. I think this free trade agreement could move forward our values worldwide. We would like this to be felt and clear in trade agreements. That would be a good thing. I don't want to attack Panamanians. I'm simply thinking that this agreement is not good for us nor for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for Quebec for her speech. It reveals her intelligence, her hard-working nature. It's very promising. She makes me very confident as regarding the committee. I was a member of it and I learned a lot. It's a fascinating world to learn about. My colleague really put her finger on the problem here, which is related to our Canadian values, values that everyone shares in this country, 34 million Canadians, values that are related to issues of peace in the world, human rights. It's with very great pride that we support these notions, and sometimes I get the impression that the party in power, as well as the third party in the House, mixes up values with financial or monetary values that are related to exploiting natural resources or human resources. I hesitated for a long time, I must admit. Is this an approach that would be touching in other circumstances? This may harm our reputation abroad. Or is this linked to interests that cannot be acknowledged? It's just a matter of grabbing as much money as possible. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The honourable member for Quebec. Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his very relevant comment. Indeed, I do think it's a question of values. I think it's also a matter of figuring out whether this agreement will benefit the entire population or just part of it. This is where the NDP is opposed to what the government is doing. Too often, they favor just part of the population. This is what we see through many policies, not just free trade. We think this is important, and it must go beyond our country and within our country as well. We must promote these values of benefits for all, not just for a small proportion of the population. And I think that we would like to see these values shared with Panamanians and everyone, in fact. So I thank my honourable colleague for this highly relevant comment, which I fully share.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look to the member and ask her in terms of her thoughts in regards to the issue of human rights, labor legislation, environmental concerns, and she comes across as being fairly passionate in terms of freer trade, maybe not being able to deal with those types of issues in these bilateral agreements. My question to her is related to countries like China, who exports billions of consumer products and dollars to Canada, and I'm sure she would have concerns related to those three areas in regards to that. What would she suggest that Canada should do to those countries where we currently trade, where those type of concerns are there? Or does it just apply just to those countries where there's agreements in place?
Honorable député de Québec.
The honourable member for Quebec. Well, indeed, there's no doubt that this was one concern we have, the environment, human rights, in any agreement with any country. But what I wanted to underscore here in my speech is the idea of a multilateral approach. When I think of Asian countries, I also think that in other countries that multilateral approach should be used, where many countries are involved. That is an approach that is worthwhile pursuing instead of bilateral agreements, which are often problematic. This is an approach that's often put forward, especially with Asia, because this, of course, is in the news, and often we meet people on the International Trade Committee that put forward this idea of developing the multilateral approach and do it more seriously. That's why in this case I say, yes, perhaps that should be the solution. We can't solve all the problems on Earth, such as the protection of the environment and human rights, through free trade, but at least we can have the will and the leadership to put that forward. And here it's not even mentioned. We don't even know what goes on in this country. It's as if these things don't exist, and that's the problem. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, like many of my colleagues, to discuss Bill C-24 for the implementation of the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the Environmental Accord between Canada and Panama, and the Labour Cooperation Agreement between Canada and Panama. As was mentioned by many of my colleagues here, C-24 is a new version of a bill that had been tabled in the House in the previous Parliament, but that died on the order paper at the time. In August 2009, the Conservative government had concluded negotiations about a future free trade agreement with the Republic of Panama. This included auxiliary agreements on labor cooperation and the environment. This free trade agreement was signed on May 14, 2010, then tabled in the House of Commons as Bill C-46, but the legislative process ended at clause-by-clause consideration at the Standing Committee on International Trade. Now, this same bill has been tabled again without any noteworthy improvements compared to the previous version. In the 40th Parliament, the NDP had been opposed to C-46 for many reasons, which has been enumerated here in this House. Once again, we will have to oppose Bill C-24 because it does not contain any provisions to correct the fundamental deficiencies of the bill that were already raised in this House. This Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement negotiated by the Conservative government is a barely improved version of George Bush's trade approach. Major corporations are more important than the Canadian and Panamanian populations, and nothing is done to ensure the respect of human rights, and very little is done to protect the environment. More particularly, it's obvious for my NDP colleagues and myself at least that the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement contains no measures to ensure respect of labor rights for Panamanian workers. If it's ratified as is by this Parliament, there's absolutely no guarantee that the rights of Panamanian workers will not be violated as they have been so often in the past. But quite honestly, is anyone surprised by that here? If we look at the track record of the Conservatives since the election of May 2, 2011, it's quite clear that worker rights are the last priority of this government. In less than a year, they tabled a record number of bills to force workers back to work and to violate their fundamental right to negotiate in good faith. Given such contempt for the rights of Canadian workers, it's certainly not surprising that the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement contains no provision to protect the rights of Panamanian workers. My colleague for Burnaby, New Westminster, had already proposed 2 amendments at the Standing Committee on International Trade in order to correct this major deficiency in the bill. First of all, these amendments would have protected unionized Panamanian workers, guaranteeing their right to collective bargaining, as is the case here in Canada, or at least that was the case before this government came to power. Moreover, the amendments tabled by my colleague would have forced the Minister of International Trade to regularly consult representatives of workers and Canadian unions. We know that this is revolting to this government, it seems, but that's a measure that is essential for us in the NDP before any free trade agreement with Panama can be ratified. Of course, despite the very poor track record of Panama in defending workers' rights, these amendments were defeated by the Conservatives with the support of the Liberals. Seeing how the Conservatives confirm their bias towards corporations and employers every day with their brutal attacks against the fundamental rights of workers, it was impossible to hope for any other result, really. Another major problem we see with Bill C-24 is the fact that it contains no measures to prevent any kind of tax evasion. It's important to remember that again today, the Republic of Panama is still considered a tax haven. Our dear Nicolas Sarkozy, the former French president, stated this very recently. Although these problems were already raised by my colleagues during the 40th Parliament, this bill continues to have major problems when it comes to tax information. Despite repeated requests by Canada, Panama refused to sign an agreement on exchange of information. This situation is very worrisome, even troubling. If you look at the volume of activities that involve money laundering in Panama, especially money resulting from drug trafficking, the Conservatives keep vaunting the merits of law and order, and they're prepared to imprison Canadians for many years for a few marijuana plants, but they refuse to lift a finger to put spokes in the wheels of major drug traffickers. It's hard to understand anything this government does. As currently drafted, Bill C-24 is not acceptable to the NDP. This trade agreement, which was built the same way as NAFTA, unfairly fosters the interests of multinational corporations to the detriment of workers and the quality of everyone's environment. This kind of free trade agreement, negotiated with various countries that are often in an inferior economic situation compared to Canada, increase social and economic inequality and considerably reduce the quality of life of workers and their families. The rights of workers worldwide are important for my New Democrat colleagues and I, and in all good conscience, we cannot support an agreement which does nothing to guarantee respect for the fundamental rights in the country with whom we are trading. We have a lot of trouble protecting our own Canadian workers facing this government that has trouble hiding its contempt for their rights, so we're certainly not going to start doing the same to Panamanian workers. They have to have the right to collective bargaining in a free way and in good faith, as should be the case in any democracy.
Since the beginning of the debate on C-24, I've heard the Conservative members use the same old arguments over and over again without trying to understand what our true position is. The speeches that were given in this House by my colleagues and myself are clear, nonetheless. Our position on international trade is clear. We believe in the importance of international trade, but it must be fair, sustainable, and just. It is false to say that NDP is against international trade. I think I'm going to repeat it for the benefit of my colleagues on the other side. It is completely false to state that the NDP does not support international trade. We believe, very simply, that trade agreements that we negotiate must respect and support the principles of social justice, sustainable development, and human rights, without overlooking the importance of expanding trade opportunities. We know that Canada must, in the current context, export and import and trade with countries. That is how it works, and we're very aware of those realities. However, my colleagues and I in the NDP do not think that Canada's economic prosperity must be achieved by flouting the rights of workers in other countries who are less fortunate than us and who do not benefit from all the freedoms that we had before this Conservative government came to power. Because we can see that the rights of negotiation and free association are being frittered away as the weeks go by. It is completely absurd and fallacious to say that the NDP wants to close down borders to trade products from abroad. We do believe, however, the government must stop relying exclusively on the NAFTA model and explore new avenues to establish commercial links with other states. We must ensure that Canada's trade strategy leaves enough room for social justice, solid social programs in the public sector, and the elimination of poverty. When this government puts forward a trade agreement that respects these principles of social justice and sustainable development, we'll be very happy to support it and vote for it. But we haven't seen one yet. There have not been any such agreements presented by the Liberals, and especially not by the Conservatives. So until that happens, we will have to oppose these agreements, but there is still time to change this bill and ensure that social justice, elimination of poverty, and human rights are respected. So I would urge my Conservative colleagues to reflect on this and to keep their mind open to the amendments moved by my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I said to the member that I'm wondering to what degree the NDP actually will have credibility on the issue of free trade agreements. On the one hand, when you look at 2015, you're going to be saying that we support fair trade, but we don't support free trade agreements. Yet hundreds of thousands of Canadians have benefited immensely. And I cited one industry in Manitoba as the potato industry. And Canada is an exporting nation. We are very dependent on our ability to be able to trade worldwide. And that's what generates jobs, it generates wealth. And we just need to acknowledge that there is a difference between, I guess, in listening to the speakers from the Democrats, there is a difference between the NDP and the Liberals. We see the value of freer trade agreements. And wonder if the member can provide comment as, contrary to what her colleague would have said on the front benches, if, for example, those amendments that the NDP had proposed in committee had passed, would they then have supported the bill itself inside the House?
The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. First of all, I think a few nuances from my speech and those of my colleagues were not clearly understood on this side. I remember what my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, said earlier. From the beginning, we have always encouraged free trade as long as it has done fairly, but that has not yet been seen in Canada's history. I think that we would have a lot of credibility in the future with workers because we are trying to defend their rights, and we're trying to defend Quebecers' culture as well. We're thinking of those free trade agreements, and we'll have credibility with future generations because we'll have protected the environment. So yes, by defending those principles of social justice and the fight against poverty and strong public programs to help Canadians, we'll have the credibility to form a government, and we'll be able to respect those principles. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her very eloquent speech and her clear expression. I would like my colleague to comment on the following scenario. When we know that the Conservative government, from the very beginning, has used closure, and now it's going to have a trade agreement with a country who is a very poor student in terms of tax havens. So I would like to know what impact this will have on the rights of workers, the rights of association, and the right to strike. And unfortunately, that does not exist in this free trade agreement between Canada and Panama. The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank my colleague as well. She does extraordinary work that is very appreciated on the part of her constituents. I believe that the problems with regard to the right to negotiation, the right to strike, and the right to associate will be very important for Panama and other South American countries, because this agreement has nothing to protect them, no guarantees to protect them. The government is already flouting workers' rights because they are not being allowed to negotiate their collective agreement. So by preventing negotiations in good faith, because the government has just said, well, you don't have to make any kind of effort, because we'll be here to save you. We'll make sure that you get whatever you want to the detriment of workers who will have to be satisfied with whatever wages and conditions they can get. So this is the type of risk that already exists in Panama. It is very real, because they do not have the same rights as us. And by signing agreements like that without protecting those people's rights, we will simply bow to their conditions, and we will not be able to instill our democratic values that are specific to Canadian society and that should be disseminated across the world. Resuming debate. Before I recognize the honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher, I must inform the House that I will have to inform him that I will have to interrupt him at 6:30, because that will be the end of the time reserved for government orders. The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's pretty funny when we know that we only have 3 minutes to talk about this, but what is even funnier, because I am not an experienced economist with regard to trade agreements, but when I hear my Liberal colleague talk about credibility to people in the NDP, I find that absolutely hilarious and laughable when we know that his former boss flew flags from Panama on his boats. So we can see what kind of country we're talking about here. So quite frankly, for the rare opportunities that I have to talk about that, I would say that this is the cherry on top of the sundae, because this is an agreement with a country that does nothing to reassure us with regard to the Canadian economy, and we can see the government opposite that is preparing an act in the wings. It's not serving the workers of CP at all, and we're stripping them of their rights their right to strike, and it's doing the same for the people in Panama. So this is laughable as well, because we're not talking about a bill that is something that can rally people, that people can unite around. We're talking about free trade agreement with Panama, which, to say the least, does not have any kind of reputation. It is one of the most notorious tax havens in the world. And today I was just reading, actually, in Le Devoir, an article that said that Panama is one of the countries where there are the most tax transactions of the type that are being carried out with Barbados. So this type of proposal is fairly pathetic, I would say. I would also like to address the fact that people in Panama obviously have things to export, but I'm just wondering whether it will be easier for tomatoes to cross the border than for people. We want their agricultural products, but we don't want to see them. So that's pathetic as well, because there are certain individuals who have done lobbying with this government, and this government likes to listen to business people rather than to popular groups. I'm going to stop there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher will have 7 minutes remaining for his speech when the House resumes debate concerning the motion, and also 5 minutes for questions and comments. Since it is 6:30, the House will now proceed to the recorded division on the report stage motion of Bill C-25. Call in the members.
The question is on motion number 1. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Bevington, moved that Bill C-25 be amended by deleting Clause 1. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mulcair. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Martin. Madame Boivin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Grosguet. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toon. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Mr. Thibault. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Monsieur Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Madame Savoie. Mr. Atanamenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay. Mr. Stauffer. Monsieur Chiquan. Monsieur Dion Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Borg. Monsieur Morin-Laurentide-Labelle. Monsieur Patry. Monsieur Pilon. Monsieur Genet. Madame Assénia. Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panasquet. Mr. Ashfield. Ms. Raitt. Monsieur Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Ms. Oda. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Fast. Monsieur Blaney. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightchrist. Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Monsieur Valcourt. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's. Mr. Anders. Mr. Reed. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown Lees Granville. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rampel. Mr. Rickford. Monsieur Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leong. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Ms. Brown and Marquette Aurora.
Market or
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr.
Mr.
Hebert.
Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs.
Mr.
Block.
Bowen.
Mr.
Mr.
Bowen.
Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
The Western St. John.
The Western St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr.
Mr.
Opitz.
Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr.
Mr.
Devolin.
Managakis.
Mr. Managakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring. Oh, okay. Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Pacetti.
Mr. Pacetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur
Ms.
Dion.
Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Coderre.
Monsieur
Mr.
Coderre.
Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
And back to Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Yeas pour 90, 90. Nays contre 177, 177.
Je déclare la
I
motion.
declare the motion number 1 defeated.
Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, be concurred in at report stage. Referred in at port stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes.
I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you'll find agreement to apply the vote from the previous motion to the current motion, with the Conservatives voting yes.
Does the Chief Government Whip have the consent of the House to proceed in this fashion? Yes. The Honourable Leader, the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
The NDP agrees to apply the vote, but the NDP will vote no. And we'd like to add 2 noes, the member for Burnaby New Westminster and Scarborough Rouge River. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
The Liberals agree and will be voting in favour.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. The Bloc will vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Baudechilou Nicolette Bécancourt.
The block votes yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Green Party votes no, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
I will be voting yes. Although he could get
the Chief Government Whip is rising on another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've just been made aware that the member from Fleetwood, Fort Kells, is not in the vote. Discount her name for this vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 92, 92.
I declare the motion carried. When will the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Sandhu relating to the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Sandhu, seconded by Ms. Sims, moved. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should officially apologize in the House of Commons to the South Asian community and to the individuals impacted in the 1914 Komagata Maru incident, in which passengers were prevented from landing in Canada.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Martin. Madame Boivin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims Newton North Delta. Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mare. Mr. Kelway. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Grosguet. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toone. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Mr. Thibault. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Mr. Sandhu. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Tsabaïsten. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Monsieur Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Madame Savoie. Mr. Atanamenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay. Mr. Stoffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Dionne Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Borg. Monsieur Morin, Laurentier Labelle, pardon. Monsieur Patry. Monsieur Pilon. Monsieur Genet. Madame Hassenia. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Easter. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Coderre. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Cutler. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashaway.
Panashaway.
Mr. Ashfield. Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Ms.
Coquitlam.
Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island
Mrs.
North.
Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur
Mr.
Valcourt.
Dykstra.
Mr. Dykes.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brown. Leeds
Mr.
Brown.
Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mrs. Trupe.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown and Marquette Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr.
Mr.
Jean.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen. Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Nakta.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Mr.
Sweet.
Van Kestren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Ms. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country.
The Western St. John.
The Western St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oatville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Illier.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion defeated. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations if they could perhaps leave the House at this time and carry on conversations in their respective lobbies. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 17th, I asked the government the following question. My question, quote, "My question is for the government's chief spy master, who is so intent on snooping into Canadians' private emails and the laptops of the nation. However, Conservatives are not stopping at emails. The minister's bill would allow government agents to enter on an internet service provider when they want it, without a warrant, and demand to see absolutely everything and even copy it all. And my question was, why does the government see every Canadian as an enemy of the state, and why is the minister given Conservative agents absolute power to pry?" End of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, as you might imagine from this government, I got a non-answer. In fact, from a senior minister, instead of getting an answer, I got a rant and an attack against the NDP. The question really was in relation to the provisions of Bill C-30, which was introduced to much fanfare in February of this year and now seems to have disappeared from the order paper. The concerns expressed by Canadians across the country were consistent. This legislation was designed to enable this government to gain a level of surveillance which has not been seen in this country ever. However, given this government's clear view that anyone who criticizes their actions, questions them in any way, are described as enemies, as radicals, as un-Canadian, or remember, the Minister of Public Safety's ludicrous remark that you are with the government or you're with the child pornographers. These are the kinds of intemperate, belligerent, and disgraceful characterizations that this government uses against Canadians who even raise legitimate and appropriate questions against the government. This legislation, and although it's off the order paper, the Minister of Public Security seems to have made it clear recently that it will be coming up again in the fall. And so this legislation and the elements of intrusion, which has nothing to do with the real issues, should have been the end result of serious consultations, a process this government seems to know nothing about. You know, the Minister of Human Resources the other day in her comments on employment insurance said she consulted. Well, premiers have come out and said they haven't been consulted. The unemployed hasn't been consulted that we know of. Do ministers, in terms of what they consider consultations, do they think it's sitting down with a business partner or a friend and having a glass of wine? That's not consultations. If the government is going to do consultations, they have to be wide open transparent, and public, Mr. Speaker. But that's not what this government has done. But, Mr. Speaker, the government isn't just using surveillance and basically spying on people as an attack on democracy. We know that the government cuts they monitor, they cut funding to organizations that disagree with them. Look at the Kairos funding, which has done tremendous work internationally. Peace and development cuts. We know there's fear expressed by the public service, scared to even use their own personal email and Facebook as a result of the tactics of this government. This government, instead of acting like a legitimate democracy, they're instilling fear in people by the kind of attitude they portray towards Canadian citizens.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying what complete misrepresentation that Member of Parliament has just displayed, which shows why that party is over there in the corner with a very reduced amount of seats. Yeah. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians recognize that the Liberal Party, unfortunately, has lost complete touch with the Canadian people. Mr. Speaker, on Bill C-30, we will be sending this to committee for major review before proceeding further. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that this legislation was introduced by the previous Liberal government with fewer privacy safeguards. Mr. Speaker, we have answered this question. We have indicated what our government is prepared to do. But what's very disturbing is the complete and I dare to say what appears to be hypocrisy on the side of the Liberal Party and the Liberal third party in regards to this issue. And it's very disturbing to see that member talk about this bill and talk about this issue with complete disregard for what his party did previously on this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it will be sent to committee before we are proceeding any further. And, Mr. Speaker, we are listening to Canadians on this issue. We will continue to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, the member goes on a great attack against the Liberal Party, but she fails to answer our question. She never, they have not done serious consultations with Canadians to see what they need on this particular issue, whether it's internet surveillance or whatever, the same as they do on every other bill. And the fact of the matter, what I said in my remarks is absolutely true. This is a government that operates on the politics of division. It's a government that operates on the politics of fear. We're seeing that everywhere, and Canadians should be worried, Mr. Speaker. Canadians should be worried about the internet surveillance bill, because as it said right in the bill, and I quoted that earlier, Mr. Speaker, not only can they go in and look at what's been on the internet, they can actually copy it. That's a serious risk, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary, are they going to withdraw those sections of that bill, and are they going to do proper consultations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Shame on that member for completely misrepresenting the facts, Mr. Speaker, and it shows why that party, Canadians were afraid, and now they're resting at peace because that party's in the third-party position, Mr. Speaker, thankfully. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we are always interested in listening to Canadians on issues that concern them, on issues of the economy, on the issues of increasing and making sure that our technology and that our public safety infrastructure is in line with current technology. We want to find the best ways to keep Canadians safe from online crime, as well as protecting privacy rights. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party introduced this bill. They had less privacy protection. Mr. Speaker, we're making sure that we balance the rights of Canadians with their rights to privacy, and this bill will be sent to committee for major review before we proceed at all any further. It's just very disturbing and yet very telling to see the Liberals in their third-party state continue with this complete flip-flop on so many issues, including the long gun registry, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question was on the very serious issue of election fraud in the election of 2011. Mr. Speaker, the science of voter suppression is well documented in stillingdemocracy.com. It seems to have been systematically executed by the Conservative Party of Canada. In my riding of St. Paul's in the last election, fraudulent calls impersonating my campaign went to the homes of Jewish voters during the sacred Seder of Passover. We reported these calls to Elections Canada at that time. A recent ECOS poll in 7 ridings across the country found that Liberal, NDP and Green Party supporters were much more likely than Conservative supporters to report receiving a telephone call in the last election, directing them to the wrong polling station. As ECOS President Frank Graves stated, the pattern is highly statistically significant, and we can say with confidence that this is not an artifact of chance. Claims are coming from all corners of this country, and it seems increasingly likely that this was a coordinated effort to keep Canadians from the polls last year. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't end at phone calls. We have heard reports of aggressive people acting on behalf of the Conservative Party outside polling locations, misleading voters, often seniors or new Canadians, in an attempt to prevent them from casting a ballot. There are also extremely disturbing reports of scores of instant voters who cast ballots in certain ridings in which they were not actually residents. Elections Canada is investigating these allegations, but now faces a $7.5 million a year cut by this Conservative government. Liberals are committed to cooperating with the investigation. We are setting the standard for openness and transparency, and we expect that all other political parties will follow suit. The Liberal Party of Canada has proactively disclosed its calling data related to the 2011 federal campaign in an effort to assist Elections Canada with their ongoing investigation into possible election fraud. As I asked before, when will the Conservative government stop the "I am not a crook" rhetoric and comply fully with Elections Canada and the RCMP to get to the bottom of the largest electoral fraud known in Canadian history?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was a remarkable rhetoric from the member from St. Paul's, Mr. Speaker. You know, here's one of the really troubling things about what the Liberal Party has been saying on this. You know, the member indicated that they have been open, honest, and transparent from the get-go. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker, because ultimately it had to be found out. It had to be investigated, researched, information had to come forward, evidence that could not be refuted. That the member from Guelph, for example, the riding where so much of this has been talked about, the Liberal member from Guelph actually conducted an illegal robocall using a false number, using a false person, targeting Conservative supporters, targeting supporters of every party with a message specifically working towards suppressing vote. That's what the Liberals did. That's what the Liberals always do, Mr. Speaker. They accuse others of what they do. Now, the member from St. Paul's has stood up many times and complained about things that went on in her riding during the election, but the member has to also acknowledge a couple things. Several thousand more people voted in St. Paul's in the last election than the election immediately previously. That sounds like a vote increase, not a vote suppression. I'm sure she has an equation that actually works that out into somehow having an impact. But here's the other thing that the Liberal Party has to actually get good with in their heart. They have to accept this and acknowledge it. She had her "I am not" a quote. Well, they are not popular, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this is really about. Thousands more Canadians voted, almost 1 million more, over 900,000 more Canadians voted in the last election. But you know who they didn't vote for, Mr. Speaker? They didn't vote for the Liberal Party because of what the Liberal Party stood for, of what it continues to stand for. They voted for this Prime Minister and this party for an economic vision and a commitment for ongoing jobs, opportunity and success right across this country, Mr. Speaker. What the Liberal Party knows, and knows in its heart, is that these allegations that they're bringing are false, They are phony. We have fully supported and assisted Elections Canada from the get-go. We have nothing to hide on this side at all, Mr. Speaker. Proud of this party, proud of how we've fought this battle, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've said, the reason we've not called this scandal robocall is it really is about election fraud that included voter augmentation. As today, we know that former Liberal MP Boris Wisniewski had the means to go to the courts to remedy the electoral irregularities in his riding. The court has now overturned the Etobicoke Centre election results. But the Conservatives, rather than calling a by-election, have decided to appeal to the Supreme Court and further drag out this process. Unfortunately, most candidates do not have the significant financial means required to remedy electoral irregularities through the courts. Reports and allegations of electoral fraud are widespread, and there are many cases still under investigation. Will the Conservative government explain why they are cutting the budget to Elections Canada, just as Canadians need reassurance that they have the needed resources to conduct fair elections and properly investigate allegations of wrongdoing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's clear that the Liberal Party, they may hear, but they don't listen, Mr. Speaker. What the court actually came forward on Etobicoke Centre and said is that no party played any role or did anything wrong in that by-election whatsoever. And Parliament has actually set up an automatic right to appeal because this specific subsection of the Elections Code has never been used to overturn an election. Automatic right to appeal at the Supreme Court. But you know what? This member talks about voter suppression. Perhaps she'd like to stand on the floor of this House of Commons and apologize for the appalling 10%er that she sent out to First Nations communities in this country featuring body bags, Mr. Speaker. If that's not suppressing vote, I want to know what is. It's that member that did it. That member should be ashamed of her actions, not this party, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of how we've acted and the integrity with which we've approached Canadian voters, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's quite the speech to follow up with, but I'm very pleased to do so, Mr. Speaker. And just last week, the Globe and Mail published an article titled "Life in the Slow Lane: Dial-Up Internet Still a Reality for Hundreds of Thousands in Canada." And the article explains both the alarmingly high number of Canadians who have no option but to use dial-up internet connections and the problems that face these Canadians as internet sites continue to add more data-reliant content. I know the problems faced by my constituents in my own riding travel just a few kilometres outside of the downtown core of Sudbury, and high-speed internet is non-existent. I can tell residents almost to the meter where my cell phone loses both 3G internet access and cell service, the so-called digital divide which separates the high-speed haves from the have-nots. This has real repercussions, Mr. Speaker. Yes, people lose out on social media, but more importantly, businesses are unable to participate in the e-economy, and as more government services move online, people have less access to programs that their taxes fund. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this government seems determined to do nothing to rectify the situation. The announcement of the upcoming Spectrum auction made by the Minister in March offered a real opportunity for the government to overcome the digital divide. A strong rural rollout requirement would have forced telecom companies to expand the areas covered by wireless high-speed networks, and set-asides for the so-called new entrants would have ensured real competition to drive down prices. Instead, we got an announcement that in trying to unsuccessfully please everyone, failed to deliver on any of its promises. The rural rollout component of the auction is so convoluted that it is actually unlikely to be met by any one company unless they act in concert with another telecom provider, and even then those firms will only be required to roll out new services to a percentage of areas which are already covered by their current high-speed networks. This rollout requirement should have been designed to ensure rural and suburban Canadians have access to these vital internet services. Instead, it can be met by building out service to Canada's urban cores. And instead of a strong set aside for smaller cell phone companies to ensure the real competition been Canadian firms. We got a cap for Rogers, Bell and TELUS, coupled with a relaxing of the foreign ownership rules for all other telecom companies. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the government delivered a gold-embossed invitation to big foreign telecoms to buy spectrum and compete in Toronto, Vancouver and Montreal, while ignoring the concerns for Canadians living in rural areas and even in small urban centres like my riding of Sudbury. In summary, this government seems so unprepared on this file, Mr. Speaker, that when the minister appeared before the Industry Committee, he said that his department had not even come up with an estimate of the revenue that would be generated from this auction, and the government is unwilling or unable to say where the proceeds will go. Mr. Speaker, this government still has time to rectify the situation, to strengthen the rural rollout component, to ensure real competition across the country, and to reinvest revenue to make Canada a digital leader. But time is running out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk briefly about recent steps that our government has taken to help provide Canadians with more choices at low prices for the wireless services that have become so important in their everyday lives. In 2008, our government took action to encourage the entry of new competitors into the wireless market. Since then, new players have launched services and are providing more choice to Canadians. In addition to these new competitors, large telecom companies have made substantial investments to better serve their subscribers. Because of these actions, consumers are seeing the benefits of access to more advanced services, greater choice, and lower prices. Mr. Speaker, we recently announced decisions that will continue to promote our goals of increased competition and investment in the sector, and to see that all Canadians, including those in rural areas, benefit. First, we're amending the foreign ownership rules under the Telecommunications Act, meeting a commitment we made in the 2010 speech from the throne. These amendments are included in Bill C-38. We are lifting these restrictions for companies with a small share of the telecommunications market so that they can better compete and grow. Access to capital is an important issue, especially for the new wireless competitors, and our targeted actions will remove a barrier to investment for the telecommunications companies that need it most, so that Canadian families and businesses can continue to benefit from more choices and competitive prices. In addition, we're also supporting competition and investment in the upcoming auctions by applying rules that will enable new wireless competitors access to the spectrum up for auction. We also are extending and improving the existing wireless roaming and tower sharing policy to further facilitate competition. These policies provide access to existing networks and infrastructure and support better coverage and services for consumers. We believe that all Canadians should share in the benefits of advanced wireless services and that rural Canadian families should have access to the same services as those in cities. We are applying specific measures in the upcoming auction to see that Canadians in rural areas have access to the most advanced services in a timely manner. All Canadians should be able to benefit from the fastest mobile speeds and latest devices such as the newest iPad, Playbook, or smartphone. These are the first such specific measures of their kind in Canada. Finally, Mr. Speaker, to improve the safety of Canadians and first responders, we'll be reserving some spectrum for exclusive use by public safety users across Canada. Our government believes that Canadians both in rural and urban areas deserve value for their hard-earned money, and our government is taking action to see that they get it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his answer. Although I would like to hear a little bit more clarification on what the government plans to do in relation to making sure that the larger companies that are out there right now bidding make sure that we get spectrum in the rural areas. What I talked about in my speech was how, in our opinion, we didn't see how this government was rolling out to make sure that there's a strong rollout for rural areas. Well, I know we did some great work in the Industry Committee talking about the e-commerce in the e-economy. But when you have individuals and businesses in communities that don't have high speed, that are still stuck on dial-up, they can't be part of that. And I think what we didn't hear from the government, Mr. Speaker, was if they're going to use the revenue that they can gain from this auction and put it back into another broadband fund to create internet, high-speed internet in other communities that don't have it, and even with the spectrum piece, to make sure that there's rollout so everyone can have high-speed internet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend talked about stakeholder reaction, talked about his own party's position on this. Let's take a look at what they had to say. A new player, Mobilicity, called the decision, quote, a real victory for Canadian consumers. Meanwhile, an incumbent, TELUS, noted that the new rules, quote, will allow all competitors to have fair and reasonable access to the critical 700 megahertz spectrum in the upcoming auction. And the NDP's former industry critic said this, quote, we heard the intention of the government to cover 90% of the Canadian territory within 5 years. We like the idea. I come from a rural riding. There are major problems of coverage in my riding, so this is something that is very dear to me. That's what the former NDP industry critic had to say. Mr. Speaker, incumbents like the decision, new entrants like the decision, and even the NDP can agree with parts of the decision. I'd say we got this one right, Mr. Speaker.
La motion pourtant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.